It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, and we got treats for Meatball. This is a little bit of a tasty dentist stick, and we got socks. Today's socks is balloons because soon we will be straight up to the moon. Where's my Webull? Hold on, back to my face. I've got something to show you guys, and I cannot be more excited to bring it out. And this is going to be something that is a special Friday, looking at these bullish patterns and understanding that you need to break some eggs in order to make a delicious omelet. Even yesterday I was talking about consolidation and a return for AMC at least to come down before it can go back up. Be able to take the bottom of this pennant, which would be at $54 today, and then have a strong bounce, maybe midday, into $54.19. But we're going to take a look at that, and we're going to be able to put these socks on. Something came in the mail, and it's from YouTube. So I have to show you this. I am very, very excited. But 3 minutes until we're going to spend the whole day together. Hope you guys are strapped in. Hope you guys are excited and ready. Raring to go. Oh, I really hope this is going to be ultra low latency, because those are the settings that we were on yesterday. So YouTube probably remembers that, right? We give YouTube the benefit of the doubt. We have a GME. Let's go back to the minute chart. Currently up 1% in the after hours, currently trending right above its 214 level of resistance. All right, stream settings, ultra low latency. Okay, I can see you guys. Julie Marshall, Ted Paniza, Zern Nias, Peter Smith, Captain Maddie. Okay, let's get this sock on. Balloon sock. Where are the balloons? Throw some balloons in the chat. Balloon platoon. Gonna get these socks on. We got hot air balloons right here. The sock market is here. I got 2 minutes to open this up and take a look. This is the prize for showing up early. Meatball took the treat and just gone. Did you see that? He was like a ninja. Come on, buddy. Here he comes, Professor Meatball. There's a gobble gobble on that dentist stick. Hey, this is our reward. You get this one too. Mostly this is Professor Meatball's reward, so I wanted to make sure he's here. Music Hunter, thanks for that super. Good morning. You know what this is? Are you excited for this? Balloon Platoon. What's up? Thank you guys so much in the morning showing up, smashing that like. I'm gonna be a little calm. I'm not gonna shout out the like counter too much, but just make the math make sense, and I'll be happy getting the as many Moon Platoon members in here as possible. I'm trying to figure out how to open this. Open this like this. Open it like this. Oh. We got 1 minute left until that market opens, and we're gonna have a countdown timer right around here. But I do need to figure out how this box works. Even the Stonko tracker is not counting down right now. Oh, it's because the markets just opened. I was like, less than 1 minute, and AMC heard the applause. Give AMC a hand. Just jumped from 55.77 level of support all the way up to 56.29. Right? Remember, if it is going to fill this pennant, it has to go all the way down to $54 in order to have the bottom of this the macro pennant here. And if it doesn't, great. If it does, great. Right? Both of these are fantastic. LA King, Nick Pedro, we are doing it. Jay Critch, congratulations, twin. Num regards. Ooh, you got the thing. Okay, all right. So let's make sure at least we can actually open this. Can I stop? There we go. It's happening. Okay. This is to all of you. I'm just gonna open it like this. Oh. Hit me on the head. Okay, and then we'll go back to the morning price action. Some 100,000 subscribers. Just how far you've come. Andrew Mo Money. Thank you guys. All right, now to the stocks. Put that right there. Where am I going to put this? I'm going to put this right next to Meatball for now. Perfect. Oh man, AMC is currently trending right below. Oh, okay, good start. Right below its 55.75. Meatball's like, what is this? I can't even eat this. Wow, it's shiny. It is shiny. I need to have like an actual back to it. I'll put it here. I haven't learned a thing about whether or not I should put it there. Cap and Ray, I appreciate that a lot. Laura, Morgan, Caesar, Money Tree, aw, Jezebel. And Meatball done yeeted it. Meatball's like, well, goodbye. We have AMC coming right down to 54.85 as if it wants to fill the bottom of that pennant immediately. And GameStop coming down to 211.38 before reversing, and now currently, oh wait, actually, that was right before it continued to push below 211.20. The next level of support is at 210. It's a red day. A sell-off in the morning from a series of consolidation makes sense, right? Some people are getting impatient. Some people want to be able to see the bearish patterns play out so that the macro bullish patterns can play correctly. Meatball's gonna knock it down again. You're right. Meatball's like, this is just where I want to be. Bring this here. All right. There we go. Ta-da. And then I'll stay over here. Yeah, that'll work. We'll make this happen somehow. Not a single day. Oh, I forgot to ring the bell. Absolutely. Maybe that's why the markets are like, uh-oh, Andrew didn't ring the bell. I didn't hear no bell. Meatball's wearing his Meatball. I gotta find his Christmas tie because today is inverse Christmas, and the hedgies gave us our inverse Christmas gift early. Hey. John says, what's up with the stream quality today? Well, it's because 1080 is the highest I can stream with ultra low latency. So you guys wanted ultra low. That's why I can talk to you with much less latency. But yesterday we were trying to play with 1440. That did not fly. YouTube constantly said that is too many pixels if you want to have ultra low. Zern Nia says 002 is in effect, and I'm guessing they have a lot of ammunition saved up to keep fighting. Remember, yesterday AMC had the options chain $70 put wall, as well as the 2 million shares that it borrowed earlier. As a reminder, we were looking at Stonko Tracker. You can see that there is another million that disappeared earlier this morning with an additional million that showed up, right? So we had a million left from yesterday, went all the way down to 35,000 in the morning. So that right now they have at least a composite 3 million, because last time they had 1.9 million plus one. They have a composite 3 million shares borrowed this morning from AMC. Let's take a look at the options chain too. Inverse Christmas. It's 6 months away from Christmas. Luke Williams, I can only change back when I start a new stream. So maybe halfway through the day, I'll start a brand new stream. Didn't realize there was such a change between 1440 and 1080. Now, some people want ultra low latency. Some people want something else. Something that you'll notice here is that YouTube is pretty adamant about it. They say ultra low latency. I'm not even sure if you can read this because it's so ultra low. Does not support closed captions, 1440p and 4K resolutions. And that's the one we chose. And that's the one that I cannot switch out of. Until the next stream, of course. All right. Yesterday we saw that that $57. Sorry, I'm saying 70. $57 put wall. We have $4 million of puts right at $57 strike. Video quality is really poor. That shouldn't be. Hold on, I'm gonna check myself. There's 1080. Just switch the quality. You guys know that there's a little cog right here. You switch it to 1080, and then you're golden, right? Let me know once you try that, because this is the current quality of the show that I'm watching, and it's pretty okay. Okay, but let me know, but sincerely, let me know if that is untenable. And Krimmer says the video quality is good to me. Team Astro says video quality is great here. I can see fine from my iPhone, says Pam. Okay, if Pam can see fine, then we're gonna be set. We said for now. All right, so one of the things that I want to be able to talk about with you guys is the fact that that options chain, right? Whether or not that is going to lead to a potential margin call squeeze is all about whether or not we can get a gamma squeeze rocket to lift off first. And it is a decreasing amount of volume on that options chain from the last few days, right? The most potential that we had was for a double gamma squeeze right after the June gamma squeeze, but it doesn't mean that people haven't been putting plenty of options right at the far right side of 145 strike. So that 145 strike every single day has a couple $1 million right all the way to the right side, which means there's not a lot of snow on the way up there, but these 145 strikes still have to be delta hedged, still have to do the same Greeks, still have to do the same math behind whether or not these shares get bought on the way up as soon as we have upwards price action. So everything depends on upwards price action. This morning, the margin call SLD math was done. They had 1 hour to come up with that. Seems like they have, it seems like they won't have too much trouble if the days are continuing to be red, but that is the actual plan to play out the rest of this macro pennant. And good morning, ladies, tribe provoked, gentlemen, primates, ants, and apes. Thank God it's Friday. My brain hurts. And good morning, Jezebel. Let's see. You already know that we're doing yet another Mo Money Marathon. Happy Friday, Andrew. Mr. Custom Nikes. Happy to hear it. Another one? Another one. Heck yeah. AMC has essentially played like clockwork, rejected at 55.23 after getting rejected by 55.75, and now coming back down to 54.32. So this is the end of its corrective wave, right? And one of the things I want you to note is that the VWAP is coming down after one level of resistance, currently holding on the next level, currently at 55.20. So it seems like a bear's world because, like I said yesterday, apes, if there are bulls that need to step down, that need to stand back in order for this bullish pennant to be able to be filled, let's zoom out to the hourly, right? On that hourly, the white pennant is just about to be reached. And if we can face support right here, that'd be fantastic. If we don't, we noticed that last time we dipped far below that pennant and then came back around the next day. Then that still allowed the pennant to play out. Drink some water, sounding kind of pasty. I wish I can drink some water here. Let's see here's what I'm gonna do. Enjoy the sultry signs of the silver play button right here, and I will get some water. And Meatball got some water too, so that's a win-win-win. Grant Pithy says, great show, Andrew, like your work. Oh, Grant, thanks so much for joining. I know a bunch of you just joined. It's like you want that art competition to be over before it even started. We just began a Wish art competition, right? Not Wish the stock, but at 111,111 subscribers, we'll make a wish. And before that, we are collecting fan art from you guys. So if you guys draw your Andrew Mo or your Meatball, then go ahead and send it to Andrew Mo Money on Twitter or Instagram. We talked about that yesterday during the video. AMC has done another, like clockwork, right? This is essentially resistance supported, failed to support, rejected, next resistance, come down, supported. This is the very recent support at 54.43, and now we're coming back to the VWAP, rejected at the volumetric weighted average price, and currently trending right between those two price actions. If the VWAP keeps on pressing the price action down, but the bulls won't let 54.32 pass, then we're going to see a further consolidation of this price action. Luke Williams says, I beg you, if you want to do any intraday trading, it pays for itself with one trade. So, Lux algorithm, that's what Luke Williams is talking about. It's in the description down below. You can grab it with 20% off with the code ANDREWMOMONEY in the description. And Luke Williams is saying that it pays off itself with one trade. This is it. Yeah, the SPY with the strong sell signals. You can do it with the S&P 500. You can do it with our friends AMC and GME. On the 1 minute for me, I'm on autopilot. There was a strong sell signal at the very end of the after hours, and it has currently bounced off of the oversold Bollingers right here. You can see the clouds in green, and now that is also where this oscillator is starting to converge. If there's a crossover, that was the dip, the very, very bottom of the dip at 54.49, exactly how to play out that bullish pennant. Seems like our bulls understand us. Getting us down to $54 and then bringing us back up was exactly what we needed to complete that bullish pennant in the morning. God, it feels good to be in good hands. This is the hive mind. Not all of us know what's going on, but just enough of us can create patterns that are unstoppable. How do we think about today? Is it going to play out as a whole? Is it going to consolidate or trade sideways all day? Well, now that it has dropped down to 54.43, like we saw on the hourly, that's the price action that we needed, right? Even if it's a candle wick that is dipping its toes in the right direction. If we do take another stroll back down to 54.33, that is going to be an ascending level of support as we go through the day, if we keep playing with the bottom of this pennant. So keeping this on the hourly will keep things in perspective. Yesterday, the day before, we got all the way up to 61.10. That fills the top of this pennant. And today, we just filled the bottom of this pennant. So it's kind of like filling your movement ring in sports. Do you guys do sports? Anybody? Sports fan? AMC caught that strong bounce off of 54.43 as if it was just the bulls letting the Trojan horse into the city and then pushing it out like an explosive upward pattern all the way back up above 55.21 and now contesting the EMA. Life is good. You know what else is fantastic? We are looking at that light counter and we're not seeing it be matched to the number of people in this room. Okay, so let's try to get that smashed so that we can get 2,000, 3,000 people in here. AM says, OMG, you're awesome. To understand what is going on and see behind the scenes as an amateur and first time #ape, it is really exciting to learn. Love to hear that. That is exactly what I like to hear. Amateurs and beginners, all of this is just words to try to keep down the very simple prospect of trading by putting yourself out there and learning as much as you can with whatever information that you have. A person says, congrats on this overplay button. Just wondering what your thoughts on a better book, technical analysis or of financial markets or trading for a living. Now, those are going to have two different perspectives, right? Overall, I think a practical side of trading is all about understanding the technical patterns. If you understand the fundamentals, right, being able to have the former book would give you a ladder to bring yourself up. But however, so many of these stocks these days are disconnected from the fundamentals. I think the latter book is going to give you what you're looking for. Oh, there's AMs. There's AM's message. I was like, how do I get it? There we go. 100K is the meme. Jay Critch says, confused why my candles look different than mine. Well, you got to go to indicators, right? Actually, wait. You got to go to line style, and then you can pick candle, area. You can pick line, candle, hollow candle, baseline, right? Whatever looks good on your chart. Nick Pager says, let's get some apes in the chat and show our love for our man Trey. Yes, absolutely. I'm not privy to the very details, but I reached out on text to make sure that we're listening, and whatever it is he needs support on, we got him. Apes in the chat. Let's see. Yes, we do sports. People are saying Nike is taking off. Okay, let's put it on the side of the screen. Come on. Let's see. So we're going to have Nike here, 14%. Okay, that's not much of a rip. I'm pretty sure Luxalgo is going to be able to take care of that prediction. Come on, baby. Sorry, I'm looking at all of these ants here. Ants in the chat, apes in the chat. GME. $207.80 is currently where the price action is. Nike is up 15%. Let's take a look at whether or not Nike is on here. Jason Tantillo says, money, good morning. Give me 1 day trade opportunity for today. Can you do any tricks? Thanks for keeping the apes grounded. I can do some tricks. You know, you keep watching me and I got some tricks for you. There's that strong buy signal for Nike right at the end of the market trading, right? You buy this strong buy. You saw that the oscillator is going nuts on the after hours. You would have gone major tendies in here. 133 all the way up to 154. You would have caught that entire upward, that upward momentum here. Hold on, let me just take this off. There we go. So there it is. Strong buys, strong sells, but this paired up with the oscillator, you would have caught this huge gain on Nike with Luxalgo. And that is in the description. Second link after the subscribe link. Magic Johnson was working out on his yacht in a Nike shirt, total FUD. Magic Johnson was caught on a yacht. Spelled yacht, with his shirt off. That sentence is just confusing. AMC rejected soundly at the EMA. All of these price actions can be explained. It's actually so incredible that AMC is playing by the rules today. NSCC 005 is delayed for 45 days, right? It's whenever there is someone with some doubt that they need to clear up. That's why they get a default additional 45 days. We'll talk about that in a second. So rejection here. Actually, you guys want to see this in yellow? Oh, come on. Rejection here, right? That's at this level of support, of resistance. Then we have a reversal here. This one is harder to explain, but that is why we're starting to build a second level of support there. Rejection at the VWAP. Then a support down all the way here at 54.32, and then a rejection at the EMA, currently playing off of each level as a potential reversal point. Now a second level of a support here means that there's 2 touch points. This is starting to gear up as a strong level of support that AMC has just now built again at the $54 mark. Luke Williams says, what's my sensitivity set to? My sensitivity is autopilot. So you press any of these signals, you go to sensitivity, right? And then you set it to autopilot. This could be any number right now. It won't affect it because autopilot is currently on. And that's the settings. All right, I still haven't read this letter from the CEO of YouTube. Susan, and I'm not gonna pronounce her last name. Susan W. Josh, I appreciate that. And that's the Webull screen, right? This is the Webull screen. You can get 2 free stocks with the Webull link in the description. It's entirely free. This is the Lux Algo screen, right? And this Lux Algo screen is a different tool entirely that slaps on a free TradingView account. And you grab that and you get 20% off from Lux Algo in the description down below. So let's actually move this back to AMC. So we saw that sell signal earlier. Let's see if there's a buy now. A buy now. So earlier when we saw this resurgence, we had the oscillator converge sharply, but then start to diverge again after rejection at the EMA. Actually, very scientific after you understand the potential places for reversal. AM, welcome to the Mo Monkey gang. I appreciate that. Hey, you are now an official Moon Platoon Special Operations Infantry member, and I'm excited to have you. David Morgan's been here for a while. David, hey, let's get going. Okay. Someone says they know exactly who's putting $0.5 puts expiring July 16th. So there's apparently 48,000 puts that are expiring on July 16th. What's up, buddy? Meatball's just looking at me. Go. Looks like the recent Robinhood class action SI report just proved user broke Oz data. The mother of all short squeezes will start on a day no one expects, and that is the truth. That's why we watch the markets on the daily. All right, returning back to 54.28. AMC is touching the very bottom of this pennant. As a reminder, guys, on the hourly chart, we saw that the bottom of the pennant was at 54.30s, which means that's 10 cents away from the very, very bottom of it. Joe Rear says, congrats, and I hit the like button for you. I appreciate that, Joe. Let's see. Quentin says, I bought 52 stocks. Is that enough? Won't anything be enough? Someone think of the children. You decide, right? Is that life-changing money for you? And is that all the stocks that you're willing to lose? If you have invested more than you're willing to lose, then that's too much, right? But if you've invested all the stocks you're willing to lose, then that's just enough. Okay. So we're looking at someone holding $0.5 puts expiring July 16th. So let's take a look at the options chain on GME side to confirm. 54.20 is where AMC is now. AM, another super sticker. Thank you so much. And Nikki Carbone, welcome to the Mo Monkey Moon Platoon. Happy to have you with us. Okay, supposedly there's going to be $0.5 puts, right? That's only $100. With $10 million of calls out of the money. So GME currently is getting eclipsed by a $10 million call volume at $300 strike. That's substantial even between AMC and GME, because the past few days GME has gotten, this is the same like height candle bar, and it only has 967,000 at 350. Right? Compare that to the 22nd, where there's going to be something very similar, right? Fewer than like 5 million on the y-axis each time. In fact, these are deep in the money calls. So some of these option chain like factors don't even matter. So this is very suspicious, right? Somebody's betting big that GME is going to head back to $300. $300 out of the money calls, which are bullish, right? But it only is a matter of time before someone comes out with another DD that says, okay, well, who put these $300 calls here? Very bullish, but at the same time suspicious, because we haven't seen this in terms of relative terms. We haven't seen someone throw out this much money for GME in a long time in the options chain. Okay, as a reminder, this is the in comparison AMC options chain, usually much larger, but on the same day yesterday, only 6 million on the x-axis. Okay, let's take a little peek at AMC. The daily for a second. Okay, that's harder to see on the hourly. That is the very bottom of this pennant. Do you guys see that? This pennant that your friendly neighborhood unironic Mr. Rogers of Stonks drew. This is the very bottom of this pennant. Now we have, like I said, broken below the pennant before, but that is why we're facing some reversal here. Be from bulls who also have drawn the same pennant and are looking at whether or not this is going to be the position where AMC has a reversal. Last time around, when we built a bullish pennant on the macro scale, AMC fell below it for a day and then came right back above it the next day. Remus says, good morning. How's it going? Someone is recommending the Creand short interest DD. Let me take a look. Dude, the DD is coming. It is a torrent right now. It's a pageant weekend, says Jezebel. Kiddo has lessons and I'm making some money. Why isn't the cam on the play button? Here's what I'm gonna do. There we go. Okay. Now we're having fun with the play. It's my dirty human hands. It's so shiny. My dirty human hands make it dirty. Dip before the rip. Casey Lewis's timestamp for talking about AMC. This is a live broadcast, which means if you wanted me to talk about AMC, we can just talk about it right now. We have 53.80 on is the approaching the low of AMC's on the day. As a reminder, the next level of support is at 53.30. So as of right now, AMC facing a potential slowing of price action, but then continued on that downward spiral while GME had already been supported. Denver says, get a micro cloth. Yeah, I love micro cloths. D Huffine says, boo hoo hoo. They're gonna buy the dip. Good morning, Christopher Womack from Colorado. Jelani Edwards says hasn't gotten any info from Webull yet. I remember that my Webull information showed up for GME a little late too. But all you have to do is just figure out which email Webull uses, and if they haven't sent you an email yet, be a little more patient, or just send them a request through their help center. Pam the Trader says, greetings from Long Beach, California. Read the daily from Rensol about Adam Aaron and Ken Griffin. Okay. Rensol. It looks like that one big day up, now looking at that big day down. People are talking about that Creand, the new short interest DD. Oh wait, is this it? Am I already on it? I was looking at like a DD about short interest, and I'm like, oh, maybe that's it. Dip buyers unite, says John. So many say my last name wrong. You are spot on. Thank you. This is incredible because I usually butcher your last names and then I do it for free. But this time I'm saying your last names correctly, and that is also for free, which is very fun. Like, treated we. There you go. Where is it? Oh no. I need to get smaller treats. I just ran out of treats from Quinn's Canine Cafe, but they have been well served from Meatball. Thanks for Quinn and their Canine Cafe for sending some delicious treats for Meatball in the P.O. box. Okay, from 4 hours ago, looks like the Robinhood class action SI report just proved user Broca's data. That the shorts haven't covered, that they hid short interest through deep in the money calls, and that SI percent is a minimum of 226. Anytime that the SI percent comes out in a calculation, that usually gets huge headlines, but then there's absolutely no there's no shoe that falls on the other side, because it's not like 226 is going to harden your hands if you were really concerned about the short interest. That short interest has stayed at a substantial amount, enough for a potential squeeze ever since January. It's always been above a certain threshold, right? And we always know that the short interest is undercounted because of naked shorting. So we already know this stuff. Whose hands does this diamond? That's a different question. If it diamonded your hands, well, okay, this is just another piece of research that comes out. So we're going to cover this, but with a strong understanding that the short interest right now that we're getting from Ortex has been undercounted repeatedly, but by the exchange numbers that come out. In fact, yesterday's exchange numbers, they were still off by a couple million. But if the difference is not a couple percentage points, but actually hundreds of percentage points, that's a different question entirely. We get this data every couple of months. Let's see. Medium D Speaks says, won't have any more money until Monday. I've been selling weekly covered calls against GME and AMC. Okay. It's impossible to find a job that makes as much as they do. It'd be impossible to find a job. Okay. Fair enough. Let's see. Medium D Speaks. Red Foreman says, it's 7 a.m., bro. It is 7 a.m. Yep. Nice. 7 a.m. drinking the water. Got some people pretty mad at AMC right now. Why you gotta be mad? Why you gotta be mad? It's AMC doing its thing right now, filling out the bottom of that pennant. If it didn't, I would be mad. If it didn't consolidate its price action down to the very bottom of its bullish pennant, then I would be upset. Right? So luckily, at least one of us isn't upset. Whoa, sorry. I don't understand how they keep getting away with this. What? How many times do we have to get you this lesson, old man? Josh Oldham says, just bought 50 more shares. I can't stop. Why am I like this? 53.78 is the low of AMC on the day. Currently at 4.5% down. Filled out the bottom of that bullish pennant very nicely. Also on the AMC stock, Reddit here. Uh-oh. Josh says there is an overwhelming majority of holders that are holding to the point that they set alerts and go on with their day. They're not sitting by a computer or phone waiting for something. These are the deadliest diamond hands of them all and the biggest threat to shorts. Okay. The biggest diamond hands are the ones that are not sitting by a computer. Let's see. Benjamin says, I'm holding. I don't give an F. Hedge funds can bring their dry powder for... They got enough dry powder. Let's do it. All right, 2,000 of you in here, guys. Let's do this. Raffles every 1,000 likes and a appreciation for the fact that we got this diamond play button today. Sorry, not diamond. Oh my God, my brain is completely out of here. Silver play button right over my shoulder. Super excited. I'm super appreciative. Let's get 1,000 likes so that we can do our very first giveaway. I love you to the moon and back. So GME SI percent is a minimum 226%. Shorts were hidden with deep in the money calls. Okay, so over the course of 6 months, there's a blip of 226. Many believe that this was a glitch. This was on FINRA. Right, so until a class action lawsuit against Robinhood proved indeed that there was an SI percent on January 15th, 2021, and that's incredibly important news. Is that the GME and AMC saga are intertwined, and GME was the forerunner to this SI percent. The short interest of GME being above 226, right, and then AMC trending afterwards and getting much more price action during the gamma squeeze in June, right? These guys go tandem, hand in hand. Intraday cups are not is not a proper pattern. So if you guys are looking at my charts right now and seeing a cup, that is likely not the pattern that you're looking for. Hold on, wait. I want to hear more about what Medium D Speaks is saying. Why am I the only one realizing if you sell in the money AMC puts, you can get like $1,000 discount on 100 shares and then sell above at the ATH calls every week on rips for $300 to $1,000 per 100 shares weekly. Yeah, that is a way that you can sustain a lifestyle. People don't actually understand it, right? But if you are playing with your own shares and selling puts and calls, you could end up making some substantial cheddar. So we are going to talk more about that. You know, Medium D Speaks, that's a great topic. We'll cover that in a future video. Tarot Beard Gaming says, if apes hold the majority, how do they keep pushing the price down? More like that the macro pennant needed this price action in order to fill out. Maybe I need to keep it on the hourly, right? This candle bar coming down to the white dotted line that I've drawn here is exactly where we needed to go to fill out the bottom of this pennant. I'll just keep saying that over and over. If I didn't see $54 this morning, I would have been confused. Ivy Creek says, congrats. Oh, appreciate it. Nightsing, what is the screenshot about? Medium D Speaks. Sad part is that they're taking money from someone who bought those far out of the money calls, thinking the squeeze will be every single Friday. Now, those far out of the money calls, we've been telling everyone, is a great way to be able to be overly bullish and end up losing a good amount of money. Every single $800 call so far has expired worthless out of the money for GME, and for AMC, every single one at 145 has expired out of the money. Although not too many have expired quite yet, people are counting on that gamma squeeze in the near future, and 145 has only been started to get added this month. When lamb chops, joke ruined. When all of these ETFs of Russell 1000 will buy the stock on the last 15 minutes of the day, there should be a big push from all the market makers, and that will be our start to the moon. Sancho Pancho. That is right. There's the Russell 1000 change that's happening. Hold on, let me see. AMC stock is set to snap 4-week win streak. Okay. Dave Portnoy versus Charles Payne. Whose side are you on? What is that? Meme-based investing is a totally nihilistic parody of actual investing. Ooh, fun. People are getting catty on the internet. Whoops. Oh, by Swaggy Stocks. I haven't seen Swaggy Stocks in so long. How meme stock investors are bringing back blah, 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 blah. Forget AMC and GME. 10 new stocks that Redditors are buying. So that's how you know that this is the laziest form of FUD. Forget AMC and GME specifically, right? Here is 10 other stocks. Usman, come on. Come on, Usman. What's going on here? Night Sing says it's about AA being a director for a Citadel-owned company in the Cayman Islands, right? This is news that we talked about before. Let me pull it up on Discord. Wait, hold on. Instagram or Discord? I'll pull it up on Instagram. Kitty Meow Meow says, I'm so happy I found you to explain and walk me through this AMC stock. Kitty Meow Meow, I'm so happy that you're here so that we can talk through it together. I'll put it over here. Kitty Meow Meow. B says, did you see the article, forget AMC and GME? Luckily, it's right here. Luckily, we are on the exact same wavelength. Nas Muhammad says, a veteran diamond hand. Been here through all the psychological algorithms. My diamond shares cannot be broken. Ah. Citadel owned Centricus appoints Adam Aaron as director. Okay, good. So I got you. I'm actually on the exact same Rental post. So let's cover that real quick. That's what people... Okay, I'm just like, why would they report on this? It's because it's super stock. It's not AMC stock. AMC just found its rip inside its heart. Congratulations to those who bought that dip. 53.78 and over one level of simple moving average dynamic resistance, 2 levels of resistance, 3 at the VWAP, and now once again having to contest the EMA, see if it has enough volume to do so. Looks like it, right? Because these 2 dynamic resistances have consolidated their price action and are nearly identical. Here, a small break over EMA, but slowly down. Last time we came to the EMA, we were rejected, so let's pay attention. This is, do you think 1,000 per stock is possible? I certainly do. I certainly do. Oh, GME says, we are Andrew's favorite YouTube listeners. It's true. You are all my favorite YouTube listeners. That's nice. That's wholesome. That's so wholesome. You guys are wholesome as heck. Rock R says, I appreciate the lower latency. You see, there we go. People are happy with the latency. Just kind of have to like wait around until people are actually happy. Okay, Russell 1000. D. Lauer on the Russell 1000. There's not really any kind of short covering requirement when a stock gets added to an index. However, the announcement is usually bullish because it adds buying pressure. Russell rebalancing day is the craziest day in the stock market. Volatility and volume is usually the highest on that day. As stocks are added and removed from the Russell indices, the weightings are changed. A bunch of ETFs follow Russell indices and need to rebalance their portfolios to reflect the new index composition in order to minimize tracking error. Okay, so know that. So today is the Russell rebalancing day. Stay hydrated out there. National Hydration Day. Remember to stay hydrated. GameStop has just tweeted a picture of the worst temple in Ocarina of Time. Stay hydrated. Manny Jr. says, hey Andrew, I know it's not financial advice, but what's your opinion on the price bracket? Do you think that it'll peak? You said $145 once. Yes, on the far side of a potential gamma squeeze, $145. Why? People have been throwing $145 at the right side of the options chain since the beginning of June, ever since that other gamma squeeze. So right now, it seems likely that the next gamma squeeze is at 145. The question is only, can people start filling out the rest of the gamma chain, right? The options chain here, and gamma ramp us up to 145. That's the question. Is the purge still on? Sure, we'll do a 10-minute purge. We'll do whatever you want to say, freedom of speech, say whatever you want in chat. We're gonna, especially since we're about to talk about Adam Aaron, you can say whatever you want, just stay civil, do not bite other apes. Okay, take a deep breath, all right? I have not read this yet. I don't know what I'm gonna feel. I'm probably gonna feel like any potential conspiracy theory is not have enough evidence behind it. But that's already the approach that I'm probably gonna take, unless Adam Aaron addresses this in the future, which he probably should, since he knows that the apes are looking at this story. If you can just be like, yeah, this is not anything suspicious, that would be great. Trey says he puts sharp fruits in his... What did you just say? Trey Lee says, for Russell rebalancing, less shares are required for the 1,000 than there were in the 2,000. Don't get too excited, but it is Russell rebalancing day. It's true. Russell rebalancing day. Trading. Bring it on. I can take it, says Joe Rear. All right. Disturbed Shaggy says, I'm getting tired of these draconians, Andrew. Well, that's why I'm here. You want these draconians to go somewhere else? and get confirmation bias? D. Huffine says, have you seen that Citadel Ecuador has been raided? I have heard it in the comment section, but I don't know if there's a DD about it. I'm not sure if that is directly related to this. Although if it does, then it would be really cool. That would be like Ozark Breaking Bad level of cool. Okay. Also rebalance happens after hours today, right? Okay, let's find out what happened to Adam Aron. On May 6th, 2021. Oh boy, what a start. On May 6th, 2021, Adam Aron was named director of Centricus Acquisition Corp in the Cayman Islands, a company that is owned by Ken Griffin. They don't want to spread any FUD, but just say that they blah 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 blah, right? You should look at Adam's Twitter feed. I'll do some research into this and see if it holds any truth. Okay, so they didn't even do any research into this, but what I meant is that Adam Aron seems to be involved in Citadel, and if anyone in GameStop would be involved, for example, Ryan Cohen or anyone else, I as a shareholder in any of their ventures would have to get to the bottom of it, because if they're involved with the other side, I would look into it, as it would seem a conflict of interest to Renzel. I'm not saying Ryan Cohen or anyone from GME is involved with Citadel. Sorry if that didn't make that clear. Okay, what is this? Right, and he's talking about dilution and stuff. Okay, so fine. I guess we have to read this other thread. I'm just like, that didn't tell us anything. It's just like, look at this other thread, please. All right. DD isn't that good, and the article is confusing. Okay, that's what some people already feel. The article is currently killing my. It is currently killing my browser. That is how badly my browser does not want to load this article right now. Try again. It is suspicious. It's worth looking into. Yes, I agree. That's why I'm trying to load this article right now. Well. Okay. So. Adam Aron. Oh, wait. Okay, here we go. Citadel appointed Centricus appoints Adam Aron. I'm going to see if there's like a Centricus article on AMC stock too. Centricus, okay. Michael says, I did the DD. Did you write this? Are you MMA Biz? It's certainly true, right? I think at this point in time, like, people aren't doubting whether or not it's true. It's that whether or not it's suspicious is the actual question. Whether or not it's like something that's not supposed to happen. Something that like substantiates as an actual conflict of interest. Mitch Parsons changed the quality to 1080. And then you're good. Okay, Howie Roseman, I'm reading your email. Aw. The only options that matter are quarterly options, especially in January. Just like in each week, we rise Monday to Wednesday. Then the short after calls get killed. Same thing is happening during the year. Because of the year up, then they tank us during the mid-year. Ryan is trying to break the cycle, but it will be during the last week of July quarterly options. Now, Howie, we don't usually do dates. But in this case, I understand your situation. Howie would like us to point to mid-July, okay? Or end of July. Thank you, Howie. It's important to be able to contextualize the options chain, especially since that is also the calculations that Mr. NSCC is going to be calculating for the options chain. That was the third bullet point of NSCC 002, was that the options chain is going to be heavily considered. Citadel bought it after Adam Aron was named director? Okay, that is important. Pacific Northwest Picker, what are we talking about? We're talking about Russell rebalancing day. We're talking about the fact that AMC has just completed the bottom of this bullish pennant, which is absolutely jacked to the T's. And we're talking about Adam Aron appointed as a director of Centricus, and Citadel owns, or at least has ownership over a portion of this company. And it seems like the news that someone just said, can someone substantiate or back that up? Because that would be pretty much that would absolve Adam Aaron, at least for the most part, at least in the beginning, if Citadel started owning after Adam Aaron was appointed. Let's see. JC says he has given me financial advice. Uh-oh. Let's see. Ignore the FUD. Superstonk recently made a god tier FUD post. Every subreddit is against AMC apes. Okay. This is so... Oh, this is from 29 days ago. Okay, thank goodness. I'm just like, why are they still fighting? Stop fighting. There's almost nothing from the past week about Centricus on AMC stock. There's almost nothing about Centricus on AMC stock. So it's all on like Superstonk. AMC stock doesn't even want to talk about Centricus. And now I'm getting a little interested. An entire subreddit doesn't want to talk about Centricus? Let's see. Can we all agree that Charles Payne is the man? Yeah. Let's see. JC says, my sister needs a prom date. I definitely haven't seen that email yet. Okay, let's take a look. On May 6, Adam Aaron was named director of Centricus. Need proof that Centricus is owned by Citadel? Here's SEC proof. Conflict of interest much? As per the report, Citadel's ownership is broken down as 8% Ken Griffin. Hold on. Citadel's statement of acquisition of beneficial ownership of individuals. Schedule 13G. Okay, I hate these documents. But here's what it says in terms of Citadel's ownership of Centricus. Okay, what are the actual comments say? Maybe that would give me something. Michael says, if AMC prices go down to 5 and GME to 50, is MOAS over? Well, let's not count our chickens before they hatch. That is 90% price action downward. I don't think that that's gonna be a problem for a while. But if that comes back to it, come back to the YouTube channel and we'll tell you. Let's see. Trey's Meatball sub says, I heard Adam Aaron uses a bidet once bought by Citadel at a Costco. Now that actually would be more damning than excuse me, YouTube. Let's see. Naked Shorts, yeah, it says old news but rooted in truth. So the GME folks are feeling like it's time to GME folks are taking this as an opportunity to attack AMC folks, which is not this is not good, right? Apes don't fight apes. Oh, here it is. This has been debunked so many times it should be a bannable offense. Okay, finally. I'm trying to find like proof of the other side. So that at the very least, because right now all we have is an SEC filing. So it depends on what people say about here. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Adam Aaron seems to be doing backdoor dealings with Citadel and Ken Griffin directly. This is from 45 minutes ago. Centricus Acquisition Corp. Okay, so this is very detailed. Adam Aaron has served since January 2016 as CEO, president, and director of AMC. Okay, yeah, that's just Adam Aaron. Cayman Islands. Oh, they always love to use that picture of the Cayman Islands. Some people have done the work here. AMC, okay. I just want to see the 200 read. Movie theater seems to be movie studio. Okay, Adam Aaron seems to be doing some backdoor dealings with Citadel and Kenny G directly. All his analysis was done with some SEC filings and Google searches. Huh. Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, Part 2. Lambo in the discussion is misleading, calling Apollo as a hedge fund. Well, Part 3, Aaron started his career. Okay, so this is the comment section debunking this DD of Adam Aaron with Centricus. And I really want to be able to understand. This is so long. If I had to guess why Adam is on the board of directors that the Centricus SPAC is acquiring, it's either Apollo is a silent investor in the SPAC, he has personal industry connections to Centricus Asset Management, or is simply respected enough in the industry. There are so many SPACs right now that finding qualified directors is a tough hunt. He would be a catch. Okay, that's what I thought, but this still is not hard evidence to the contrary that he does not have a conflict of interest. Right? Saying that he's a good man for the job isn't a good enough excuse of why he should take the job. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the live chat and see what you guys are thinking of. Personally, I feel like this is still a nothing sandwich. I'm just trying to give the draconians and people who would like to find a scapegoat, find a reason to dislike Adam Aaron, give them some proof. But I don't think I have good proof for either direction. Kai Sun says I'm spreading FUD. No, I'm not. I'm specifically trying to look into this so that to dispel any FUD. Let's see. Yeah, people have been talking about this for months. Kues says, sorry I'm late, boss. What do you need to show us? Oh, I need to show you this. Da-da! Presents for ANDREWMOMONEY for passing 100,000 subscribers and a letter from the CEO of YouTube herself. Very cool. But also, today is Russell Rebalancing Day. We are also taking a look at potentially huge FUD or a investigation that needs to continue. Because right now, I'm going to tell you right now that there's no substantial evidence of a conflict of interest from either side, right? There just needs to be a statement from Mr. Adam Aaron himself telling us what he is doing as a director of this company that Citadel has ownership on. Right, that's it. Let's circle back to this when we have a little bit more data. Class action lawsuit. So this is the SI percent calculation from Creon, and we can cover this. Let's see. TJP says, it's going in flames. Game over, man. I'm going back to beg for my Subway job back. Aw, Kues, I appreciate that. And it's true. Adam Aaron doesn't affect the price we do. Well, Adam Aaron has been a catalyst for a couple of different price actions. But at the end of the day, 4 million apes, as of the last time he reported it, control the float. Kues says, Ape, smash that effing button. Make 2,000 of us. Smash it now. Smash it now. Smash it good. 2,000 of you in here. Almost enough for 1,000 likes, and then we'll do our first giveaway. George W. Foreman. I can see it. We already have been supported earlier than 53.78, which is the low of the last time we were supported here. Okay. No one works for free. Night Sing, appreciate it for bringing our attention. This FUD doesn't even use real sugar. Let's see. Some people would like Adam Aaron to speak. I really honestly feel like Adam Aaron should speak about this, but like we said, we don't have the data. We're gonna keep this on the back burner for a second. Let's take a look at today's options chain. Hey, come back here. What do you think I gave you the truth for? Like button engaged. Morphing shapes, I already believe that the documents are correct. I already believe that Adam Aaron is on the board, is a director for this potential conflict of interest. Now the question is there a conflict of interest, or is this just how business works? Can I bring Adam Aaron on this channel? That would be lit. I agree, that would be lit. George Foreman Wing. This is the George Foreman W. Now, potentially this is coming from the rejection right here on the EMA. We would potentially have a George W coming up from a downtrend of a longer downtrend, which is why sometimes dips are a great sign for bullish trends back up. But as of right now, we do have the 54 resistance here blocking our path, as well as all three indicators that are directly above. I really like this 50-day EMA. I just changed it to 50-day yesterday. Let me see, if this was 200, would I have seen that rejection? No. The 50-day EMA is actually super important. So here's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to get two of them. 50-day. Then maybe this won't be 200. Oh, baby. Can I get it even purpler? Purplier? There we go. That's like the shadow EMA. Oh, yeah, that's kind of hard to see. Let's just make it white. White. There we go. Now we have the 200-day EMA as normal, but that 50-day EMA caught that price action almost like clockwork, so that's why we wanted to be able to track that. God in my hand says ALF is real today, now. Now! ALF is up 50%. You know, we were talking about ALF very recently. Like as recently as like a day or two ago. So that's the kind of hive mind price action that you'll find. Right? So from 3 days ago when ALF had a rip from $7 all the way up to 17, right? And now coming back down, collecting it, consolidating, and then another rip from 12.59 all the way to 19.20, a brand new high. That's why the left side of the screen with all the ticker symbols that we have taken a look at, that's why it's so important to be able to keep up with the moon platoon. Viper RSW, yes, I understand. I already completely agree with the facts that Adam Aaron is on the director of Centricus. Let's see. DeAndrea says, "Help! Is it too late to transfer from Robinhood to Webull?" Well, what do you think about this red day? It's a very red day with, well, not even really red, 4.5% on these two meme stocks. It seems like a run-of-the-mill Friday at this rate. Howie, give me a second. Rectonite is saying the whole world knows how the stock market is rigged and still the SEC does nothing. That I think it's time to us to stand up and fight the corrupt peacefully, of course. Fight the corrupt peacefully, of course. Retracto, the correction alpaca. I would love a Retracto shirt. I have no idea what Retracto is, but now that you have told me about a potential correction alpaca, I love that idea. Okay, SEC has identified malicious options practices which can be used for just the occasion to make it seem like you've covered. So this is how you can cover your shorts with making it seem like you've covered your shorts with the options chain without actually covering your shorts. Brought to you by Creand. So this is what Creand has identified in the SEC website. Let's take a look here about the steps in which it takes. This is a 13-page document, but the steps in which it takes to hide your short in the options chain. Gorilla says, what did you do? Well, I got a silver play button, but then I identified that AMC needed to come back down to this price level in order to fill out the ever so demanding pennant here. So as you note, the bottom of this pennant right here is at 53.78. Maybe I need the 30-minute chart will make it a little easier to see. There we go. The bottom of this pennant is at 53.78, and it has now filled out the bottom of this pennant, which means we are on track to break out on the end of the month. Let me just keep it here so that people can see that this is all according to plan. Mr. and Mrs. T says, how do you stop Webull desktop from beeping? I assume those are notification beeps. I think you have to change the actual settings inside your machine. So you have to go to settings of your machine and then go to apps, and then you can change it. Or go to settings of Webull, one of those two. Arbitrage sandwich, yeah, arbitrage sandwich, you got it. Or a married put conversion. What is Meatball? Meatball knows that Hector lives there. Meatball, Hector lives there. Where is Ja? Are we at 1,000? We're at 1,000, guys. This is how the trivia works, all right? Who is this letter from? I mentioned it very briefly in the beginning of this live stream. This is a letter from YouTube, but who from YouTube? If the first 3 people that get this question right will be automatically entered into this raffle to win something from either the merch store or from yours truly, talking about a 30-minute one-on-one with me and Professor Meatball. And that's the thank you guys for this silver play button. I like how Kues immediately goes, Susan! Yes, I'll accept Susan or the CEO of YouTube. It's iJazzer is so close, but you know what? I'll give it to him. He says Sharon. So Lamont Bearfield and says YouTube Prez. Sure, Prez CEO, one of those two. Good morning. The silver play button is here.
I see it.
Yeah. All right, so it's iJazzer. And then the rest of this is going to be random. So I'm going to randomly pick someone while we watch this beautiful price action come back up to the VWAP here. All right. So now that you understand that this was meant to be, we are currently trending right below that 54.32 level of resistance here. And now I'm going to pick one more person. Ted Paniza says Susan, CEO. Susan! Thank you, Susan. And now I'm going to T-Selfer. You didn't miss it. You can still put out the answer. Let's see. XXX Trey 1 2 3 blah blah blah. Good. You get a chance. We have Dom Croft says Susan. Good times. Alexander Suh says Susan. T-Silver says, yeah, can I get a Susan? Okay, T-Silver, I'll add you in there. Everyone knows Susan. Linda DeFonte, Susan. Today we speak your name in respect, Susan. Thank you for this bountiful harvest of silver play button. Adya's Creative said her full name, so there. That's everybody. We got them all. Random choice generator. Guys, if you want another chance to win the giveaway, and if you guys don't win this one, you'll still have an opportunity to win a macro raffle from a whole group of people who have ever been chosen. All right? So we're doing one at the end of this month, and we're definitely doing one for the Wish subscriber milestone at 111,111. Ready? 3, 2, 1, boom. Oh, right. I always forget. 3, 2, 1, boom. Kuez, number one, is first is not the worst. Kuez sent me a email at ANDREWMOBusiness@gmail.com to claim your raffle. Fun. All right, next one's at 2,000. How some 100,000 subscribers, period. How far have you come? If each of your subscribers were a light year, they could take you from one side of the Milky Way to the other. That's far. And it's why today we're so excited to celebrate your special YouTube journey with you. Not only have you brought a unique voice and style to the world, you've also created valuable connections and built a community along the way. So, Moon Platoon, throw those scissors in the chat, throw those rockets in the chat, throw those balloons in the chat. Moon, Platoon, ya goons, I can't believe we're here. And I want to very say that this has been one of my dreams for a very long time, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you. ANDREWMOBusiness@gmail.com. Thank you, Kuez. Oh. Susano. You snooze, you lose. All right, Howie, let's take a look at your other email. Me again, Keith and Ryan have been talking in code. Remember Roaring Kitty tweet? He cares about when, the tweet times, and discussing the waves and dates. Kitty even gift, tell me what do you see? And Ryan replied with the Sears tweet. Yes, you're right. Ryan and Keith have been talking to each other through tweets. We just can't say that they're talking about the stock, because then that would be an SEC investigatable problem. We got brains in the chat. Yeah, we should get some more brains in the chat here. Rock R, friggin' love you. Man, you can words goodly. I can really words. Today is the day that I want to words. Castle Group Operations says, Andrew, thanks for all you do. 2 questions. 1, does the full pennant need to be fully made for the bulls to come out to play, or can it break the pattern? It can. It can break the pattern. In fact, one of the bullish pennants that we'll take a look at during the after hours today was a pattern that broke. I need to add this to my notebook. It was a pattern that broke during the beginning of June, and it was far below the pennant on the day before it was supposed to break, and then it broke out. So pennants breaking. Yeah, and that would be part of the video today. Heck yeah. It seems like a new trend that people are slamming down meme stocks on Fridays. Jackson says, I have you on one screen and Matt on the other. At to say they're being attacked. Matt's being attacked by people throwing shade at GME and AMC holders. His mods are on overdrive. Well, that's the thing, is that we have a different flair about us. We have a different air right now. Thank you for your new wrinkles, says David Vamplu. Ace, I appreciate it. Let's see. Brandon Martin says, yo, Brandon in the house. Brandon in the house. I want to say a shout out to Hannah Rupin. Is that her name? It's cut off. Hannah Rupinski just joined as a Moon Platoon member on Patreon before we started streaming, or actually during our stream. Thank you so much for joining, and I appreciate that heavily. We also have a Steel Horse Ranch. Appreciate you for joining, and I can't wait for us to lead each other to Valhalla. Let's see. Meatball is just waiting for me on this chair over here as if this is our relationship. Come on, buddy. Come right here. Right here. Come on, you can do it. Thank you. Yes. It was a pen. Where is the crypto market right now? Oh. Crypto winter is back, and it seems like Dogecoin is down 10.2%. When did it get 10% higher? Hold on, let me just check. Oh, it went all the way up to 30 cents yesterday. I see. So the crypto winter is not over. Crypto markets are tanking today. Is it because of Russell rebalancing day or something more sinister? Let's see. GME joining the Russell. They have to blast it down as much as they can before that happens. Let's talk about the Russell 1000. Where is that Renzel DD? This one. No, this one. Toys R Stop. Oh, that's right. So GameStop. They had a glitch happen and Toys R Us had the GME logo for a day or so. Toys R Us is not a distraction. Citadel was rated in Ecuador. Okay, that was the story here. They saw a lot of speculation about this. The Citadel in Ecuador has no ties to our Citadel in Chicago. Yes, it does have the name Citadel, but unless there's a trademark or something like that, that would mean that I have to start a company with the same name in the same or different country without a problem. Different presidents, different HQ addresses, different logo. Okay, so it's not even the same Citadel. There you go. That's the update on Citadel Ecuador. Yeah, this doesn't look like the same Citadel. NSCC 005 is delayed. It is the NSCC 005, not the DTCC 005. NSCC was minimum deposit requirement increase proposal. Good boy, stay. Good boy. And then finally, the Russell 1000. Here it is, okay? Here's Dave Lauer talking about the Russell 1000. A bunch of ETFs follow Russell indices and need to rebalance their portfolios too to reflect the new index composition in order to minimize tracking error. So getting added is a big deal and leads to a lot of buying pressure from those ETFs and from people trading ahead of that addition to try and get the alpha between the announcement and the rebalance dates. So you can also see if T plus 21 gets triggered today or that they would like to turn into FTDs. Okay, so there is actually a lot to do with the potential Russell 1000 rebalancing day. Now all of the news articles are going dark. None of them are really talking about like Russell 1000 and how it's today. Rector Knight says, we all woke up this morning pissed at the market, and then we came here, Andrew, mad at it better. So the least you can do is for him is to smash that like button. You know, there it is. There's the rub. AMC approaching a new low at 53.74. When in doubt, zoom back out. This is still well within the pennant, and its potential before bouncing is overstaying its welcome. So the longer we stay right at this price level here, the more consolidation that the bulls will have soon. George V says, do you think that we might see cryptos heavily tanking when hedgies start to cover their AMC positions? We have seen that. That was exactly what we saw back in June. That inverse correlation between AMC and the rest of the crypto markets when AMC jumped 500%. Right? I'm just gonna take a look at my butt. Oh. Wow. It is like, it isn't as heavy as I thought, but it is definitely like, it's definitely like some sort of metal. Perfect. I need to actually staple this to the, it's very precarious, so I need to actually staple this somewhere. Jim Cramer working out like a demon or not? No, he's working out really hard as of right now. Jim Cramer's working out like a demon. Let's see if the mainstream media is talking about the potential. Morphing Shapes says, that silver button looks amazing. Thanks, Andrew. Congratulations, Andrew. Thank you, Morphing Shapes. Is there a reason why you don't have 53 as a major intraday support line? We've had some pretty serious reactions to this price. 53. My 53.30 is the support that I've identified, but you can disagree by a few cents. It depends on which dynamic investments, which dynamic resistance and supports you have identified. Mick Mulvaney. Wall Street's reaction to infrastructure. Blah, 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 infrastructure. Starbucks CEO, blah, blah, blah. Okay. David DeGreat says, well, history forever marked this time when all retail had to do was schedule a vote to hashtag fire Adam Aaron. He's still about hashtag fire Adam Aaron. Adam Aaron, we need more data to come out. We need Adam Aaron to speak. Speak on this, Adam, please. Tell us what's up. You know what? I will tweet. I'll tweet at Adam. Can Adam Aaron please speak on, what's it called again? Centricus? On Apollo and Centricus. To clear the air. I use Twitter like a grandpa. All right, that's been tweeted. And Adam, if you're watching this show right now, you 100% can just come on the show and talk about it. You know, today's options chain is already starting to round out for AMC. A very diverse set of options. Some deep in the money calls at 40, some deep in the money calls at 50. Well, these are not deep. These are near at the money calls at 50, and then some out of the money calls at 60, starting to maybe there's another battle of $60 later today. We've already filled out the bottom of this pennant, so there's no real reason for us to stay here for much longer. We just need volume. It's kind of like needing fuel to get off of a gravitational field. We need fuel. Today we got about 46,000 calls expiring in the money. Now this is far less. This is like half of what we were seeing yesterday, which explains two things. It's that Stanko Tracker has been wrong for a few times in a row now, or that a lot of people were banking on like 55 bucks. Bring me more wine. I am Mr. Nimbus. And I control the police. Jason says, I missed the ALF memo. God in my hands says that ALF was going to be a rock star. God in your hands, you are absolutely right. You are the Cassandra now. But the opposite. I was going to do something here. Maybe it was this nihilistic parody of actual investing. Grantham says Dogecoin is worth billions in the market and not even pretending to be a serious investment. Dogecoin is great as a joke to make fun of cryptocurrencies. AMC is up 2,500%. And GameStop is over 1,000%. Dogecoin is up by 5,000%. And by comparison, traditional assets are very boring. 12%, 13%. Grantham says is worth paying attention to do his prescient calls over the years. Well, Grandpa, it's now our time to make calls. Make a couple of bets and everyone thinks you're a good gambler. And then this other FUD article, forget AMC and GameStop, 10 new stocks that Reddit WallStreetBets is buying. Remember, WallStreetBets has been divorced from the like super stock and AMC stock community for a very long time now. Hold on, I'm just reading up here. John Gillis says, "Don't fear the synthetics. Don't fear the synthetic fear." That sounds like a tagline for a really good novel. Don't fear the synthetic fear. Okay, what are these 5 stocks? It is... Hold on, tell me. 10 stocks. Are they not going to tell me? Oh, here it is. Workhorse, number of hedge fund holders, 16. People are getting buzzy about Workhorse. Virgin Galactic, number of hedge fund holders, 17. All right. UWM. Wow, these are a blast from the past. It's not like Wall Street Bets are just now looking at this. We've investigated and analyzed each of these stocks before. All right, so that is Workhorse. Corsair Gaming, yeah, we've analyzed that one too. Skills, that's a blast from the past. Oh, keep reading. Yahoo Finance. You little sneaky sneak. Now I have to know what the top 5 are. Police arrest Adam Aaron. Oh, but he controls the police. Mr. Nimbus focus on the SEC. Yes. Police arrest the SEC. I'm really glad that the internet exists so that people can create a YouTube account called Mr. Nimbus and then come on my channel and then just make Mr. Nimbus quotes. Because that's just how I love the internet. That's good. AMC about to snap a 4-week win streak. Day trading widespread shows that is because of stimulus money. 1500 said 91% said that they received government stimulus checks aimed at helping the economy recover, and 46% said that they have invested at least some of those checks. So good. Well, that's good, right? They shouldn't be day trading. Investing is not the same as day trading. Let's see. What's the when Stage says what's the amount that hedge funds have to not get margin called per NSCC 002? Like I explained yesterday, we still don't know what the margin call number is. But now the current margin call number, like this is margin call number like 1. Now you have to add it to, well actually it's subtracted. Subtract the SLD. And that's the new margin call number. Right, and this is an SLD that is compounded every single day, as long as they keep on taking a riskier and riskier bet. So that supplementary liquidity deposit is everything. It's about how that math works. Show us your lines in the AMC chart again. You mean the? You mean that? You mean like this? Take a note that it is pushing below this bullish pennant on the white dotted line, coming back around to the support at 53.20. So the bulls, like I said yesterday, I was doing some headcanon. I was theorizing that they should just let the bears control the price and bring it down all the way to the bottom of this pennant. Yesterday, that would have been a lot more range that it could have dropped the price down to, all the way to 52.40 the beginning of the market, or at $53 at the end of this market. However, as the pennant continues to consolidate, then our range is only from 53 to 54. So each day we have less and less range to be able to meet the bottom of that pennant. And consolidation is important. Take a look at Fisker. Vroom, vroom. Fiskers don't make noise when they start. Just so you know. Fisker. AMC had that sell signal strong in the beginning of the day, and it just has not stopped. In fact, if you take a look at the oscillator, it's actually diverging even further. So will this green Bollinger oversold indicator cause this AMC price action to bounce? Watch for tapering of this. As soon as this slope becomes 0, then when the oscillator will signal that a buy signal is near. All right, so that's AMC. Fisker. Is this Fisker? Hopefully. Mucho Spicy has an idea, but that is market coordination, unfortunately. Okay. Strong sell, strong buy. I hope this is Fisker. Right now it's on a strong sell. If you take a look at the oscillator, though, it is tapering off, so there is a potential bounce coming soon. When am I getting anything? Andrew just casually revealing he's a gambling fan. I'm a fan of gamblers, like that gambling anime. Anybody watch that gambling anime? I have only watched like maybe 5 minutes of it. Oh, what's my price wish for AMC? If I told you my wish, it wouldn't come true. AMC has a new low of 52.97. That is outside of this bullish pennant here. We've seen it happen before. This is not the first time. But it's for the week. Thoughts about falling below support? Well, it's about time that we actually find out what AMC looks like when it falls below support. Last time, oh my god, this price action was crazy back then. Okay, can I auto? There we go. So the last time we built a bullish pennant is this orange line. In fact, let's turn this into thicker, dotted. Yeah, we can keep it orange. Thicker dotted orange here. Orange. Okay, take a look at this bullish pennant that we built earlier, right? It came from an uptrend, also used the exact same 77.26 and the bottom 35.75, right? When we built this pennant, it had one touch point, 2, 3, and 4. We were almost sure that it would break out the next day, broke far below it, all the way down to the next level underneath the 260% retracement. I thought it was done, right? I thought it fizzled, and then came back up to the level that it would have been at for the breakout, and then took off all the way from 48 up to $65, right? So imagine the size of a macro pennant this size bringing us up from 48 to 65. That is 20-ish, 30%. Now we're looking at a macro pennant much larger with a much smaller deviation from the pennant. In fact, yeah, much smaller deviation from the pennant. I'm not going to adjust the pennant. I'm just going to watch and see where that price action is going to go, since historically we have seen these pennants break before. Oh, Big Perm says if cash flow derived value, heck you with a coffee in the morning. Oh, thank you. Which excludes market judgment as to default risk, but may also more accurately represent actual value if. Big Perm, was that a lot of words in a row? Wallace Frey and the mods have been hard at work blocking FUD. Thank you, guys. Let's see. Wake up, GME, time for school. GME has now been supported at 201, right at that mental barrier, $200, and is on its way back up. Has just been cradled by its simple moving average as a support, now has to play around with Papa EMA. Papa EMA. Kokomojo says block this. No, we like eggplants from here. Eggplants are more than welcome. It's actually the best emoji. Oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. AMC in the zone. Alistair Smith says, how do we know this isn't planned by the hedge funds and they don't have really have naked shorts but are getting people to spread misinformation about the stocks in question? Alistair, that is proving a negative, right? We don't know. We just don't know. And that's the truth of it. If you think that that's not a satisfactory answer, then there's no one that is forcing you to continue holding or buying this stock, right? We are constantly under the thumb of people who write regulations to make it so that they can create the incentives for the working class, the middle class, the you guys out there watching the show right now to continue working harder for someone else's gain, right? What we are trying to achieve on this channel is financial freedom for the little guy, for passive income that can last you a lifetime, right? For being able to understand that having investment strategy is not the same as taking on the risk of someone who doesn't understand the markets from a technical perspective. So there it is. Right now we're working for you, right? For 7 hours a day, bell to bell, no complaints, and I am happy to do it every single day. If you guys are excited for the fact that we just crossed 109,000, we might even cross 110. If we do, gonna give it right back to you. Gonna do a raffle immediately if we hit 110,000 subscribers during this live stream, right? So either smashing that like or subscribing gets us closer to one of you winning something by some point in today. So keep checking back in, even if you aren't sure if today is the day for 2,000 likes or for what is it again? 630 more subscribers. Ren Hall says, what is the time frame of the run up from 48 to 63? That was that was 1 day, 2 days, 3 days worth of price action. It's like the mini coerced buying event because of that bullish pattern. Sitting Bull. And if you still need more proof, right? The video that we just put out yesterday was all about the proof of the potential squeeze. The hobby channel says, hi, Meatball. Oh, sorry. It's a drawing, not a raffle. Thank you. Lori Blank says, thank you so much for all you do for us. Lori, I appreciate that. Silent Bob says, the DD is flawless and your advice has made us hella bucks. I appreciate that, Silent Bob. But it all ends up being you. You're the one that turned up for this stream, and you're the one that made that financial decision, which means you're the one that learned a thing or two. Oh, this coffee is great. BDC is crossing down 32,450. Wow. Oh man, that crypto market is down to 10%. Wow, people weren't kidding. Michael Burry, we literally just saw him undelete his account yesterday to warn us about crypto. Turns out he was not joking. Right? He's many things, but he's not a jokester. So he called that market crash pretty well, and now he's calling the crypto crash as well. I kind of wish there was a Michael Burry, but for like good news, you know? Like nothing's gonna happen today. Everything's gonna be fine. Okay, strong buy the head all the way up to, so when is this? The 25th? Oh, this is from earlier today. There's a strong buy signal for Bitcoin and then a strong sell. And the oscillator seems like it's diverging even further, but it could taper off potentially right here. Scary time for crypto. Pound the chest slowly for Trey and the Apes. Wes says, how do we know that his little callouts don't create a self-fulfilling prophecy? Yeah, I know. Michael Burry is not like this genius. It's hard to tell when I'm being sarcastic, so I do have to sometimes preface with being funny. It's about to rain it. Mo money. Mo money. Mo mun. Elvis Core, what do I need to show you guys? This. Ta-da! Silver play button right there for passing 100K. And because those of you that came in early saw this note from Susan, you were able to get yourselves on a raffle early. So that is the benefit from showing up on time and learning along with Andrew Mo. What did I get my degree in? Let's say, so I'm getting a little bit cautious because I do reveal my real university. So computational analysis is all I'll say. Mo monkeys, mo problems, for the hedgies. Is this algo different than the usual one? Yes, it is, because it gives you a autopilot feature that you don't have to look up multiple different buy and sell indicators. Oh, he breathed. Meatball's butt. What if I give Meatball like a pillow? Head here. Like, I thought I was gonna get food. Now all I get is a pillow. Good boy. Good boy. He's perfect. I'm going to the University of Computational. No, I go to University of Chicago with a degree in computational analysis. What's Cheat Code's opinion on ATOS? It's still going, I think. Let's look at ATOS. ATOS. Ooga booga, ooga booga, ooga booga, says Sitting Bull. ATOS has just switched its bullish momentum into bearish. This crossover doesn't seem like it will last much longer. That's why this current price action, even though it has come up and has reversed, is uncertain. The blue price action allows you to be able to get a better understanding of where the price action is going. Oh man. Ecum bokum. Other pumps are going to have to come crashing down this afternoon. Then people will have to go bring their gains back to AMC. What other pumps is going on today? So we have Nike up 13%, ATOS up 17%, ALF is up 50%, about 48 right now. And yeah, if you guys are interested in those pumps right now, you will likely be burned on the way down, as Nike has already lost a good amount of its potential firepower. Went all the way up to 154 today, now is facing a downturn. Andrew, you want pump? Give us positive feedback on this third red day. You guys are doing great, you know? Whatever you're doing, you are learning, you are being a big person by being an adult that is watching this show at whatever respective time zone that you're currently in, and learning with yours truly and Professor Meatball. That's the positive. You wanted positive feedback, right? You're doing great, champ. Oh, the bones. Them bones aren't what they used to be. I'm gonna stretch them out. Make sure you guys are hydrating. Remember, GameStop did tweet out that they wanted you to hydrate. We're not quite done with the Creand short interest DD yet, so we're gonna go take a look at that. Wait, where is it? Here. So this is how you hide your total short amount in the options chain. Yannick says, love your stream, Andrew. How long do you think it'll take for AMC to pop? Well, depending on pop, this bullish pennant does not necessarily mean that there's going to be a gamma squeeze or the mother of all short squeeze at the end. Last time we had this, it went from 40-ish to 60-ish. So you might expect a 30% rip at the end of the month. Would that be enough for a potential gamma squeeze or even a margin call squeeze? Now that NSCC 002 is out, I would posture that that is going to get as close as we have been in the past few months, but it still might be a gap up until actual margin call squeeze begins. Silver says, this has been a great place for the learnings. You have been along this ride with me since I've gone from baby ape to full-grown stonk gorilla. Money well spent. To the moon we go. T. Selfer, you have been such a joy to have a hangout session with you every single day. Thank you. You guys are some of the best around. Nothing's ever going to get you guys down. Okay, let's say that you want to make it appear that you've covered your short. You can perform a buy right trade with a bona fide market maker who might help you as a bona fide market maker. Citadel might come to mind. The trade ends up being the following. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be a married put conversion. Oh wait, no, this is cycling in. This is the deep in the FTD cycling. Trader A would like to hide their short position, enters a buy right trade with Trader B. Trader A sells a deep in the money call to Trader B. Trader A simultaneously buys shares from Trader B. Trader A now appears to have purchased shares to cover their short position, and Trader B gets the small amount of cash in return. Okay, so this is deep in the money call FTD cycling. So let's draw this out visually so that everyone can understand. The first thing is whether or not you have a short. Let's say that this counter, this box, is how many shares you have. Let's say you have -1 share. And the -1 share, so this is AMC. The -1 share comes from you borrowing from somebody that doesn't exist, and now you need to allocate this share somehow, but you don't want to cover, right? You don't want to have to actually cover this share. So what you do is you go to Citadel, right? Trader B. So this is Trader A. This is A, and then we have Citadel over here. I don't know exactly where it makes most sense to draw this, so I'm going to call them Cita, right? And then they're going to have another box here. The Trader A is going to sell a deep in the money call to Trader B, and that's what we see on the options chain here. Even today, we have some deep in the money calls, $40 strike. That means that you are betting that AMC is going to stay above $40. Pretty obvious. It's pretty clear, right? Especially if it's expiring even earlier. Armin Hossein, what's up? So we have these suspicious deep in the money calls. In fact, go back in time, you'll find even more of them at millions of dollars. Anastasia, have you tried turning your screen to 1080? So there is $22 million here at $40 strike, right? That's not normal. And this is how the SEC has even specifically laid out in this link here, in this document, how to do exactly this. So you buy shares from Trader B and you sell a deep in the money call, right? You have a short position, you sell a call, likely a naked call. This is a call that I'm going to label deep, DITM, deep in the money. That's +1. So now they have, they also are going to simultaneously buy a share from you. So this is a synthetic share. Does it say synthetic here? Trader A now appears to have purchased shares to cover their short position. Trader B gets a small amount of cash in return. They tend to trade deep in the money calls that have little to no OI, so that the trade is almost guaranteed to be between Trader A and Trader B. Trader B tends to exercise those calls on the same day, and this is exactly what we have been seeing because call OI does not increase. So these $22 million worth of deep in the money calls, right? They are bought up that day, so it doesn't actually increase the number of calls that are counted on when the week actually is over. So by switching these shares, this short is now has been appropriated to Citadel, right? In the deep in the money call. Now Citadel owns the share that is expiring here, but now AMC has a brand new shiny share that they can use to pretend like they have covered their -1 position here, but they actually haven't. Okay, so this is how they are going to Armin, I would be surprised if AMC dips lower than its current low at 52.97, because that is 2 more levels of support, and 51.99 is the level of support that has not been reached yet. Let's bring it back to the minute chart. So if you change the time scale, the white acro pennant that I drew here is on a different scale, which is very weird. That's why on 30 minutes is the easiest to tell whether or not we've crossed through. Okay, there. $55 was good resistance level. Why are we at 54? Not sure what it means, but it looks like learning 20 new things a day on this market. Yes, 20 more things each and every day. Okay, so we're learning about deep in the money calls right now and how they relate to pretending like you covered your short. Okay, so this is the supporting text from the SEC itself to verify if you guys are still a little suspicious. A report from 2013 titled Strengthening Practices for Preventing and Detecting Illegal Options Trading Used to Reset Reg SHO Closeout Obligations. So assuming that XYZ is a hard to borrow security, hey Meatball. Yeah. That the trader A or the broker dealer is unable or unwilling to borrow shares to make delivery on the short sale of actual shares. The short sale may result in a fail to deliver position at trader A's clearing firm. All right, that's what happened with trader A right here. So let's label this guy A. All right, and this is Citadel. A trader A might next enter into a trade that gives the appearance of satisfying the broker-dealer's closeout requirement, but in reality allows trader A to maintain its short position without ever delivering on the short sale. This is done through a use of a buy-right trade, but may also be done as a married put and may incorporate the use of short-term flex options. Ooh. It's like the Citadel is like, it's like the SEC comes out and says, hey, this is exactly how to build a bomb, and don't do it. Don't do it. This is exactly how people have built bombs in the past. They're dangerous. They hurt the economy. They hurt the airport. Don't do it. But here it is. Here's exactly how to do it. Let's see. AMC has now bounced sharply off of 52.97, and is above once again inside, I repeat, inside the bullish pennant, has returned back over where the VWAP has started to consolidate with the next level of resistance. Let's watch whether or not this is going to be a shot for AMC to have a strong bounce back up to the top side of the pennant, currently at $59. Let's see if this is the day of high volatility at 40 million volume right now, right? We've had 2 hours of trading. 40 million in volume is pretty low, but still has a substantial chance of turning the tides. What is the Ortex report for the average length share in loan have been borrowed for? Let's take a look at Ortex. Okay. Cost to borrow minimum is still down to 2.4%. AMC has updated. AMC has updated its short interest based on exchange numbers from yesterday. It is all the way up above 18.5%. This is very high. This is incredibly high short interest rates from reporting from... this is really positive news. Fantastic news from Ortex taking the exchange numbers and making huge waves right now. So not only is it Russell 1000, not only is it Russell rebalancing day, it is also highest AMC shorts that we've seen all month. Russell rebalancing. AMC shorts highest in a long time. Oh shoot. Oh no, I canceled instead of saving. So we do have a strong bounce from AMC's side, currently trading underneath the VWAP. As a reminder, today a lot of price action downward potential has to happen in order for Russell rebalancing to take place, which likely will bring out more downstream effects for other ETFs. Right? Other ETFs account on the Russell rebalancing and will rebalance themselves. Russell rebalancing domino effect. And highest AMC shorts in a long time. Highest AMC shorts and Russell rebalancing day. It's Russell rebalancing day. What can you do? LMAO, what happened today? Your boy is never going to sell, but why are we here today? Darth Rambo, the Russell rebalancing day combined with the fact that AMC is now showing a brand new exchange guaranteed 18.4% short interest, right? Yesterday we were only showing 14. This weekend we were showing only like 11.5. So near doubling of the short interest, probably not actual near doubling because it's just data catching up to the reality of the world that these shorts have not covered, and they're likely going to be in a world of pain if they don't start thinking fast. NSCC 002 has started kicking into effect, which means margin calls will be from anywhere from a day from now to a week from now. Boosh Boy says, what does short interest means? It means short outstanding volume over the free float, right? So this is current short interest percent of free float, 94 million short interest over the 520 million-ish current free float. Ronald Allen says, how do hedge funds get caught doing this deep in the money calls? Do they pay interest against naked shorts? If you were guessing why so many shorts today, how do we know when small hedge funds start to hit margin calls? Keep it up. Okay, great questions. Let's do small hedge funds hitting margin calls first, right? You'll see a draining of the fatty cow stocks, right? The blue chip stocks as well as the crypto stocks, like stocks that'll stay like valuable even if they take a dip out, and stocks that won't, that are so volatile that it doesn't matter if they get out now, especially crypto. Right? And Tesla. Crypto and Tesla have been in that vein of trending inversely to meme stocks ever since January. The next question that you had was whether or not why these shorts have started increasing, right? Quadruple witching day, as well as keeping the price action low these past few weeks from the hedge fund side has essentially drained them. They have spent so much ammunition. And how do hedge funds get caught doing these deep in the money calls? Well, you can just watch the options chain. Right? Who is putting $20 million worth of calls at $40 strikes within 1 day? Right? AMC hasn't seen $40 in a long time. These are deep in the money calls. Why would someone put their money here, $20 million of which, on that number? Let's see. We have AMC pressing up against 54.30 and now taking another 30-minute candle to reconsider its price trajectory, right? A bounce back down to this 53.80. So I see on the 30-minute chart that 53.80 is where my white pennant is. Is that where it bounced off of? It is $53.90 off of the simple moving average and the 50-day EMA, but that's exactly where we are currently seeing a potential AMC strong break over 54.36. It does need to break above its VWAP, had been rejected once, but is looking great for a potential rip into its 200-day EMA right above, and then potentially its 55.21 level of resistance. Okay, we're not even done understanding this reset reg show closeout obligations. So here's the supporting text from the SEC themselves. Is 002 guaranteed to be enforced? No. But according to the DTCC, it is effective as of Wednesday, 2 days ago, and according to the Federal Register, it is effective as of yesterday. AMC is just teetering on the potential break above $54. We have to rally the bulls because the bears might assume this is a double top, and that would be a bearish pattern that we don't want to play out. Sitting Bull says, shorts have such ugly legs, fat thighs with lots of those veins. They definitely need to cover. For the love of Nair commercial, please cover. Please. Kues says, couldn't they just make a deep in the money call and actually cover their shorts with it? They could if they accidentally allowed it to be bought by someone other than Citadel. Remember, it has to be a transaction between Citadel and whatever company. Yeah, there we go. Let me turn that into blue. Is that better? No, it's not much better. Citadel, there it is. AMC has a small clean break above 54.30. Let's see if we can get support now. The bulls are loosening their grip so that if the bears return the price action down to 54.30, just 10 cents under, it will then be able to make a run for the EMA. How many shares are there to trade today? He's probably asking how many shares there are to borrow. 1.6 million. After this morning, they borrowed another million on top of what they borrowed yesterday. That is a total cool 3 million shares they've borrowed from yesterday to today that they can use to fight the price action. Steve for Press says, aren't they essentially saying, look, I can cover my shorts because I can buy all these shares at GME for 5 cents? So basically it's nonsense. It's a little bit more clever, but that's why we are currently reading this SEC document here. These trades are commonly referred to as reset transactions, right? In that they have the effect of resetting the time that the broker-dealer must purchase or borrow the stock to close out a fail. I am actually very surprised that the SEC has called it something. It's kind of like saying, what, you know, these things called arson. It's when they like attack a house with fire. I like to call them as like reset house fires when you blow a house up for the insurance money. I'm surprised the SEC has coined this. It's such a prevalent thing that they have coined it. Is that surprising to you? Am I in a loopy town right now? If it's something that happens so often that you coin it, reset transactions, that is already very frightening information. Ronald Allen says, not sure if I heard the answer. Do hedge funds pay interest against all shorts, naked shorts, normal shorts, anything else? You may please do a video on this. Sure. I will round up some DD and pay it forward in a future weekend video. I'm looking for some content anyway. Write it down. Ronald Allen. Interest paid. Great. Come on. Let's see. And so some of the high binds are already answering the questions here. They pay for regular shorts but not naked. They pay interest but are colluding with the market maker, so it's low. And all the other ones. Am I reading the new Creon DD right now? Is that the yellow? Yes, I am. So this is straight up from the SEC website telling you exactly how to hide your shorts. The trader has no intention of meeting his delivery obligations. Wow, so the SEC knows this. The price in these transactions is determined so that the short seller pays a small price to the other market makers for the trade, resulting in no economic benefit to the short seller for the reset transaction other than to give it the appearance of meeting his delivery obligations. That's huge. This is humongous. This is straight from the SEC website telling you exactly how, even the intention, right? It's not like if you burn a house down, it will burn and then you will not have a house anymore. It's like saying if you burn a house down, you will be able to reap it for its insurance money, which is certainly something that you should consider doing not. It's like a bad Borat joke. Oh my God. It's okay. If it's in a DD, right? As much as I respect Creand, right? I have to still take his DD with a grain of salt, but it's in the SEC. It's in this document right here. I can actually look at the part of this that says reset transactions. Holy moly. Here it is. Second transaction to reset the clock. This is straight up on the SEC.gov website. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, sorry, I'm just reeling from that discovery here. Trader A may try to enter a buy-right transaction consisting of deep-in-the-money calls and buying shares of stock against the call sale. By doing so, Trader A appears to have purchased shares to meet the broker-dealer's closeout obligation for the FTD that resulted from the reverse conversion. In practice, however, the circumstances suggest that Trader A has no intention of delivering the shares and is instead reestablishing or extending a fail position, right? So, once again, this diagram, AMC, while we were talking about this revelation, has now come back down to the 50-day EMA. I'm so glad that we're now looking at the 50-day EMA because look at how predictable this has been. It's been a great rejection, a resistance, and a great support as well. This is a well-sourced DD. Sometimes DD is like, and then this is gonna happen. Never mind how. Though the SEC is here telling you exactly how. Holy moly. Mel Chan is asking about 226% short interest. That's what we're reading right now. Look at nice clean bounce off of that EMA. Thank you, based EMA. Now, if I have my glasses on correctly, this could be the formation of a head and shoulders. So let's see if we can resist that pattern. I just jumped in after oversleeping, but this sounds like SEC is saying they're committing fraud. Well, no, the SEC is telling you exactly how not to commit fraud. They're like saying, hey, this is how you reset the clock. Don't do it. Please don't do it. We're the SEC. It's hard to... Oh, man, it's hard to think about that. That's crazy. Okay, we're not done yet. So the circumstances vary. For example, trader A might be engaging buy rights with the known counterparty, such as a market maker. I need to turn off my image blower upper. One of these is it. Is it this one? Oh, not that one. Oh man, jeez. QS is saying, so the SEC is like, this is what they're doing, but what they're saying is, what kind of action are they going to take against it? It's kind of like saying, if you burn down a house, we're going to have, like, for the insurance money, well, you're going to get away with it. Yikes. Okay. Trader A sells calls to Trader B, and Trader A buys shares from Trader B. On the same day of the buy right, Trader B will, in almost every case, exercise the deep in the money options it bought from Trader A in order to eliminate the short position created by selling shares to Trader A in the buy right transaction, negating Trader A's purchase of those shares. The two counterparties may trade deep in the money calls with little to no open interest, so that Trader A knows that when Trader B exercises its calls, Trader A will be the one assigned on the exercised calls. So that way they guarantee that this transaction goes through exactly party to party. Wow. Okay, sounds good. So I just heard back from Austin Tobit. Someone was asking about Austin. He says, I'll just drag this out real quick. I asked him, when did you want to come on tomorrow? And then he says, give me an hour and I'll get settled at work. Then I'll be ready. And then he just said something came up. I'll try to hop on if things clear up. Sounds good. Okay. So that's an update on whether or not Austin is going to join us today. Wow. Andrew, you are now awake. Welcome to the Matrix. My brain is absolutely open. Wow, my brain is open. This article is nuts. My brain is opening. Here's the thing. When everyone knows the truth, then they have to follow the law. Is that the thing? Oh, is that the thing? Yikes. How do I buy my Ethereum? BlockFi? Yes. Get $250 of free Bitcoin if you get the BlockFi link in the description. That's where I trade my Ethereum. George V says, I just bought Lux Algo. How do you normally use it? And which stocks might be good for day trading? I have around $1,000 to play with. Yikes, $1,000. Well, it depends on the stock of the hour, essentially, right? You have these Nikes, ATOSs, and ALFs that have their time in the sun right now. And you have these, like, I would say, like, grind meme stocks, these momentum stocks that take a lot of time to grind on and learn about, like AMC and GME. That's entirely up to you. I would say that if you're playing around the crypto market, currently Lux Algo is pretty great with being able to explain changes in crypto, especially since today crypto has seen a major slump. And now that Bitcoin was down even worse, I wonder if they were able to catch this. Yes. They caught this bullish, the oscillator has just had a bullish crossover, And so that point where we were pointing at a tapering off of the oscillator slope, you would have caught at the very bottom of the Bitcoin dip at 32,390, and now you would have an extra $700. There's still no buy signal, so that's why Luxago on autopilot right now is being overly cautious, even though we have a diverging bullish indicator on the oscillator. Oh, that's cool. Limit 22 says, just got back from the dentist and doctor said it was, can I keep my stream on? He got curious, asked for Webull link and what it's all about, recommended your channel, and doctor and I will be onboarding over Zoom. Wow, that's cool. I wonder if I can also put myself on the dentist next time I go to the dentist. Like, you mind if I watch little ANDREWMOMONEY? It's the video from yesterday. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And again, if you guys are curious about which Webull link they're talking about, it's the one in the description that gets you 2 free stocks, and it is going to give you a snazzy indicator free from courtesy of me, ANDREWMOMONEY. It's in the description down below. Squeeze is imminent. Imminent. Okay, is this document good or bad for GME? It is a very old document that basically says the SEC understands how to reset the clock. So I'm going to tweet this. It's time for Twitter. SEC knows exactly how shorts are being hidden. This is from their own documentation. So if you guys want to follow me on ANDREWMOMONEY on Twitter, you'll be able to see this link here. Knows how reset the clock in SEC's words. Cool. All right, back to it. We're not done yet. There it is. Dr. Dazzle says, reset the clock like it never shorted AMC. No, reset the clock on FTDs so that they can continue shorting it without having to ever pay. Dr. Evil, $1 million meme.gif. It's essentially, okay, here's the analogy, okay? It's as if you were suspecting that I'm going to keep using this arson insurance like analogy. You're suspecting that your neighbor's pizzeria burnt down because they are trying to get the insurance money. And then you go and you're like, I'm not sure exactly if this is how he got the insurance money. But then you go over to the state board or the local town hall, and you see that there's documentation right in here that says this is exactly how you burn down your house in order to collect the insurance money. You would be pretty sus that both the government in question that is writing the laws understands that these laws can be broken in this way and are currently, like, we are seeing exactly that, right? What are these deep in the money calls doing? Ever since the gamma squeeze, even before the gamma squeeze in June, we have been seeing these deep in the money calls, $22 million at $40, right? Oh, hold on. Go to the 17th. You're going to see something similar, right? It's over and over again. This is the biggest one, I think. $33 million at $40 strike. It's pretty insanity. Let's see. It's like people have been telling you that you've been crazy because you're like, oh, how could that neighbor burn down their house, right? That doesn't make sense. It's not like the law has a loophole somewhere, and there's literally the loophole written by the law enforcers inside the law enforcers like website. Like, this loophole doesn't exist. Yes, it does. We're reading it right now. Can you explain how the head and shoulders pattern works? Sure. We actually talked about it yesterday. It is going to be a 3 peaks, 2 of which are the same height. And I wouldn't say that this one is the same height, but it does seem like that the head and shoulders is almost complete. 2 of which are the same height, and the third one being the head, right? It is a sign that a symmetrical reversal is going to occur closer to the bottom of the right shoulder here. And when that does happen, you can expect a return back to where that left shoulder began. AMC, however, is starting a bounce off of an indicator that I cannot see. But it is also the same touch point where 1, 2, 3 touch points have been, which means this is a level of support, easier than having to find a new indicator. Just draw a line, not that line. Don't draw this line. Draw this line there. New support at 53.82. Sourness says, don't want to jinx it, but on 1 minute, it looks like pew. On the 1 minute, I'm currently on the 1 minute. It looks like pew to you. It's a triple rejection. I wouldn't say that. This is much clearer of a head and shoulders. But this is such a small spread of price action, I wouldn't even consider this as much of a pattern. My hands smell like dog treats. This is the life I live. The life we lead. Oh. Argent Soon says, yes, it's been rigged for a long time, but that's what we are helping to break. That's the point, Argent. That's why we're getting so close to our goal. Getting close to a goal of being able to get the right word out. So as I said, if we get to 2,000 likes, we're going to do another giveaway. If we get to 110,000 subscribers, which we're actually getting close to, we'll do another giveaway as well. So 550 likes or about 600 more subscribers. Meatball sleep, but we eat. When Meatball sleeps, we eat. We're eating the stonk market right now. John De Silva says, all I look for is HS. I like inverted ones. Here, take that one. He likes inverted ones like this head and shoulders here. Right, head and shoulders patterns are easy to identify, but a little bit too close to the end, right? You won't be able to identify this head and shoulders until you're roughly around here. And by 53, it will probably be a little too late to consider just $2 more price action. Golden Korg. The Holy Diver. What is that? The Holy Diver pattern. We were talking about DTC 005 federal release. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can track that. 005. From the past hour. From 7 minutes ago. DTC 005 is federal release as of last night. 005 has not been implemented yet on the Federal Register. Effective but not implemented. All right, effective but not implemented. Well, back to this. So, To the broker-dealer or clearing firm, it may appear that trader A's purchase in the buy right has allowed the broker-dealer to satisfy its closeout requirement. It may seem that way, but it is not that way. John DeSilva says zoom out a tiny bit. Okay. Oh, now I see what you're doing. What you're actually observing is how Elliott waves are symmetrical and tend to trend like head and shoulders patterns. But this has been one corrective wave down, and now we're currently riding a impulse wave that has a sub wavelength of 52.97 to 54, so about $1.70 in the first sub wave, and then 53.65 to 54.43 it's $1. So the delta between these sub waves is like 50 cents. The next one coming off of the 53.82 level of resistance is stopping at 54.37. That makes sense. It's about 50 cents difference. That's that 50 cent delta. It is running out of steam, and it is seeing its 200-day EMA come down and suppress its price action from above. Who is the dirty butt crew? Is that sounds scary. I don't want to have a dirty butt. So they can utilize deep in the money calls to hide their short positions. Yes, guaranteed. This has been a speculative call that we have been saying for months. Go back to the live streams from like a month or 2 months ago. We've been saying deep in the money FTD cycling, right? But now SEC coming out with this, Creon showing us, God, that's awesome. That is hot. Morgan Zada wants me to do some GME analysis. So far, GME is just waiting until after hours. Right now, it has a 4% down on the day. Pretty substantial, right? Not 4% down on the day with 2.2 million volume. It's basically in a holding pattern until the Russell 1000 gets rebalanced. So when that does happen, though, you will expect to see a good amount of price action in the after hours. Let's watch it. Is this a video? AMC says a snap 4-week streak. Yeah, we get it. Not a video. Liu. So now that we know that they can cycle deep in the money calls, we can use this data from brokers and identify how many deep in the money calls were traded in January. And by their estimate, 1 million call OI was traded prior to January 29th SI report data. People are talking about T+21 today too, right? So that is less of a guaranteed thing than this report now that is coming out with the SEC. SEC says basically from a position of truth. We have a new officer rank, John Shepard. What's going on? Thanks for joining 50 minutes ago. You are now a member of the Moon Platoon, and I appreciate you. What do I want to see? I've been sitting here for 2 hours. I wanted to take like a quick 30-second break. But I want to also put up something. This tech trends are returning to fundamentals. Oh yeah, there's that snap rally that you guys saw with the Supreme Court Justice ruling. There's that Virgin Galactic FAA approval. S&P 500 rises to an all-time high at open. So right now there's macro trends right now in the market as we speak. Okay, let's take a look at that bipartisan infrastructure bill.
The president apparently made that announcement to reporters just after.
So this is fairly breaking news. I'm going to show you guys this for about a minute, and I'll be back with more technical analysis for AMC and GME, especially with GME giving it a little bit more love, and we will see you guys in about a minute.
after meeting with a bipartisan group of senators at the White House for roughly an hour or so, Biden said he had to make compromises on investing in human capital and the care economy, but that they did end up coming to an agreement. Now, we know that the rough price tag for this framework is about $1 trillion. That includes about $559 billion in new spending, and we are hoping to get some more details soon. But all eyes now are going to be on the Senate, because today several progressive Democrats made it clear that they will not vote for a smaller bipartisan package unless there's also an agreement to move forward on the rest of President Biden's $4 trillion agenda without Republican support. And Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said that it can't be just one or the other, bipartisan or budget reconciliation. It has to be both. So we will await further details of this package. But again, President Biden saying that they do have a deal on a bipartisan framework. Kelly.
Elon, why do people keep calling this $1 trillion package if only half of it is new spending? And how is it being paid for, if at all?
Well, so that's one thing that we don't know exactly how it's going to be paid for. Senator Rob Portman did say after that meeting that there will be no new taxes. I can tell you that at least part of the money will be repurposed funding for broadband that was in one of the CARES packages or COVID relief packages. That'll be used to pay for some of the broadband spending in this bill. But the rest of it, we just don't know yet. Hoping to find out soon. And as for the price tag, you know, math can be a little bit fuzzy in Washington. So some of the money is money that might have been spent anyways because of ongoing appropriations. But the key figure, I think, is how much in new spending are they going to have to come up with, because that's where you're going to have to really find those pay-fors to cover it.
Right. So we're looking at maybe $500 billion in new spending. And did you say that Portman said there would be no new taxes? What are the other options to pay for it?
Well, so the Democrats have been talking about enhanced IRS enforcement, some of that money coming from closing the tax gap. Republicans have been talking about repurposing COVID funding. They're also talking about perhaps some sort of infrastructure financing bank, public-private partnerships. So we'll see what they're able to sort of cobble together to pay for this. But that has been the sticking point all along. And we'll see whether or not Republicans and Democrats, the rest of them in the caucus, are going to be on board with this as well.
Elon, one quick final question. Is the SALT deduction in this one way or the other?
My understanding is that it is not involved in this particular discussion, but what I can tell you, according to a source familiar, is that it is part of the discussion around that budget reconciliation process that would be sort of the rest of the agenda. Democrats are looking at setting aside $120 billion for either lifting the SALT cap or removing it altogether for about 5 years. So that is part of the discussion on the rest of it, which would have to be done without Republican support.
Shepard Smith here. Thanks for watching CNBC on YouTube.
Dan Ives, let me just start with a comment from you sort of on Apple's performance after it crossed the $2 trillion mark. This was last August. It suddenly had expanded its PE in a way that Apple previously was not known for.
All right.
And I think since then, on a split adjusted...
So, we're back. Tendies are being cooked. Tendies are getting baked and getting hot and heavy, getting ready. JB the Cook says, do you know anything about Basel III? It could be the way it's called. Changes with banks deal with gold. It was a tier 2 or tier 3 asset. Honestly, I've never heard of that, but it sounds very interesting. Basel. It's like Babylon, Babelfish, Tower of Babel. Okay, let's see. Put up Charles Payne calling paper hand report noise. Yeah, we saw that multiple times yesterday. We'll see it again soon. That was a fun one. Okay, let's go back to that DD that we were talking about in a second ago. Keith Cloverdale wants to know where to send his art for the contest, right? If you guys still have fan art of me or Professor Meatball, go ahead and send it to on Twitter or Instagram at ANDREWMOMONEY. And you'll be able to have a little fun with the two of us here. I'm going to even pin Keith's message here so that people have the answer they need. All the way up to 111,000 subscribers are we collecting entries. Looks like AMC has been trending pretty much sideways. as sideways as you can with while trying to ram against multiple levels of resistance and support. There's like a miniature war happening right now on AMC between two levels of resistance and support. Please, someone tell him that VWAP does not equal very WAP. No, it stands for a volumetric weighted average price. But I definitely do call it WAP because of Cardi Barty. Hey girl, hey, you still a potato lover? I don't know if I was ever not a potato lover. But yeah, I do like a potato every now and again. What do I think about the AMC annual meeting? I think that you should vote whichever way you want to vote before the annual meeting happens, and that's going to be in July, I thought. I had a brain to think, and that's what I think. Let's see. Wyatt says, Wyatt Estudante. What should I tell my friend's family when they ask why AMC isn't going up? Thank Andrew. Isn't there a...
We got S&P record high.
Relax. Isn't there like a video where I specifically said, if you have FUD, watch this? Anyway, search Andrew Mo, like, watch this video about AMC or GME. Basically tell them, look at AMC from a month ago, and then just eat your words. Adam says, so what would be the GME mega squeeze mean for the rich and us normal people? Will there be a recession greater than 2008? Not necessarily, right? Depends on how large the squeeze ends up becoming, but it could end up being a great opportunity for you to make a substantial change, the greatest wealth transfer that you've ever seen in your entire lives, right? From the people that can invest in hedge funds, people who make $200,000 last year and they have to make it this year, and they plan to make it next year, or they have to have $1 million in assets already, right? Those people giving you money from their accounts where they still have plenty of money. Brandon says, I thought my 2 options would make me rich by now. Well, it's still at 200 shares, right? That's still substantial. This FUD's for you. This FUD's for you. And then we have a Bud Light commercial. Sponsor me. Sponsor me, mediocre beer company. Sorry if I offended anybody. You know, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. Try a Miller High Life, the champagne of beers. Anybody else had like a sommelier approach to like very boring beers back in college? Like, you know, I'm not gonna take a PBR. I'm gonna take a Heineken. Haha. Let's see. I'm just joking about Miller High Life, of course, but that is their slogan, the champagne of beers. Oh, I missed the supermoon yesterday. Oh my god, did anybody else see it? Rich7 just reminded me. There was a supermoon yesterday. Can't believe I missed it. It was the last chance this year to watch a big old strawberry moon. Darn it. Jason says, we all did, and we drank our IPA with our pinky up. Kristen saw it. It was beautiful. Live, Bud, the king of beers. Can I check Discord, please? Sure. What's on Discord? What part of Discord am I checking? Eek, eek, eek. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Cool. Super blood moon. Link, the blood moon rises again. Ting Dao. Because people who are like Qingdao, I went to the Qingdao Beer Festival on Qingdao Island, and that beer is a preferable alternative to dying of thirst, which I realized was one of the main reasons why all of the food during the festival was so salty. Like that beer festival, very cool, but at the same time I was like, oh man, all the food is so salty. I have to buy the only beer option, which is Qingdao. Can I bring Sway on the show to sing a GME shanty? What would that even sound like? Away and away. To the moon, to the moon. Rockhard loves that consolidation. AMC is once again coming back up to 54.30. That EMA 200-day, right? This used to be the purple line on my charts. Now the new purple line is the 50-day EMA. The white line is the 200-day EMA now. And so we're currently pressing up against 3 levels of resistance directly above us, which is why we're having so much trouble getting out of this channel. It's essentially a vacuum of price action. Let's see. SI report date of 29th matters because the cutoff of when FINRA will require settlement of short interest numbers for the next SI report date. The next SI report date following January 29th settlement is February 12th. Okay. So we see that deep in the money call purchases, SI percent dropped from 226 to the 30% on February 12th. So essentially, all they created a circumstance where they were exposing themselves at 226% of short interest, and then they immediately dumped it all into deep in the money calls. So this is where they were able to hide approximately 1.1 million call OI traded with which is 110 million shares worth. Oh, I've been to the Guinness factory in Ireland. That's very fun as well. Everywhere I go, I try to see the factory. Heineken factory in Amsterdam, and etc. Keith Cloverdale wants to start his own channel. Keep at it. It took me over 8 months before I actually found the groove. So best of luck. Fingers crossed for you. Let's see. Payday and instant deposits are my favorite combination. Then you add this sweet dip. Ooh, I twirl that mustache invisibly. I can't grow one. Wish I could, but if I had one, it would be like this, and I would twirl it. Vacuum. Now, who made up this word? It sucks. The jokes in here. Maybe we need a new purge to get another set of jokes. Guinness Factory and James Distillery is amazing. Now the Jameson Distillery was closed when I was in Ireland. That was a while ago. But I couldn't see both. But I did get to see the Guinness Factory. Michael says, wow, almost forgot to like. Always got to show that support. True enough. Thank you. Showing that support, right, gives the algorithm something to chew on, some fat to be able to start grinding the day away and to recommend this channel to Moon Platoon members that don't even know that they're part of the Moon Platoon yet. We live in the 4th dimension, if you think about it. We live in time. Taylor Miller says, hey Andrew, I just want to know, I'm a big fan. I work from home since the pandemic and your live streams have become an everyday part of my life. Sorry, I'm choking up because I have, I'm trying to suppress indigestion, but at the same time, I'm choking up because that is a very, very nice thing to hear. And Taylor, you get the top spot of the right side of the screen today. Thank you so much for those kind words. Do this. Perfect. Put it all the way out here. There we go. Boom. Long boy. Joey Garcia says, wow, we're halfway there. Wow, 100K a share. Oh, you guys are songwriters, huh? Okay, all right. That's fun. Reminiscent. So when you went, any thoughts on Wells Fargo being called a strong buy from Crimer? Reminiscent of Bear Stearns in 2008. Ooh, he does? Wells Fargo? It'd be funny if he was like something Citadel, right? Wells Fargo, Kramer. When did he say, oh, he would buy Wells Fargo aggressively? Here it is. Is this the beginning of the next financial crash?
We're going to start getting earnings a week from Tuesday. And I guess the question will be, when do we start hearing about accelerating buybacks and dividends, right?
I think Monday we're going to hear. And I've got to tell you, there are stocks like Citi, which I expect to be able to buy a lot of stock back, and the stock's getting hammered. I mean,
why are the stocks down on this? I mean, listen, I understand we had full expectation of a capital that everybody would pass. There would be capital return allowed, but is it surprising you that the stocks are actually down?
I think that people are misunderstanding what's going to happen when they announce that there's going to be billions of dollars bought. And these guys buy stock. I mean, they don't just sit idly. I mean, perhaps someone is saying that the trading month was bad. Maybe there's a part of the, I don't know, could it be something that people are saying, David, about the idea that everybody, that the regimen, you know, the whole examination is now off, right? But at the same time, should it be off? I mean, are there people who are worried about the banks?
No, not many.
Well, then they should be.
I mean, Mike Mayo's report, obviously a well-known analyst at Wells Fargo, been around forever. He's talking about $200 billion of excess capital.
There is, but I think people feel like they've had their run.
Yesterday.
They've had their run, and they're getting more risky. A lot of them feel, but the one that is really right is Wells, because they're able to buy back 13% of their company. And I think the others, people are worried about the quarter.
Well, maybe sales and trading was more muted, perhaps, as it was,
you know,
because it's been pretty quiet.
It definitely is. And that's what, you look at these, you say, all right, well, what are they going to do? They're going to do something risky to make the numbers? I don't know. They do have a lot of...
And the reserve releases may come, but nobody really cares about that.
It's Charlie Sharp
for that.
Charlie Sharp with the biggest buyback, but I think that this is a misjudgment that these stocks are down. I'm trying to feel, it's not the Russell rebalance. I mean, I don't know.
It's not the Russell I don't know. Well, which one is it? Is the Russell rebalance or not? So he doesn't know, which is telling. We have a understanding of how the dark pools work from Chris. Oh, by the way, this is the Discord channel. You guys can get access to it by clicking the Patreon link in the description or pressing the join button, or finding it in the description down below. Chris says brokers have liquidity pools where they buy and hold a variety of stocks so they can put buy and sell orders through faster. Citadel has a dark pool for the same reason, but these shares are created out of thin air, and they buy and sell them back at better rates later on in life. Okay, I'm not sure what this is referring to. They also own brokers which do the same. This is market manipulation to the extreme. So if you're talking about synthetic longs, okay, that is a different like creation or mechanism than dark pools and what they're supposed to be used for. My understanding is if someone sells AMC and they put that away right away during the driving the price, people buying thinking it's a dip, but the brokers just use a liquidity pool for the buys, keeping the price lower, and when it gets to a low point, they buy shares constantly, making profits from the retail buyer. Citadel also wants to do the same, but to the brokers with fake shares and buy back for a constant profit. This allows for market manipulation with price and volume, and literally there's nothing to combat this. I disagree with nothing can combat this, because right now, as our understanding is, the current state of affairs is being able to try. Oh, AMC has just gone rocket up to 54.80. Completed a support at 54.34 and jumped all the way up to 54.88. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Those of you that are listening, we just surpassed not only the resistance at 54.29 a minute candle ago, but this current minute candle is sustaining our price action currently at 54.88. Like I said, there's no reason for AMC to stay down here. We have already completed the bottom of this bullish pennant pattern, and now we are currently on our way up 54.96 and going 55.21 is the next stop on the resistance ladder, and we're currently trying to push past it. Chris, your understanding of dark pools is closely related to what everyone thought about dark pools until Dave Lauer came back around with a dark pools don't do exactly what we think dark pools do. And by the way, if you're looking at the ATOS chart, someone asked me before, it's still uncertain after that strong sell signal. So I'm going to say Dave D. Lauer. Take a look at that D. Lauer post here. I'm going to put it in the Discord, just in case you haven't. Your understanding of dark pools is the same as how everyone assumed dark pools acts as a way to be able to hide specific transactions. That is a piece of it, but currently not the way that you think dark pools can be used to manipulate, according to Dave Lauer. Now that said, if we have him on the show next week, then we'll be able to understand it from his point of view a little better. Time to push. Rockets in the chat. Popcorn in the chat from Carlos Rodriguez. 55.05 is now the new high, rejected at that level here, but still has an attempt to be able to take, if we can stop at 54.80 and then do a reversal here, that would be a potential for us to retake 55.21. That is a big candle. Meatball, sleepy sleep. Hedgies don't know that when a spring pressed hard, it bounces back harder. Where are my ants at? Koreans in the chat right now. Ants coming in, dropping those hard truth bombs. Yes, let's go. Rock it, rock it. All right, Jim. Is he actually going to say anything in the next 30 seconds? Let's finish off.
Was it just they ran so much into C-Corp?
Maybe.
They could be.
They're all up nicely for the year. All up far more than, other than Citi, far more than the broader
Citi
market.
can buy a lot of stock back.
Citi is the laggard of the big guys.
I know.
About, what, 14%?
I don't know. Hey, look, sometimes when it's a mystery, it's wrong. I would buy Wells Fargo and I'd buy it aggressively.
Sometimes when it's a mystery, it's wrong. Okay. It's time to play the Kramer tape of Kramer getting the Bears stern, predicting Bear stern incorrectly. My B key. Bear Stearns is fine. Oh, this is from like 7 years ago. Jeez. So this was on, maybe not as crazy. Sorry, maybe not at, the energy level is different from the clip that you just watched, but Jim Cramer back on March 11th of 2008 says Bear Stearns is fine.
Okay, Peter writes, should I be worried about Bear Stearns in terms of liquidity and get my money out of there? No, no, no. Bear Stearns is fine. Do not take your money out. This is real. If there's one takeaway other than a plus 400 somewhere, Bear Stearns is not in trouble. I mean, if anything, they're more likely to be taken over. Don't move your money from Bear. That's just being silly. Don't be silly.
6 days later. 6
Okay,
days
just so you
later.
get a sense of what's causing the agony by this point, I know you've been talking about it. It's financials led by Bear Stearns after what essentially is a bailout from the Fed. Bear Stearns shares are down 90% this morning, and it's not just Bear. Pretty much every single bank is plunging in early trade this morning. Lehman, which is very similar to Bear, and its reliance on fixed income is down nearly 30%. You have big names like Goldman Sachs down 8%, Citigroup down 8%. So it is pain across the board this morning, and as you know,
Joe, it all emanates from the shock this weekend that JP Morgan, along with the Fed, was going to be bailing out Bear Stearns for $2 a share. This is a stock that recently was trading at 80. Last year was trading at 160. It is the fifth biggest bank on Wall Street. It is significant in that it is establishing a price for some of these hard-to-value securities. And as you are well aware, that price is pretty much zero. And that's why you're seeing pain across the street. Now, this also...
Actress Halle Berry gives birth. That's on the crawl. Did you guys see that? Oh, I guess you couldn't see it. That's right underneath. Actress Halle Berry gives birth. That's the headline that I would have wanted to see that day specifically. Wow, remember 2008? Good times. Not good times at all. Those are the worst times. Okay, well, AMC has just gone up to 55.20 because of that Jim Cramer clip. And now coming back down to the, well, where will it be supported? Right here? Right here. I did mention that 54.80 was going to be the support level here for AMC. So let me see if I can call it again. I say that the next level is 54.90. So if we can get another support here, this is only a 1, 2, 3 part impulse wave. There needs to be a fourth and fifth, or Elliott wave theory, on a minimum for this to be an impulse wave. So if we get caught here at 54.90, then we will be on our way over 55.21. We got General Ant over here. Generalissimo Ant. Rock ETs in the chat. CB says, my family lost a lot during that 08 crisis as they were heavily invested in the housing market. Yep. Please either give me a Meatball close-up or explain why hedge funds can't just keep hiding away deep out of the money calls over and over. They don't solve anything. So this is the most important piece. I'll give you both. This is the most important piece of the takeaway from this DD on screen right now, is that it's not that they hide the amount of obligations that they have. They just hide the reported short interest because they can kick the can down the road. So it seems like they've covered, but they still have the obligation. Shining Fox lost 100K in 08, of course. And of course, Jim Cramer said, I did not see that coming. 6 days later, holy moly. Ronald Allen says, where's this DD you were talking about earlier? Is this it? This one right here? That is currently on screen. Twist Montana says, I'm too old to be a new dad. Halle Berry. Broomball Kid says, Kid Dog. But they can keep moving though, can't they? They can, you mean the dog? Who is moving? Cooking says, if I move to Space Monkey, will I need to pay for Super Chat? What's Space? Oh, Space Legend? Oh, yeah. Move on up. I read as many chats as I can, but yeah. Cooking with Rick and Rye, you get this special Space Legend. You know what? Because of Cooking with Rick and Rye, everybody who's a Space Legend will get their comments read today. Boom. Just for Rick and Rye. What I eat for breakfast today? A whole fistful of nothing. Whole fistful of world. I'm a world star. Let's see if this is going to be a support level. We already have one touch point here. We have one more. Can I see a one more? Can I see a oneer? 54.95 was the level of resistance before. 54.80. He did it. Rick and Rye did it. He is a crazy cat. 54.90 does seem like a level of support, actually. That's why we were supported here. I don't want to keep drawing these support levels. It's going to be too many. Christy says, thanks for responding on Discord. Much appreciated, of course. Charles Lane, you never read mine. Aw, I do. Try. It's all random. Meatball, can you read more of Charles Lane's messages, please? Drink my prune juice. There we go, says Rick and Rye, because you do a great job. Well, there it is. There we go, because you do a great job. Can you yell World Star after Meatball does a trick? Okay, Meatball, you want to dab? We are still waiting around for 2,000 likes, right? But if you guys need a reason to like, let's see Meatball do dab. Meatball, you want to dab? You want to dab? Dab. You want to dab, Meatball? Dab. 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 Good boy. Dab. Good boy. Dab. Dab. Good boy. And that is the ANDREWMOMONEY brand. Happy Meatballs eating happy treats. Okay. There's also, now after Jim Cramer said that Bear Stearns thing, if you guys haven't seen, Jon Stewart slams him. Oh. Whoa, that was scary. Make sure the volume's not too loud. No news on that yet. Hawaiian Pineapple, pick a number.
To know something, right? It's even okay to be wrong from time to time. It's not like I haven't been plenty of times. But when you come off as a know-it-all and you're wrong, or you come off as somebody who thinks only regular working people are wrong and rich guys are always right, and you draw a lot of attention to yourself. Examples.
I forgot to say World Star. World Star!
Friends who, quote, don't trust this administration. Said that on Sunday, right? And he got called out on it after saying it on Meet the Press. On this newscast, by Bob. Rick Santelli, he appeared on TV and he mocked Americans who can't pay their mortgages, and then he got called out on that. And then there's Jim Cramer.
AMC did get a support off of its simple moving average, slightly below this 54 of 80 potential support.
Did write an article for MainStreet.com complaining that we had unfairly used a video clip out of context to make it look like he recommended buying Bear Stearns stock a week before it collapsed. Okay, I was wrong. Actually, it's true. He wasn't saying to buy Bear Stearns. He was simply saying that if Bear was your broker or that your money was at Bear, your money would not disappear. He was not addressing the value of holding Bear stock. So, Jim Cramer, I apologize. That was out of context. Technically, you were correct. You weren't suggesting to buy Bear Stearns. That was something that you did 5 days earlier in your buy or sell segment.
I believe in the Bear franchise. You know what? It's $69. I'm not giving up on this thing.
Yeah! Of course, while Cramer wasn't giving up on Bear at 69, 11 days later, the stock market was more comfortable with it at 2.
So that's a aftermath of what we just saw, and it's a short clip. So if you've already seen it before because you've lived in this timeline, this is from 2014. No, so this is from like 2008. And when Mr. Jim Cramer predicted it wrong 6 days ago, it was out of context. What he did was predicted it wrong 11 days before the financial market crash.
But it's all sort of equivocal. It's that I'm reiterating. I like Bear at 60s. I like Bear at 70s. He's not saying literally, I'm asking you to buy Bear Stearns. For that, you'd have to go back a full 7 weeks before the stock completely collapsed.
I'm asking people who are watching this video to buy Bear Stearns.
What? You can't even doctor that footage. Okay, well, we get the point. You can't even make this stuff up. I'm surprised every time I hear this. Andrea says made $100,000 off of Doge yesterday. Congrats, Andrea. That's the money way. Dogecoin is down 14% on the day, but still holding above 24 cents. So if you bought in at the 16-cent dip in the crypto winter a few days ago, congratulations. Seems like when Bitcoin was below 3,000, Ethereum was below 1,800. But now that Ethereum has returned to 1,800, Bitcoin is still up above 32,000. Could our Lux Algo have predicted something similar? Yes, so this bullish this bullish oscillator that crossed over, crossed again, and now has a indication for a long reversal here. Now, one of the things that you might notice is that it's already tapered off in terms of this oscillator, so it has a potential to have a major buy the dip, make some money off of crypto right now. Bitcoin might be approaching its lowest until it comes back around. You seeing the silver play button?
Yeah.
Silver play button. Wow, and it's so shiny. It's so shiny. What I am afraid of is that it's already fallen off once.
Oh,
it fell off from over here.
Because you need to push it back more.
Oh, you think? I think it just needs like to be nailed into the wall or something. Thank you, Woody.
Congratulations, partner.
Thank you, Woody. Aw. Dr. Smith of Lost in Space. Oh, the pain, the pain. All right. SI report January 29th. So with the difference in SI percent from 226 on January 15th down 30% on February 12th, we can prove that they have not covered their short position, but rather hid their short position if we can come up with an equivalent SI percent from the appropriate deep in the money call purchases. The float in GME was in January was approximately 57 million. The estimated deep in the money call OI that was swapped is 1.1 million OI, which equals 110 million shares worth. Then gives you an estimated SI percent reduction of 110 million divided by the 57 million float, which is 190% shorts hidden between January 15th and February 12th report date. And since SI percent was 30%, then that is exactly the same as the 220% that they were hiding before. That's dangerously close to the reported 226% SI from January 15th. So with that in mind, do you think that they covered? Ooh, big math coming in. That's a bombshell right there. Wonder what Austin thinks about this. Oops, so I sent it to Austin, and we're just going to have to find out what he thinks about it later. I told him my brain is opening. Ashbar says, can you show us the play button? Sure. I'll show you guys for like 10 seconds. You can always just reverse back up to here. Look at that.
But yeah, it's like a mirror.
It's like a mirror. I think it's also backwards. Wait, is this gonna be backwards? Why is it backwards? Okay, it's backwards, but you guys can flip your screens. It is straight up like a mirror. Show the award.
You need to get like one of those little stands for it.
Aww.
Nice, though.
BTS sandwich. You get pinned. You're here every day spreading positivity.
Yeah. Shout out to you.
Shout out to BTS sandwich. It's beautiful. It's me, Karen. Did you hear about that Karen movie that's coming out? Have you heard about this?
Get out.
Oh wait, so it's like a Get Out kind of movie? I only know it's based around the meme Karen. Because Karens will kidnap you and sacrifice you in a cult ritual. Well, you heard it here. Mike Vlogs, I don't know. I wish I knew the answer. I emailed the booker earlier this week, and I had a brand new thing to be like, hey, this is, AMC is still in the zeitgeist. You just had paper-handed Portnoy show up. So I don't want to say I'm being snubbed, but as of right now, I'm not hearing back from the booker. So let's find out. Mad Hatter says, tune in late. Congrats on the silver play button. Definitely well deserved. Thank you, Mad Hatter. Slow grind, and it could not have even been close to being accomplished without you guys. And I appreciate it a ton. Wow. Okay, where is... Basically no news, also no options. Also, brand new DD that destroys the brain. breaks the brain here. Okay. The wolf in sheep's clothing here. Not yet. But I'm not sure if my parents will understand the context. Can you check CCL on the Luxor? Sure. Oh wait, do it here. It's CCL, you said? Carnival. Is this the Carnival Cruise Line? Carnival Cruise Line. CCL just got a strong buy signal from Lux Algo with its oscillator diverging. Seems like a excellent position to start entering the market. Although watch the oscillator because this could end up being a quick downturn once this price action reaches into the overbought Bollingers at around $27 and $28 and change. Essentially, the price action is actually kind of squished. Karens sacrificing people in order to summon the ultimate Karen so that they can request the super manager. Data? Or is it data? Someone has tied up the entire float in derivatives in less than 3 weeks. Yeah, way more GME has started to
increasing at a solid pace.
Is that John Cena?
The housing sector is strong, and business investment is increasing at a solid pace.
This is when Fannie Mae dropped 60%, 2 days ago.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? I like that. Are you sure? No. Let's take a look at the options chain. Uh-oh. Brand new put wall at $50. These are out of the money puts. So $3 million worth of puts have just been added to AMC on the outside of the money. Like juggling? Botany? I don't think I can teach you botany. I'll teach you juggling. All right, first you take your $4,000, okay? It doesn't have to be real, it can be prop money, right? So you take your prop money, and then you have to put 2 in your dominant hand, 1 in your less dominant hand, and then you throw one of them, and then you have to throw the next one before you catch the first one. Are you sure about that? Okay, then this is how you juggle money. Now they're kind of unwieldy, which is why you can't juggle them for long. But first you do need $4,000, I think. I think that was the prerequisite. I have had this, like, I think this prop money affiliate link in the description has been one of the oldest ones. So if you, I think I might take it off soon-ish. So if you want prop money, it's not going to be there forever.
It'll always be on the...
Holy Crub, what's next says, I can juggle my finances only. So much potentially copyrighted music. 005 was approved last night, but it is not implemented. There's so many videos. Can I take a look at Express? Yeah. Naked prop money. Express. Oh look, that strong buy signal that we just talked about with Carnival, it's going. Wow. What rip. 577 to 777 today. Strong buy signal from Lux, and you would have been off to the races. That's crazy. Some of you that just bought into Lux and got the 20% discount with in the description down below, like, it really is a pay, like, it pays off as soon as you get it. That's crazy. You just have to look at the right stock. So I'm gonna add Express on the left hand side as well. I'll add Carnival too, just so I can keep an eye on it. Carnival. And then we have Express up 34% right now. The biggest runners of the day are Express and ALF, and ATOS is up 10% still. ALF is still at 46%. Insanity. And I want to keep looking at those crypto markets here. Bitcoin, Dogecoin, and Ethereum. There we go. Tim Miller says, what is that service, please? It's in the description down below. It's the first one after the subscribe link. Nick Pedro says, yo, I'm back from lunch. More likes means more money, baby. My potions are much too strong for you, traveler. That's my favorite meme on the internet. Bamboonicorn. We're on the same wavelength. My potions are much too strong for you. Ty knows what's up here. Whoa, hold on, wait. Put it there. AMC waiting for the handle to start forming and blasting after hours. AMC has just pushed past 55.50, then started a campaign to push past 55.21 after a reversal back below that level of resistance. Potion seller. Yeah, I know. My potion's up. Potion seller, you don't understand. I need your strongest potions.
The connection seems good for me.
Yeah, it's ultra low latency. Ultra low.
Oh, yeah.
So this is also a letter from the CEO of YouTube. She must have written it herself. It's typed. Not everyone has access to a typewriter. What nice paper. It's like cardstock. You can't have my potions, traveler. They're much too strong for you. Okay, AMC now picked up another bounce off of 55.21. As a reminder, AMC had a beautiful bounce off of the bottom of this pennant here, right? I should start with my predictions in the morning, but that is just such a high risk, low reward like thing to do. But in the morning, if I had my pen, I would have been like, okay, in the morning I'm expecting a sell-off, and then it hits the potential. If I was really bullish, I'd be like, and then it goes all the way up to the top of the pennant. But for now, I'm gonna say that as of the price action here is actually being it's actually being a perfect little bullish pennant follower, and the more that it follows this pattern, the easier it'll be for us to break out at the end of this month. Yes, I read the first couple of paragraphs. I read the first paragraph.
You just read that's far. And
then, that's far, yeah. My potions could kill a dragon, let alone a man. Shining Fox, welcome to the Moon Platoon. You're now a Special Operations Infantry member of that Monkey Moon Platoon Meatball Army. Oh my gosh. That looks a lot like Meatball. This subreddit in a nutshell. Congratulations to the 2 winners of the doggo drawing contest. Remember, the winner of the contest is chosen through likes. First place, second place. So if you have artistic ability or don't, you can still submit your art to the fan art competition. Draw a picture of Meatball, or a picture of Andrew Mo, or a picture of Moon Platoon, whatever you want, and send it over to ANDREWMOMONEY on Twitter or Instagram. AM says, where do I stand on voting? What does that matter? I'll keep my vote to myself. Thank you very much. No, it's really important to be able to say that a democratic process of getting the vote out is really important, right? But I want to make sure that you guys vote your heart with whatever Adam Aron said and whatever you think is going to be best for the company. You're a stakeholder, and Adam Aron's only the CEO, right? You make your own decision. Meatball is standing at attention. Nomura God says, I thought the contest was still going. No, this is someone else's contest. This is a different contest. It's a meme that's trying to say that this is what Super Stonk is like. First place is this DD that doesn't really work, or maybe it's a meme, and the second place is like this beautiful actual DD. Meatball is just nailing it right now. Where do you vote? You're gonna get some material sent to you in email from your broker. So either Robinhood, hopefully not. If you still have Robinhood and you don't have this beautiful Webull setup right here, you should definitely go off and take a look at Webull in the description down below. You get 2 free stocks as well. The Trader says, good point about the vote. I agree. Does the Lux algo work with any platform? It works with the TradingView platform, which is entirely free. In fact, I keep getting this ad that says unlock the full power of TradingView, and I always have to X out of it because I do not want to unlock the full power of TradingView. You don't have to have a premium TradingView account to use this. Express is still going, but it's tapering off its oscillator, means that there might be a rejection coming soon. And as a reminder, AMC's short interest is now over 18%. Now, if this was like actual shorts getting piled on T+2, everyone would freak. This would be the main headline. But it is not. It is just the short interest of the free float that has been updated since the exchange. It reported significantly more short interest than the actual numbers on Ortex. Limitless Hotshot says, have you seen the video about us being over 100% market share? No, but I will take a look. He, ha ha ha. We might break 110,000 subscribers today, and if that does happen, cool. Uh-oh. Super chats. Brian Clay says, Mo man, have you seen do you think Rangers are the most underpowered? Yes. Personally, I think Sorcerer is weakest after Tasha's Cauldron of everything bumped Rangers. Tasha's Cauldron, what was in Tasha's Cauldron? It was Chronergy, or like the time traveling sorcerer. I think that was good. I think that sorcerers are still the most powerful. That's a surprising thing to say, but in terms of like, if you consider that most campaigns that you play at home are going to be about like, you'd have 1 battle or maybe 2 battles max before everyone decides to take a long rest, sorcerers have the most power within 1 battle. If they have to like conserve spell slots for multiple battles, then it's a different question. But yeah, Rangers are the worst. Sasam's Nari says, there are YouTubers today who post videos that Adam Aron is working for Citadel. Even on Reddit, they are discussing it with proof. People are really getting really stupid. Sasam's, we even had to cover that earlier today, right? I'm going to say that I just tweeted at Adam Aron to just comment on it, talk about it. Adam Aron is under fire right now for being appointed a director for a Citadel-owned company, and this is where I found this has been debunked so many times it should be a bannable offense. So when I looked into the debunking hold on. When I looked into the debunking of this, there is this multi-part debunking from 30 days ago about who the different people are. I looked into it. It doesn't look like that there's very, very strong evidence to or against. But the final part of it is, I appreciate OP's time and efforts here, but fail to see how any of this individually or collectively suggests the brokering of a backdoor deal between Aaron and the AMC GME short institutions or some kind of other bad acting that we should be concerned about as holders here. With that said, I would like Adam Aaron to speak about it personally. And if you know Adam Aaron, for example, you're Adam Aaron's son, go ahead and make that connection and then let's talk. Let's have him on the show. Mr. Timo Money, I pity the fool. Put the award around a gold chain and hang it on your neck. I pity the fool who says that 100,000 is a meme. Let's go back to look at the options chain. Pay attention to the fact that there is a significant put ramp starting that could slide the price action downward. But in terms of volume, it's not really that much to be concerned about. Alex says, learned a lot from you, man. You should try doing ASMR. I do it for 7 hours a day. This is the Stonk ASMR you guys subscribe for. Potion seller. Let's see. Clerics for the win. I like clerics, but for some reason I just can... It's Divine Soul Sorcerers are significantly better than clerics in my opinion. But I always multi-class, so that's why I can't really decide in a vacuum how good one class is. Well, what's expected to happen in the point of a pennant? A breakout upward, if it's a bullish pennant, which it is, from an uptrend from the June squeeze. I keep saying June squeeze. The beginning of June gamma squeeze, since June has not finished yet. Can you look at PSFE and tell me if it's going to reverse? All of the mouth noises you don't sub for. Open up another one and look at PSFE. Deep Stock Hunter says they doubled on AMC and AVT. Very cool. That was your prerogative, and I'm happy to be part of it. PFCE, and from an entertainment point of view. Hold on a second, what was it? PSFE. Okay, I can remember stuff. PSFE. Red Foreman is going to buy so much gold bullion. Cheat code is still a great resource, but right now I'm trying to get more familiar with Lux Algo. I've only started using this like for a couple of weeks, and it's working very well. Strong sell signal from PaySafe, and the oscillator seems like it is currently just holding tight and not tapering off. As soon as you see the oscillator is starting to face a crossover, that could be the bottom of a PaySafe dip. But wow, PaySafe was all the way at 11.18. Went all the way up to $13. That's about a 25%. And now back to $11.98, $12. Dallas sent a drawing to Instagram. Free spa day for Professor Meatball if y'all are ever in Winnipeg, i.e. Little Chicago, Canada. All right, I'm writing this down. Guess we're going to Winnipeg. Winnipeg, Canada. Canadians. Hey, all my Canadians. I like to show off this little pin I have of the Canadian. Hold on, can I show this? Come on, camera. Small. Look at that. Yes. Look, the Canadian and American flags. Canadians, where you at? Carnival? Carnival is still at 2%. It's fine. Just check it on the screen. Canada. Are you saying spaghetti day instead of spa day? Would you like to bring Meatball to a spaghetti day? What was that? Sure, who is it? These are kind of cute. Workhorse to the moon. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, I'm down. Nathan says my IRA is full OTC moonshots. Off exchange moonshots? Yikes. Happy ending included for the spaghetti day. So we're bringing us to spaghetti day. John De Silva says check the DD link in links to and stuff to shed some light on its FUD or not FUD towards AMC and GME Russell 1000 2000. Okay. Instead, I'm just gonna preempt any of that with Dave Lauer Russell 1000 2000. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna go to DD inside Discord and I'm gonna slam it on in there. Dave Lauer. There's not really any kind of short covering requirement when a stock gets added to an index. However, the announcement is usually bullish because it adds buying pressure. Russell rebalancing day, that's today, is the craziest day in the stock market. Volatility and volume is usually the highest on that day. Wow, is it? What do you guys think? Should we change the title of this video? The craziest day on the stock market. Day for GME. Through the roof. And Russell rebalancing day for GME. Can you check Ortex for an average days on loan? That number has moved down drastically over the past few days. Okay, I'm just gonna Command F. Average days on loan. So it's this number. Okay. Dear Lord, I have to really get rid of that. Get rid of that. Wait, what was that? Okay, there is fine. Exchange reported SI. Exchange reported SI, estimated short interest, and exchange reported SI. Oh. Anyway, we don't want that. This is the average on loan date, and it is now. Get out of here, Dave Lauer. It was facing a peak of around 48, 57. Sorry, yeah, this is the y-axis, so it's kind of hard to read, but it was approaching a peak at 57, a relative peak, and then it has dropped all the way down to 31. So average day on loan, they are returning they're returning quicker with the newer shares that they're borrowing. So they're getting rid of their shares earlier for different purposes. Ashbar says, how do I get to Reno? How do I get to Reno? Deep Stock Hunter says, it's a lot brighter day than yesterday. Well, you gotta have the dips to have the rips. You really do. Meatball Sub says, I'm down for a spaghetti day. Where at? Yeah, we're all gonna have a spa day. Does that sound like a fun design? A spa day for Meatball, but it says it's short for spaghetti. And Meatball's face. I'll put that here. Oh man. FYI, under a penny, you must buy 1,000 plus shares. Under $1, you must buy 100 plus shares. For what? For what? For what regulation? Nobody knows when this will end. Seems soon, says Ashbar. Rick and Rice says, just bought another 250 shares of GME, so I hope the Russell 1000 brings it. Hope he brings it. Bree says the spa day sounds really good right now. Right, I could really use a spaghetti day. So if Meatball's invited, we're all invited, right? We're going for our spaghetti day together. Me or Matt will win a Pokemon battle. Well, I have a Pokemon. So I think by default I win. Bum 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 bum. I only know Undertale battle music. Bum bum ba da da da. Ba ba da da. What's going on? Okay. Share your bangers. Request for clemency. Haven't read it yet. But give them one more chance. Let's fast forward to Wednesday or Tuesday. You every day of your life is precious, you know? Super evolved. AXPR jumped gain, now up 43%. Yeah. We told you AXPR still had the buy signal, and the oscillator was still on its way up, now has diverged even more than ever. EXPR continues to go. Now that said, EXPR was on the list of the original like AMC, GME, and EXPR were the top 3 actually, and now it's actually come back up. You know, pretty proud of it. Wish I knew about it a little earlier, but pretty proud of it. That's the power of the hive mind here. Are Fannie Mae and FMCC, Fannie Mae and Fannie Mac, are they now buys? Fannie Mae. All right, this is I want to see the preferred stock. Fannie Mae, FNAMS. Still hovering around there, but there is a strong buy signal now. So this is after the dip. We're now down to 240, now down to 180. And there's a strong buy signal that isn't seeming like it's already starting to fizzle because its oscillator is starting to begin a crossover here. Josh Walker says, just bought July 9th, $89 calls, and with this huge wedge, you think I got a good chance? For $89. So that is price action that we've never seen before. Let's take a look at the options chain around 89. Today is not a really good example because of just the sheer amount of puts that are added into the chain here. 24. This is data from yesterday. $100 has $2 million of calls. $90 has $500,000 of calls. So there is slim pickings on this way up to $89. You have a potential, right? But if there is a gamma squeeze, there's likely going to reach the very right side of the options chain. So 89 would be just a stop along the way. Homie, where are we on the pennant? Right off of it. ApeCon. Oh, okay. Yeah, I want to be involved. I don't know what ApeCon is. I know there's an Ape Festival, not sure about ApeCon. Alright, 53.87 was the bottom of this pennant coming on up. 55.21 has been a rejection point for AMC, but this is playing well, very, very well at the bottom of this macro pennant here. Andy Hong coming in. Have you seen the DD about the Citadel SPAC with Adam Aarons at the board as director? Yeah, we were talking about that. Guess I'm gonna have to make a video about this. Adam Aaron video. So I'll make a completely brand new video about the, let's say the deposition of Adam Aaron in the top of this, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Oh, it deleted itself. It deleted itself. Whoa. The user deleted their wait. Oh no. Is it deleted? Oh no. Oh man, I had a cached version of this. Oh, good. It's in the archives. I'm just like, oh my god, I'm not gonna be able to find it. No, good. It's in the web.archives. Perfect. Okay, here it is. So this is the deposition of Adam Aaron from 30 days ago. And then this is the like response of the Adam Aaron like total drama island. We're not gonna spend too much time on this. I will create a video about this later today, and you guys will see it later. Yeah. To be fair, it was deleted, but we have an archive. Kuez says that they won the 1K giveaway. I didn't see an email from yesterday, so send it again. It's ANDREWMOBusiness@gmail.com. Maybe a misspelling or a typo. The macro pennant still valid that we dipped below it? Yes. In fact, we're going to talk about that soon as well. Yeah, that's going to be the number one part of the video, is the pennant breaking. We saw that last time around, the exact same pennant actually, but that pennant had a shorter time frame. .005, you guys heard about it at all? Oh, good. I'm glad when people show up, we have answers for them. .005 was released as of last night, so approved, but not, effective, but not implemented. So we'll likely see it on the Federal Register next week. Last ruling waiting publication on the Federal Register. There it is, .005. How's the wedge bounce going? Pretty well. I would say right now we are currently playing around with that 50-day EMA. Ever since I switched the EMA to 50-day, it's been fantastic. It's been a great indicator. Keith Cloverdale says, sent a message with the art submission on financial chart _art. Dave Lauer's coming on the show next week. Aww.
Mr. Steve.
So I will show it off. There's financial chart arts drawing. We got Meatball, I think, and a hydrant. And he's looking like he's ready to go at it. Very cute. Good, thanks for the submission. When in doubt, zoom out. Okay, let's see. Where was the... I just had a thought, but now my thought has disappeared from my brain. Which is usually a good thing, but not right now. Oh, that's right. That's what I was gonna do. Oh, that's perfect. Pretty little kitty gaming. I'll show it in a second. Patrick Jam says, I highly recommend the 50 and 200-day EMA indicators. And I just stumbled upon it. So that's just how you you become a better trader. You just learn a little bit. And that's about it. Ash would like me to drink some liquor. Like Meatball has a liquor. Like GME pitiful volume right now. GME has less than 3 mil. I mean, it could be 1 mil, right? So technically it's okay. AMC just got rejected by its simple moving average, has now trended below its 200-day EMA, and now in the liminal space between life death, VWAP, and the EMA. Just kidding, this is all fine. What is this? This is... Oh. Oh, now I see. Joshua Plank says, can you enlighten me on AMC? Is the squeeze still very likely? Yes. Yes, it is. We have higher shorts than we have ever had in, at least for this segment of the squeeze here. So a increase from 14% all the way up to 18%. We love you, Robert. Oh, Robert. See, only love, no hate. Okay, who is this? Can you ask Carmen what her username is, please? This person. Ask them what their username is on YouTube. All my milk money since January to buy dips, says Stephen P. Demonica says, I need help, please. I have an option that expires today. I've already lost $2,000 and I don't know what to do. I'm new to investing. First rule, don't invest more than you're willing to lose. Second rule, options are for people who know what they're doing. Really, options are a really easy way to lose a lot of money. But since you're already stuck, consider a rollover or consider a potential Tiblio tip in the description down below, or listen to the Hive Mind, right? All of that is not financial advice. These are just options that you can use. It really depends on your specific strike price and where you are currently in terms of your financial situation. Kua says, I won the giveaway. Let me just search my email for that. Oh, here it is. Oh, gotcha. I will watch this meme. Okay. Says, I would prefer it if you watch this meme as the reward for the giveaway. Okay, here it is. Oh, yes. Okay, this meme is actually fantastic. I watched it after the stream because I wasn't sure if it was political, but I assure you it's not. Thank you, Kuez, for sending this hilarious meme. Someone, when they ask you what your GME price target per share is, it's not political, but it is Joe Biden telling you what his target price is per share.
Somewhere between 700 billion and $1,300,000,000,000,000,000,000,000.
Somewhere between 300 billion trillion million billion, and there it is. Gloria says, I'm impressed, dude. Your macro worked and we are heading for success next week. Haha, here it is. We like to see it. Gloria says, I'm impressed. And if we're impressing Gloria's now, we're getting in somewhere. Now we're finally in the money here. 1 trillion, billion, million. Thank you for spreading joy, Kuez. We really needed to see it. Let's hear it one more time. When someone asks you what your price target is.
Somewhere between 700 billion and $1,300,000,000,000,000,000,000,000.
1,300,000,000,000,000,000. That's the number, okay? Remember, that's what he's holding out for. It's 300 trillion million billion. That was a raffle well spent. Well, and by raffle I mean drawing. Guys, another 250 likes away until we hit that 2,000 like goal, and we're gonna do another raffle, just like the one we just had the pleasure of doing. Let's see. Sitting Bull says, reminder, I was barely in when Robbing the Hood did their illegal stop buying fiasco, then got in heavy and watched it drive down a price label loss of 65% before catching the gamma. Ooh, so good. Tail wagging is the only happy ending. Dallas says they guarantee it at Prairie Dog Grooming Studios, at prairiedog.grooming. Let's see. Andrew, is holding not enough? Is holding enough anymore? Holding has always been the one thing that they can't take away from you, right? They can try to do married put conversions, they can continue to try to hide their FTDs, but if whatever they do and you don't budge, that is one of the main factors that keeps our skin in the game. That said, I'm not telling you to hodl, I'm just saying that yes, it is still an effective strategy. Drinking Ape says, where is that call put options chart coming from? That is options Sonar, and that is in the description down below. Grab your own options Sonar with the affiliate link, and you'll be able to see any day's worth of options directly in front of you. Let's take a look at the 25th. Still see that now that put wall is getting even higher. So these are out of the money puts at $50, but someone is betting AMC is returning to $50 with $3 million down on $50 strike. Sitting Bull says a stock's price is just a reflection of supply and demand at a specific point in time. Your $1 Walmart tap water is worth $10,000 a bottle in the waterless desert of the Great Sahara Shorty. Remember, 10,000 bathwater. Give me. I'm glad. This is very funny how quickly that evolved. Wow. Remember that gap up? Remember this big old green candle when we jumped from $54 support? Looks like we're not even going to be able to see $54 as the VWAP carries our price action back over. Currently struggling over 3 different indicators up here with 2 EMAs and 1 simple moving average holding down the price action here. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Make sure that you really loosen up those shoulders, because you can have a lot of tension in your shoulders these days, you know? Cool ass. We're on the same framework now. Why don't we use dark pool data websites? Well, you could, but as a reminder, right, in the DD channel of the Discord, we already know that dark pool gives us a slice of what we want to pay attention to, but it only shows us so much, and it probably overemphasizes the importance of a dark pool. There's some AMC data from dark pools here. I am wondering why there was just a big blanket of nothing while the dark pool activity basically subsided when AMC and GME prices were stable from March to May. Now, if you take a look here around the March gamma squeeze, there was another uptick of dark pool activity. And then when it came all the way over here, that is huge dark pool activity right around the June gamma squeeze. Now, one thing that you will notice is that the net dollar volume is changing. It is starting to wedge downward while the price goes upward. I feel like there could be more colors in this like line area bar chart. AMC returns back down to the VWAP. Looks like we do need another strong bounce off of 54. Could be that this was a head and shoulders that played out. Abed R. Pieces, thank you so much for the time and smooth explanation about market. Been around for the past 4 months. Enjoyed every single day. Abed, that is what we like to hear, and I appreciate that so much. Thank you. All right, we're gonna start going down. Boom. A Cuban with a Q, okay. What's the other question?
Are we waiting?
What we do every day, Pinky. That's weird. I can't see them blocked. Oh. I can turn off link blocking. Now people can add their own links. Let's find out. I still can't see their username in here. It's weird.
Did you type in the?
I'm using Command F, so I should be able to see it as I start typing it. We're trying to give clemency to people who have been hidden in the past. What happened to the SCCL sting buy? Carnival is still at 1.5%. Is 1.5% not enough for you? Anime is actually starting to come back up. Oh, she's fine? Great. Strong here. And a strong sell signal on CCL now. Uh-oh. Carnival is experiencing a sell signal. Let's see if AMC's rise and fall could have been caught by Lux Algo. Yes, it is. Great. So we had a strong buy signal on Lux, whereas that red EQ cloud turns blue, and now a new strong sell signal here. But this strong sell signal is at the end of a head and shoulders, so I wonder what Lux sees that we don't. A crossover closer to the purple price action here, where it was uncertain if it was bullish or bearish. But now a strong divergence of the oscillator cloud here. See, that's why I need to be able to use Lux more often. I need to be able to speak intelligently about it. Fabian says, Andrew, I have to confess, I like AMC and I'm buying and holding even in the red days. Picasso says that it's a perfect opportunity to lower my average cost. Hope that the ape shave, all that the ape shave, that perspective squeeze perspective. Yes. What application is that with all the signals? P Stu, I'm glad you asked. That is Lux algorithm. And that is a great tool that is in the description. And you can get 20% off with the code ANDREWMOMONEY at checkout. People's like, oh. Okay, so they're gonna do. Okay. Ashbar says, I just buy when I get money. I don't know the application. There you go. That's a good question. For the love of the game. Pinky would like to get the EQ cloud surrounding the signals. So what you do is you press any of these signals here, and then you can get these reversal clouds, which are the Bollingers that we talk about, and the EQ cloud here. Just check them on and off. If you check them off, they'll disappear. And if you check them on, they'll come back. There. Passive income, folks, is two toddies. GME has caught the downtrend as well. It's like the flu. You face one downtrend, the other one faces off as well. Now that said, since they're going to be in different Russell ETFs now, AMC is going to be in the 2000 and GME is going up to the 1000 later today. That means that they might stop trending so perfectly in parallel in the near future, but we'll find out. Team Astro FPV at 100K what? At 100K price for which stock? Well, you've heard it here. Team Astro FPV, he will. Let's see. Keith Cloverdale says allowing link sharing sounds like an invite for spammers. Well, you know, if we can't have one nice thing, let's see if we can have. If we can't have one nice thing, then what are we living for? People like sharing links. We'll try it, and if it doesn't work out, it will immediately stop doing it. Paul's really sleepy, huh? He's really going to sleep these days. Bum, bum, doo-doo-dee-dee. Dun, dun, dun. AMC squeeze is the only nice thing I need. Aww. Some of us just want simple things, simple pleasures. All right, we haven't finished this John Oliver clip yet. It is about Jim Cramer. Jim Cramer just talked about Wells Fargo aggressively buying it, and that is reminiscent of the Bear Stearns prediction that he had back in 2008. So does that mean that there is going to be soon a terrible comeuppance for Mr. Jim Cramer? Because of this, let's take a look at what last time he said.
Now, that was 7 weeks before it collapsed. In the interest of context, continue.
I'm asking people who are watching this video to buy Bear Stearns. Now, Bear Stearns acts much better than it should. Now, that's just intuition. And I don't want to put too much faith in intuition, but I have had good intuition over 29 years of investing. And I just think that this one has a very big upside, very limited downside here. It is, I think that last quarter they've staunched the losses. They're very good at cutting their losses at Bear, but Bear, I believe, is for sale, and I think there are many buyers.
Could be a bidding war.
Yes.
All right, Jim Cramer, you said it here.
EXPR is diverging quickly to a bearish trend. See that the purple uncertainty price action inside the blue EQ cloud.
That's not the end of it, folks. Cramer appears on the Today Show this morning, where he was shown, as he's looking at it, the Stewart clip. Here's that.
That's pretty fun.
Jon Stewart and you are having a little war on words.
A comedian's attacking me. Wow.
Daily
He
Show.
runs a variety show.
All right, but you know what he's saying about you, that you advised investors to buy Bear Stearns. You said you were taken out of
On
context.
October 6th of 2008, I came on this show and did something you're never supposed to do if you have a stock show. I said people should sell everything. But that was 35% ago. I mean, whatever he says, Bear Stearns this or that, that was a call that should have wrecked my career. And it would have if the market gone up. But I stuck my neck out and did it and saved a lot of people money.
Let's show the tape that he from last night, okay? What he said about you.
Jim Cramer, I apologize. That was out of context. Technically, you were correct. You weren't suggesting to buy Bear Stearns. That was something that you did 5 days earlier in your buy or sell segment.
I believe in the Bear franchise. You know what? It's 69
Look at his, I know it's blurry, but look at how his smile was like.
bucks. I'm not giving up on this thing.
He's not saying literally, I'm asking you to buy Bear Stearns. For that, you'd have to go back a full 7 weeks before the stock completely collapsed.
Oh my god, his reaction.
People who are watching this video to buy Bear Stearns.
Did you make a mistake?
Did I make a mistake? Okay, well, first of all, anytime you recommend a stock and it goes down, you've made a mistake. Here's a shocker. Almost every stock is down. Any stock you recommended is bad. You know, Warren Buffett, I could run tapes for him. He would look like a complete fool. This is a terrible market, which is why I told people to sell everything. But you think he's going to run that tape?
What? If you say buy and then you say sell, you're like, oh yeah, I said buy and then later I said sell. You think he's gonna sell? He's gonna play that tape? Well, it's because you said buy. Where's the consistency? Anyway, Jim Cramer will let you to buy certain stocks right now. Wells Fargo and Starbucks.
There's no cup shortage at Starbucks. I don't know how that story got started, but we've got plenty of our hot cups and our cold cups. And as you said, we just reintroduced reusable cups that we had paused during the pandemic for safety reasons. But you know, customers are back in our stores. Demand is strong, and we've got plenty of cups to serve them.
Starbucks' Kevin Johnson on Mad Money last night talking about supply chain issues. Jim, I thought the bigger headline was where vaccinations are up, comps are up.
Wasn't that amazing? And one thing that sometimes you screw up and you don't get to ask the right questions in the conference call. I was so taken by the fact that the story was bogus. More than 50% of the drinks right now are iced, are cold.
They're iced?
Now that, good margins. So I think you're basically getting good margins, better than expected sales.
Oh, great salads.
Stores. The stock's a buy.
It's a buy.
Yes, it is. Knowing what I know now about the cold drinks, the need to add more Starbucks, adding Starbucks.
It's absolute insanity. It's like, yeah, now that I know something about cold drinks.
On the move, and one of the things he said was like, the article about it that made up the stuff about the cups also made up the stuff that there's no innovation. The number of new products and innovation is at basically an all-time high. So that was another canard. Now, one of the things that David has emphasized to me is that a lot of stuff that you read is just plain wrong. Here's about M&A. Everything about those stories were plain wrong. Plain wrong. And it means that Starbucks, which went from 115 to 110 because of
Starbucks currently has a strong sell signal.
Of innovation and margins, Jim, it's interesting the number or the percentage of tickets that include some food is up as well. This is what Johnson said about that.
We've had some shortages in the bakery case. That certainly is true. But you look at what we've done over the last couple of months to really get us in a much better position. And you just think about it. When you turn this on so rapidly, it really tests the elasticity of the supply chain. And if there's one area that we've been focused on, it's It's our supply partners who assemble breakfast sandwiches and some of the food items in our bakery case. That's where we've seen some pressure.
GameStop is expecting some major downtrends because of the Russell 1000 rebalancing today. It has dropped down to 199.09 as its daily low.
Cold coffee that you charge a lot for.
Start talking about cold coffee.
Everybody's got supply chain issues. Darden has supply chain issues.
Oh.
Look, our country still has not solved what it takes to get from A to B. And freight is the thing that's most often talked about. But I just thought Kevin really just told a great story. And when I was finished with it, I said, one of the reasons why it's been going down is they feel people can't make it. Right? They're not going to be able to make all the new stuff, which is where the margins are. All false. All false.
You know, we don't talk about the variants very much, but it's a story in Sydney today, and in Germany, and in Israel, and Taiwan. We've got 16 states here in this country that are seeing cases up on a 7-day average.
But the deaths are 300 and change, and people look at that. There was a really good article today about people who got it after being vaccinated. Not that many, but it's something that's probably going to keep masks on in some places. But yeah, I mean, look, their whole...
They play the play-out music way too early. Okay, so we've learned that Jim Cramer is wrong often. And now we are learning that he basically has no idea why he's wrong half the time. GME has just bounced off of a 199.09 low of the day. AMC also facing a little bit of turbulence after essentially bouncing off of 53.99, but now coming back around a simple moving average, pressing down on top of that price action, and now trending underneath that SMA. Okay, yeah, I think that Kramer secretly wanted to be a chef, says Patchy06. Blazer Dave 851, is the SPCE showing any signals? Can't use Lux at work. SPCE. Yes, Botany. Botany, we're back. San Bruno Botany Shop. All right, strong buy signal all the way up to $56 from $47 today. Virgin Galactic is up a significant amount, and now a strong sell signal, but nothing has happened yet. 2 bullish oscillator clouds down here. Looks like currently SPC is still trending sideways after a very bullish run this morning. 32% up. Virgin Galactic is one of the big winners of the day. Not Starbucks, though. JB the Cook says, being a chef, don't ever pay. Do it because you love it, not for the money. I'm doing stonks for the money. JB the Cook has his priorities figured out. He is a cook, but he is a stonk trader as well. I was like, stonk trader second. Cook first. Oh, this is the CNBC channel where they talk sometimes about AMC. Right now, though, Main analysis CEO. Okay, so the reason why people have been looking at Nike this morning, it's still up 15%. Surprised nobody's talking about their Virgin Galactic wins. That seems like a pretty big upside, but let's take a look at what they're talking about in terms of Nike.
Kevin, what's your take on these infrastructure stocks and the framework that we're seeing right now?
A really interesting time here because you're not guaranteed the bill. Everybody knows there's still some risks. There's lots of political shenanigans that have to go on to get this thing done. So you don't see the full premium yet. You can buy Honeywell or any of the infrastructure plays and know that there's probably another 10 to 15% left on the upside here if this actually gets passed, because you've always got the risk premium built in. It's not done yet. But I really like the setup for the back end of this year on equities. I mean, all of this stimulus, whether it's this package or one that's even bigger, a Fed that's benign, equities just shining. And I got to add this one thing that I've never seen in my investment career. You had this year, this last 3 months, basically 80+% of the S&P beat their earnings estimates after 1/3 of them have been upgraded twice. In other words, the analysts are way behind what's going on in terms of earnings and gross margins. You've got a situation here where we're coming out of the pandemic with a new digital America, where a majority of these companies are selling direct to consumer at much higher margins. Nike's numbers were evidence of that. They blew them away in terms of getting more people direct to consumer at much higher margins. This is going to manifest itself in Q4 with unbelievable GDP growth, probably, maybe even double digit. So do I like stocks? Yes, I do.
All right, Kevin. Well, speaking of Nike,
hey Frank, will you let me tee up on that, because he said something about analysts being behind the curve.
Why would dropping the Russell 1000 drop GME price? Is preparation for a major upswing on the price that people would want to drop the price for Russell 1000. What is DD? Robert Rudolph is asking, due diligence is just another name for research. Cranberry Cruiser says there's a fake Andrew Instagram. Took a screenshot for my Instagram inbox. Thank you. We're still trying to take down that fake Andrew Mo Money on Instagram.
Provide free cash.
Yeah.
All of the industry.
Their name is Andrew M0 Money. If you guys have a second, go ahead and report that account, because I'm always Andrew Mo Money on social media.
Inventory onshoring, that's a narrative that we're going to have to get into when we talk about FedEx in a little bit. You would think that would help that stock as well. But before we get to that, let's get to a stock that is having a great performance today, Nike shares. They're surging to a new record high today. The stock's the best performer in the S&P 500 after the company reported a record quarterly revenue and better than expected guidance going all the way out to 2025. Kevin, I know you own Nike. I want to highlight one big part of this, their digital numbers, 41% better year over year, almost 150% better than 2019 for the same period. What do you make of that when they're also highlighting their supply chain issues?
So what's going on here with Nike, between the bull and the bears on this name, it's really intriguing, because people want to see this thing trade at a 20p, and instead it's double that. But they're doing something that really no behemoth has ever done before. As you may know, they've exited Amazon completely, and they started at the beginning of the pandemic last January to start to build out their own logistics, direct shipping worldwide to their customers. They achieved in 5 months during the middle of the pandemic what they thought would take 6 years, to get over 50% direct to consumer. Now, when you sell direct to consumer, you have the highest gross margins possible. Your only costs are manufacturing and shipping logistics and customer acquisition. Many people doubted Nike could actually go it on its own globally, but that's exactly what they did. They took their brand, they really spent heavily on digital advertising, and really enhanced the look and feel of their products online. But here's why the market is fairly pricing this company. What we don't talk about is the analytic information they're getting from their global customer base, direct to consumer, size, style, age, purchase preferences, all that information going back to Nike headquarters so that they can use their capital to design exactly what their customers want, not just by the year, by the quarter, by the month, by the week. And they're doing it in a way that is just never been seen before. This is why you should be worried about the future of a Walmart or a Foot Locker. They don't need retail. They're direct to consumer at the highest gross margins they've ever seen. This is the new America Digital 2.0 that is not built into the earnings coming into Q4 of this year.
You know, Kevin, before I let you go, you said their only cost are some of their data acquisition, customer acquisition, and shipping logistics. But those prices for shipping logistics are just going through the roof. FedEx highlighting a hard time finding people to work there. So those costs are just going to continue to go up. Do you have any concern about that when you invest in Nike with this increasing direct-to-consumer business?
Compared to what? They used to get a 50 or 45% gross margin when they sold through Foot Locker or Walmart or 2 tiers of retail distribution. Now, if all they have to deal with is logistics cost and shipping direct, and their customer acquisition costs are very healthy, in other words, well below lifetime value of the customer, they've got massive amounts of margins to play with, so they can focus on this issue. I'd much rather have that problem than the one of worrying about retail, their functionality, their distribution, their warehousing, and all the margins they require. This is an incredible change.
Kevin O'Leary is Mr. Wonderful, and he had been jumping on the ape train a few months, all the way back in January Squeeze. He was pretty apish, and now from the previous gamma squeeze in June, he had become very, very apish.
Watching this all unfold yet again today, Kev.
So this is from 3 weeks ago. Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, telling us about how the objective for some traders are to punish shorts. We never covered this on the channel, so take a look.
Kevin, you're thinking what?
Thinking there's a new sheriff in town. You've got to be very careful shorting these stocks if you think they're going to zero. This Reddit crowd organization, the whole move to find these very, very short positions and then use this organized methodology. It's almost like this. We tried to do this years ago with institutional trading, and it didn't work. These guys are doing it on the internet, on social media, and it's working, and it's incredible. It gives a chance for new life. I see no problem with AMC raising capital here because now they can basically take their IP, which is their brand, and try and pivot. Whatever's left in moviegoing, and I have no idea, but you can take a brand and you can take $200 million and you can fix it. And so if you're short this stock, you're really hurting.
Jim Stewart, he said there's a new sheriff in town. I mean, the point being, this is not your father's stock market that we're witnessing.
It's not your father's stock market.
This entire meme mania existence.
No, it's not. I mean, it is a fascinating phenomenon as long as you're not caught up in the turmoil. But, I think a lot of people said, oh my God, this is not rational. But it is rational if you're one of these meme traders. There is a methodology here. Obviously, they pick very
Hey, Anastasia. I don't have a subscription to Fox, so that was probably going to be an issue.
Then they come up with a story. You've got to have the story, and they put that out on Reddit or other social media, and they whip these traders into a frenzy. There's also this overlay of kind of an Occupy Wall Street feel here, so that the objective, for some of these traders at least, may not be to make money. It is simply to punish the short sellers, and in particular the hit.
Ooh, they think we're vindictive. Maybe we are. You'll never know. It doesn't matter. It's not illegal to be vindictive. It is illegal to have all these naked shorts and these very risky positions, overexposing the entire economy to your shenanigans. Mr. Citadel, Marge is calling.
Or shorting the stock. And again, if that is your perspective here, this trading is rational.
So, Kevin, there's a methodology, according to Jim. There's a story, but what happened to the fundamentals? I thought that's the way we're supposed to buy and sell stocks.
Well, the first thing you have to do, and I've done this, I've joined the Reddit crowd. I ride with the herd. I have a Robinhood
He
account.
rides with the
I'm all over
herd.
this. I am looking.
Uh-oh, he has a Robinhood account. I think he just lost us. Uh-oh. It's really easy to lose credibility pretty quickly.
The Reddit crowd. I ride with the herd. I have a Robinhood account.
Oh, no.
I'm all over this.
Okay.
I'm looking at a plethora
What can you do?
of communications.
If you have a Robinhood account, you might be just as misinformed as Mr. Wonderful. Grab your Webull account in the description down below and get your free stocks.
Synchronized communications on this situation. Unbelievably organized in a way I've never seen done before. So I'm watching, and I tell my own guys, do not short anything right now, because if you don't know where the herd's going next, you're behind the 8 ball. So they're changing the behavior of the institutional investor. And the companies are taking advantage of it. I see nothing wrong with this. This is the new world. And if you don't get on board, you're going to get caught in a wicked short squeeze. There must be hundreds of millions of dollars being lost right now by all of those hedge fund guys, whoever they were, that said AMC is going to zero as a result of the pandemic changing people's streaming behaviors and how they watch their content. Wrong-o. That's not what's happening here. This company has breathed new life into it by getting cash, taking advantage of a ridiculously priced stock. I'm not saying it's a buy or a sell. I'm just saying this is new and it's here to stay. And it's changing behavior.
Well, Jim Stewart, I mean, forget the hedge fund guys for a minute. Does it end badly for the retail guys? This new cohort who seemingly has fallen in love with the stock market over the last year plus and is enjoying themselves.
Well, the fundamentals, as you mentioned, have nothing to do with this. They are not buying this stock that has anything to do with any common investing theme, or which, of course, in the end, it's all about a share of future earnings. It's all about momentum. It does clearly have many hallmarks of a bubble mentality, including like the hangers-on. Think, well, this thing can only go up. It's never going to go down. that is eventually not going to play out. I mean, what the end game is not entirely clear to me, because I'm not sure what their goal is. But if people stop shorting, or if the amount of shorting goes down significantly, then the targets are also going to go down. The excitement over this for something like AMC is not going to last forever. I mean, GameStop is already kind of getting the feel of yesterday's story.
Wow.
So they move from target to target, but eventually...
Wow. Wow.
These things, the excitement goes away, the stock goes down. Eventually, I am confident, when all this has played out, the fundamentals are going to reassert themselves, and people buying at some of these very high levels are going to lose a lot of money.
That's pretty funny.
And it may take some big losses to curb this. I remember the late 90s, before the tech bubble burst, people were making their living as day traders. They all got wiped out in 2000, 2001. I don't know if we're going to see this continue if we ever get into a real bear market, and we will someday.
That's crazy. What happened to Shep? Shep! That's incredible. So, that was Mr. Wonderful telling it as it is. Sitting Bull says, one would think that Dave Portnoy would want to get his money back instead of crying in his beer. Yeah. Well. Okay, wait, hold on. So that was just one clip, but this is him from 4 months ago. Let's see if he's a fair weather friend of GME and AMC. This is him talking about GME from 4 months ago.
Company or an individual issue. It's about the honesty of the marketplace and the reliability of the marketplace and the danger a defective and dishonest marketplace has to our economy. We're at a time of contracting economy. Having this type of activity going on the way it is just unacceptable. There's no doubt. The one thing that everyone in this discussion can agree about it, there is no reality to these trades and these issues that we've been speaking about. They're not based on anything other than speculation. And clearly, when the market is engaging in that type of conduct, that is not good. I think it's a broader question, though. I think the whole issue of shorting has to be addressed.
Okay.
Whether shorting, whether it's by hedge funds or anybody, is in the best interest of the market. Clearly, shorting is going to go on, and we need to have shorting as a defense in the marketplace. But there should be some restrictions on shorting. Maybe it's on the uptick. There needs to be a review by the national regulator on shorting in the marketplace. Having said that, in the short run, no pun intended, it is extremely important, I think, to get control of the marketplace back again. I voiced my concern the other day about the effect on unsophisticated investors. Obviously, some of those who think they're sophisticated took offense at that. I'm concerned about the marketplace, though, and I'm concerned about the spillover effect of all of this activity on other aspects of the market, ETFs, other aspects of the market, which weakens the overall situation. This is not a good time to be playing these games. The national regulator needs to get involved here, and promptly. In addition to that, I think, as I suggested previously, if we didn't trade in these types of issue at all, this particular one I was speaking was GameStop, for a period of time, I think that would have an effect. I'm not just talking about those who trade through Reddit or individual investors. I'm talking about people across the board. There needs to be a review of this entire conduct. This is extremely dangerous to the marketplace and dangerous to our economy.
Okay, so that was his take. Now let's take a look at Kevin O'Leary.
What do you think, Kevin?
I don't agree with any of that.
Oh!
Because the market has always been a speculative place. No, but I think you have to hear the other side of this, Bill, because at the end of the day, there's some very powerful forces in play here that are actually good. So let me take a shot at it. The definition of the market is speculation. When you buy and stay long a stock, you're speculating the profits you hope are going to come finally appear, and you take that risk. The best thing we could do for this market now is leave it alone and just shine the light of transparency on it. If you are short, let it be transparent. You now run a new risk that these effective social media vigilantes are going to come after you and squeeze you as a short. That's going to make a lot of hedge funds think a second time before they try and go short stocks, which I think is great. But here's the point that I think everybody is missing. 4 or 5 years ago, we had 100 million Americans with nothing set aside for their retirements. We still do.
And that's because our educational system, including the one in Massachusetts where I had my kids and they grew up in, best schools in the world, I would argue, they taught them nothing about investing. And then
Sorry. Someone's like, can you match the volume of the clips to the volume of my voice? I'll try not to shout in your ears, guys.
comes a platform like Robinhood, and all of a sudden, kids in their 20s and 30s that would never get touched by Money Center Bank or an online broker because they're
Mama, I'm trying to give you some intelligent content, but we had so much to cover today, so I'll go back into it. Just so you know, I do have to talk for 7 hours in a row. So thanks for your patience. When I have these talking heads on, it's to make a didactic point, right? Is that we have friends in the market and we have foes. We have to track whether or not they were consistently on our side through the rips and the dips. Seems like Kevin O'Leary has been on our side for a good amount of time. We are looking at AMC currently underneath its EMA as well as its $54 resistance. Now that said, AMC, right, ready to rip, had an opportunity to go all the way down to its bullish pennant on the bottom. Now take a look, right? And anybody could have told you that this was coming. In fact, I was predicting that this dip was coming yesterday. So now that we have pressed against that bullish pennant, we have confirmation of this pattern. The next step is ideally try and retake $58 by the end of this month, and then we will be golden this breakout in the 28th or the 29th or the 30th. So now that we have that pattern confirmed, this is just a matter of time before another potential rip. Now that said, some people are concerned that there was a small candle wick underneath the bullish pennant, but we can just go back and have history confirm whether or not that's okay. And this golden pennant here is a pennant that uses the same June squeeze as its top and bottom left hand side, and we did dip below 1 day before we're going to break out underneath the pennant very, very far, actually, from $47 all the way to $41. So that was a $5 difference. But the next day we broke out anyway. Do you see that? Major ripperoni with cheese. The same breakout from $40 roughly to $64. Right? So that's somewhere between a 25 to 50% rip from that bullish pennant playing out. And this was not a gamma squeeze. This was just price action from the bullish pennant. So if that said, we have a much larger bullish pennant playing out right now with a potential breaking out in the next few days, and we can't not be more excited. Low volume is good, right? 60 million is currently a very low volume day for AMC. That's what we like to hear. Now I'm going to read a couple more of your comments and let Mr. Wonderful take over so I can read them.
they're not a profitable account. They only have a few $100s to invest. Vlad and his team create this platform and now have millions of people learning about the ways of the market. And the market, even for sophisticated investors.
They're learning by losing, though. They're learning by losing.
Every investor loses money, Bill. Every loser. Everyone learns from the market.
I don't think we...
So you're going to protect me from losing money? Are you kidding? Speculation is definition of the market.
I don't kid.
Yeah, the bottom line is when you put money in harm's way in the market, you risk it. That will always be the way after both you and I are gone. And the more regulation you put on it, the more you hurt it. Because some people to investing a millisecond is an investment, and others 10 years. And you shouldn't have the right to define it for them. Let the market do that. That's what the market does. If we want viable capital markets, you have to let the market be the market. Just shine transparency on it. Don't try and make rules that have all kinds of second consequences that you can't determine.
There is no transparency. There is no transparency here.
It's more transparent today.
In many aspects.
You can't say that what happened over the last 48 hours, the last two trading sessions, wasn't driven by transparency. We've never had millions of people at night talking to each other in social media saying, there's a hedge fund that's short, let's go get them. You know, you want to stick it to the man? I have no problem with it.
Being made. The problem is, in order to have transparency, you have to have some certainty, and there is no certainty in any of this. There's wild speculation based on nothing. That is not an honest marketplace.
I'm sorry, but you're going to have to live with speculation.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to live with speculation. Wow. That's pretty cool. That's a cool attitude this guy has.
It's going to have
speculation I can live with based on rationality. Rational speculation is one thing. dishonesty.
How do you know that GameStop executives aren't going to take advantage of this situation and build a brand and make a pivot, just like Netflix did when they were shipping out CDs in the mail? You don't know.
Because they've shown
you have no
evidence.
idea. Either do I.
They haven't even raised any capital on it. If they were going to be doing that, why wouldn't they be raising capital now to try to do that? They're not.
Well, maybe they will. We don't know. That's the market. My whole point is if they can raise capital at these prices, they should.
If they raise capital at these prices, they should. And
raise capital at the...
And that's what they did. Wow. And that at the market offering that Mr. Adam Aron announced completion was the catalyst needed for that gamma squeeze back in the beginning of June. Manny Rain says, as evil as Robinhood and Citadel are, let's not forget that they are heads of a Hydra. FE, the Fed, SEC, CD, and friends are the real boogeymen. Manny Rain. Make sure that you guys are keeping your eyes on the actual prize. Let's see. I'm going to see if there's a way for me to be able to access Fox right now. Don't know. I do not know. They don't. Let's see. I could try to do this or this. One of those two I can do. Hold on. Oh, we have the technology here. Look at him. He's like... He's kind of cute. Supposedly that was the chat here. It's no longer the chat. Yep, that's no longer where it is. It's all good. Okay, so this is all the way back in February. So this is right after the GME and AMC like January gamma squeeze. And Mr. Wonderful was already on the side of the apes. So that's the tracking the like history of ape culture, of whether or not apes existed back during the hardest of times. Jacksepticeye Variety Channel says, can you take a look at GME? GME has the cup and handle pattern that is likely going to have a boost from today's Russell rebalancing. Like Dave Lauer says, today is the most exciting day for the stock market. And I tend to agree with Dave Lauer when I have a chance. So wait, which one is this? Here it is. Dave Lauer says that it is the craziest day in the stock market. That's today. You can expect that GME is going to have a lot of people looking at the ETFs, following the Russell indices, and needing to rebalance their portfolios to reflect the new index composition in order to minimize tracking error. So getting added is a big deal, and that's what's happening to the GME today. AMC rejected again at 54.32. Starting to get used to this. I think the auto on Webull could use a little work. Excitement is fun, says Osarius. Is Lux Algo totally legit and legal? Yes, I don't know why it wouldn't be. It's not supposed to give you financial advice. It's supposed to give you the buy and sell signals according to how the markets are. And they're not always right. And yet they are usually very, very strong when it comes down to the prediction that they have, right? They throw a strong here. This one doesn't track as well, but they throw a strong here. And this one was exactly the rip that you needed to follow. Hope you brought your oven mitts because it's going to get hot in the kitchen. Oh, the duck sandal. This is the old duck sandal technical pattern. Cowwitz says that when people realize that dates are thrown out, and excites people, it also excites them into last minute buying. which is good for the stock. Well, be careful. Too many FOMOs will end up diluting the amount of diamond handlers there actually are inside the stock. So it goes both ways, and it makes it so that you end up maybe getting in trouble for trying to convince people to do one thing or another, right? That's the reason why there's no financial advice on this channel. So Samsnari is coming back and says, so they say there should be a lot of buying pressure for GME and volume because of Russell 1000, but I don't see anything about that. Russell rebalancing is happening during after hours, I believe. Let's see. Please note that the idea of front running these ETFs, we may see an uptick in value today. Here it is, PSA, GME does not join the Russell 1000 until after hours. Rebalancing happens after hours right here. You want to say up front that they haven't seen any confirmation. So this won't happen until after market closes. So if there's any effect from this, we won't see it until after hours. But it is rebalancing day, which means it is the most volatile people need to go for to get every duck in order. Krimmer, let's see if John De Silva has given me. Dobby has been given a sock. Dobby is free. I think I'm still gonna have to have a Fox subscription though. What? Oh, free Inter TV. Oh boy. Oh no, this is very scary. This is a scary website. This is a very scary website. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, so I'm on a scary website, but it's working. Let's see if there is volume here.
Productivity improvement.
What about this, Jim? This new plot twist on infrastructure? Hey, it's done. It's bipartisan, except for one thing, one little caveat. We gotta ram through another $3 trillion on this side as well. I mean, is it gonna go through? What do you see if it does go through for the markets?
Last night when they announced, I'll defer to Jim. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nancy. I said last night when they announced this, Charles, I thought, wow, this is great. This is a great infrastructure bill. It's reasonably sized, and it gets it finally, after a long time, rebuilding things we need to rebuild in this country to help the private sector productivity go up. But when President Biden tied it to the reconciliation bill, I think it has no chance at all of passing. I just don't. I think it's going to kill it. And so we're probably back to the drawing board on this.
Nancy, before I let you go, I always want to tap your brain for some of your stock ideas. What are you looking at right now?
So we've been adding to technology over the last 3 months, and we continue to do so around the margins. So we added Adobe recently. We added to it. We've moved Amazon into our 12 best ideas portfolio and added to that holding. We like Microsoft, Palo Alto Networks, ServiceNow, companies that are going to benefit from cloud spend, which will easily double from here over the next few years. So that's really where we're putting our emphasis. But we do still have an overweight to energy and materials, and I'm not convinced that story's over yet.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you love the productivity story, anyone out there, you got to be tethered to it with these investments. I think you're spot on. Jim, of course, we always love your information. Both of you have a great weekend. I appreciate you spending time with us this afternoon. Folks, some say the best cure for inflation is just at some point to stop buying this stuff, right? Now, I want you to take a look at this beauty.
What? Who says that?
This wagon is for sale. It's a 2013 diesel Volkswagen station wagon, 125,000 miles. In this super hot used auto market, how much would you pay for it? Oh, we put the price tag up. I wanted you to guess. Well, anyway, treat me and CV Payne. Would you pay 10 grand for that vehicle? Plus, we're always trying to keep you ahead of the crowd, so I'm saying that
the used car vehicle is getting ridiculous right now.
There's a world worker strike. It won't be resolved.
Uh-oh. AMC does not like what's going on. AMC says, uh-oh. Has now dipped below 53.82. Currently it has a low of 53.63, holding tight right between two levels of resistance. Okay, I don't think some of this music I can't play. Can't play that. Yeah, I definitely can't play that. I am not even sure if I can play... I've played Charles Payne before, but I'm not sure if I can play his entire like variety hour here. So what we'll do is I will... what I'll do is I will have this over here, and I'll just put it back on when the when Mr. Payne is back. There's gonna be some commercials. Anybody want a 1997 Toyota? Seriously, the used car market is ridiculous right now, and the milk market, milk. And yes, we're going to have some Trey on in 20 minutes. 20 minutos. Let's see. Just sold a 2017 KTM Super Duke for the same price they bought it from the dealer. Isn't that crazy? Is right now, if you wanted to sell your used cars, you're probably going to have like one of the best possible values for it, because the used car market is ridiculous. And the reason why is because of semiconductors, I think, right? Something that was needed for a bunch of the iPads that your kids used Zoom calls with to do distance learning, and the phones and the other gadgets that you, and the computers that you need to work remotely with, right? All of those were snapped up, but the new car makers that needed those semiconductors for the machines inside a new car, right? They lost their place in line, and now some of them have a lag of a year worth of time before they can get the semiconductor that they need. Mm-hmm. That's why I said I think, because that sounds like the word that I want to say. There's a big shortage of a specific type of material resource that cars need, and that's why currently new car production is going to be low and used car prices are going to stay high. Let's see. CarMax to the moon. Oh no. Show me the car fox. You guys get it. Supply and demand. Okay, let's see if I've already been demonetized. Trying something brand new today. For curse words in the chat, I haven't been yet. Javi says, yes, there's a semiconductor and microchips shortage. They can't build cars, computers, and so on. Thank you. Good. I'm glad I remembered correctly. Okay, Charles is back.
FedEx, which posted financial results that really saw pretty good numbers, record earnings in ground and freight. So what's the problem? Well, people, or should I say a lack of people who want to work there. Now, keep in mind, the company has 570,000 employees around the world, but still not enough for answering the call to keep up with all the business demand. And this, what we know, has been a common issue for small businesses, but now even giant corporations that pay so-called livable wages are straining to get this talent. A few weeks ago, I said America had entered a worker's paradise, but it's been greeted with a worker strike, and something has to give. Joining me now, Bianco Research President Jim Bianco. And Jim, we expect people to go back to work in these states that have ended unemployment benefits, those federal unemployment benefits, and yet there are signs that maybe after a day or two of looking for a job, that drops off tremendously according to Indeed's research. So what's going on here?
That's a good question, because as of Monday, 21 states will have dropped the extra federal supplement of $300 a week, so it won't exist in 21 states. Google search trends show that there is a lot of people looking for jobs, but when it actually comes to going to a site like Indeed and actually maybe applying for a job, not so much. Now, it might be early days, and we might find in another couple of weeks or a month or so that people are starting to go back to work. But I do think this is going to strike right at the heart of this debate about transitory inflation, whether or not it's going to take more wages to actually get people back on the job, or if it's just going to take the lack of a federal benefit to get them back on the job. We'll find out in probably about a month or so.
Carrot or the stick?
Yeah, no doubt about that. Do you think it was a lot of this was the lockdown and the staying at home? When I hear, for instance, that the women want to stay, they need child care, they want to stay home with their children, and a lot of these states that have been open or schools have gone back, you still hear that. That we become sort of detached from what we were used to, and maybe it was some sort of epiphany, but now you have all of these workers who are really demanding a whole different set of circumstances that certainly have to impact the economy at some point.
Yeah, about 30% of the jobs in America could effectively be done at home. A policeman, a surgeon, a waitress can't be done at home, but 30% can.
Wow.
And those people are finding that they're more productive and they would prefer to stay at home. Now, most of their managers want them back in the office, and that's creating an existential question. What is the purpose of the office? Well, 20 years ago, we knew what the purpose of the office was. It was where all of the resources were to do your job. Today, all those resources are on your laptop, if not your phone. All we need you to do is do it, and you could do it almost anywhere. So now we need to kind of find, what is the purpose of the office? And a lot of people are saying, I don't want to go back to the office. I found the politics to be terrible. I found the meetings to be boring. I found the commute to be too long. I would rather find a job where I can work at home more.
Yeah. Also, the traffic, the parking, paying for food. I can be honest with you. I did not look forward to New York City traffic, although, Jim, I'm not sure it will ever be as bad as it once was. We got to leave it there. I love picking your brain on all these topics. Thanks
the
so
movies.
Much.
Thank you.
Well, brick and mortar stocks, folks, they just continue to astound.
Did Charles just say he doesn't pay for food normally?
She's been on top of this, and she's going to talk about the stock of the day. Meanwhile, Republicans embracing socialism. That's right, you heard me correctly. There's a new shocking poll out there. I'm going to ask Patrice Leon-Luca why this is happening. Plus, investment YouTuber Trey Collins.
Here it is.
On the AMC Ape Revolution.
Look at that stash.
Is it pausing? And what about the shorts reloading? We'll be right back.
Yo, look at that stash. Oh, I can't play any of that. Oh my god. The music. Oh my god. It's basically like, you had to snipe it. Jeez, that's scary. Okay, well, we're going to have another round of commercials, I guess. And I think after the next person, then is going to be Trey. It's just so slow for me to... it's really slow. My computer. Okay, let's see. The popcorn. The movies. Let's see. Gotta predict his outros. No, yeah, I saw it coming. I was just not, I was just in a completely different space here. Let's see. PSFE grinding back for a nice run this afternoon. So currently we had GME AMC dipping all the way down to 53.30. It's not the low of the day, but it certainly is another take of Perhaps this was meant to be the Head and Shoulders that we never wanted, but was destined. So at the end of this Head and Shoulders pattern, then we are going to be able to see a bounce off of 53.38. That level of support is still right there. Friday buy day. Who's going to see Fast and Furious 9, right? Fast 9 is out. The movies. The garbage cans that are too small for your popcorn. The doors, the heavy doors. Oh, man. So at the end of this right now, we're holding on... I'm not sure what indicator could be holding the price action all the way at 53.60, but there is some hesitancy between the bulls and the bears right now. Seems like that it could be a potential bounce, retaking $53 in a second, or coming back and trying to take the simple moving average. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think Charles is going to do that. Charles seems like a big old ape. People are selling off because of the Russell rebalancing. If it's a sell-off or is it a hedge fund trick, that's the bigger question, right? GME, on the other hand, is answering that question right now with a bounce off of its EMA and now taking its other EMA. 50-day EMA has now given it the support it needed. The next step is the 200-day EMA. AMC is just frozen in time. Frozen in place. This is the same as every other Friday. Drop it as low as they can. Let's take a look at GameStop trying its best to maintain this bullish uptrend. Isn't even close to the 202. We buy that sweet dip. Rebalancing of the 2000 is good for AMC being the highest market cap in there once GME goes to the 1000. John DeSilva is making a great point there. Okay, looks like we're back.
All right, there are two names actually that I consider stock of the day: Virgin Galactic, Space, and Nike, which is surging on an amazing earnings beat. And in fact, it's helping the consumer. The discretionary sector is one of the biggest winners today. Retail, in fact, continues to be super duper hot, but there are a lot of narratives involved there. And what investors should understand, I brought in to help us break it down, KB Advisory Group's Kristen Benz. Kristen, just your thought. First of all, your thoughts on Nike as you take a victory lap, because this was a name that you've been pounding the table on. When a lot of people left it, they had issues here, public relations issues. There was supposed to be a boycott in China. They've overcome all of that. The stock continues to rocket. What's going on?
What's going on is great management.
What's going on?
That's what I look for. Like with LVMH and Bernard Arnault, I look at Nike too. And they navigated this pandemic beautifully. They invested in digital when they needed to. And their 300,000 subscribers to their digital platform really revealed that in today's numbers.
The number 2 winner is CarMax, KMX. What's interesting though, Kristen? We saw with this personal spending number today, it came in less than expected because there was a slowdown in autos, furnishing, recreational goods. Although used cars just absolutely unstoppable. In the tease we showed a wagon, a Volkswagen, 125,000 miles. It's 8 years old, and they're asking for $10,000. So my question to you: should I sell my gold and buy used cars?
I would hold on to that gold, especially if that is a diesel VW, Charles. Hold on to that gold.
It is a diesel.
It is a diesel.
All right. I'm not sure if you can hear me. It looks like we went in and out. Can you hear me, Kristen?
I got you.
Okay, let me ask you about department stores. I have my subscribers in Dillard's. We took profit into strength today. Just mind-boggling. I love what's happened. A grand slam. Here's the thing. Department stores, according to all the smart money on Wall Street, they were supposed to be dead 20 years ago. And from time to time, whether it's a Macy's or a Dillard's, they go through the roof. What's going on here? Are we re-examining the way we shop again?
Absolutely. I mean, you really can't take out the allure and the seduction of being in the actual store, being entertained and having that treasure hunt feeling when you find a great bargain or you find something that's really fantastic. And Dillard's has always had a really great way of localizing their stores and commuting with their customers. So I really like brick and mortar here, and I think Dillard's has just been like just a runaway retailer right now.
I got just a few seconds, but I want to quickly get, if you can, your favorite store right now, your favorite idea that investors may want to take a look at.
I love LVMH here. They have a new, shoe coming out with Nike. I really love that with Virgil Abloh. I love Peloton here. I love Lulu. I love LVMH.
All right. Virgil Abloh, my son told me about him like 12 years ago. He took a picture.
Uh-oh, what is this? The demise of Reddit stocks already in the crawler.
Listen to your kids.
I want to bring in now Short
What?
Bets. Yeah, always listen
What
to
was
him.
that?
Short Bets, Rob Luna, Strategic Wealth Partners, Luke Lloyd, the dynamic duo. Luke, I'm going to start with you because you were on the show recently. You actually said, okay, Nike's going to report. The earnings could come under pressure, but hold the stock anyway because it's a juggernaut. Congratulations. That's the kind of guidance we look for in the show. What do we do with the stock now?
Yeah, Charles, Nike's a stock you want to own and hold. Like their slogan says, just do it. Nike has so much going for it right now with the great reopening party. People are trying to up their apparel game. They're trying to get some swag like you, Charles. Instead of sitting at home all day wearing pajamas, people actually have to look good when they go out now. And then you have the Olympics coming up, which is a huge advertisement for Nike. Heck, I'm even wearing Nikes right now in the office instead of dress shoes. This stock is a stock we own that we were hoping to double down on if it sold off on earnings, but we are just as happy with it being up 14%.
I have no idea who this person is.
I bet you are.
But my stomach
Rob,
hurts.
I want to start with one that laid an egg, at least for today. FedEx, it was a name you liked recently. Is this selling an overreaction?
Yeah, I don't know, Charles. I think we've liked the name for quite a while, but if you look at what it's done, the stock's up over 100% in the last 12 months compared to 38% on the S&P. But before I got in here, I was hearing you talk about the key issue here, which was the labor crunch, right? You know, when you think about FedEx, these are a lot of independent contractors not making a tremendous amount of money. And when you can get paid $1,000 a week to sit home and play Nintendo, you're disincentivized to work. I think they got hit by that. We like the stock. I'd wait for a pullback, though, if you're looking to enter into it.
You said we like the stock.
A little bit more than what we're seeing today?
Yeah, a little bit more. I think the stock's gotten a little bit of ahead of itself. I'd wait for another 5 to 10% pullback. Long term, I like the story, but we've had a big run up here.
Let's talk infrastructure. Rob, you already...
Let's not talk infrastructure. AMC is currently up after a bounce off of 53.48, now up 53.82, and just playing around with that 50-day EMA. If it does a clean break over here, we are going to retake 54.30 in a second.
To strength, so we have no position in either of those right now. And really, it's to your point. When this deal comes out, we've been doing this a long time, Charles. Buy on the rumors, sell on the news. I think you're going to get a sale either way. And if there is some risk to that deal getting done, watch out below. I think you could see a big pullback in both of these names. So we're kind of staying away from that trade right here.
Perhaps the second oldest axiom on Wall Street after buy low, sell high. Hey, all 23 major banks passed that Fed stress test.
Here it comes.
Surprise! But financials were the biggest
Surprise!
winners today. They moved into the biggest winner position today. Luke, you buying any of these names?
Yeah, banks better be healthy and pass all the stress tests after all the stimulus the past year. Listen, financials will continue to be strong. With the great reopening and more certainty, banks are going to re-implement stock buybacks and higher dividends, which investors will love. Combine that with a higher interest rate environment coming over the next few years, there are going to be many positives for financials. So our favorite bank is Citibank. They have a diversified business model with a lot of global exposure compared to other banks. It's down 10% from recent highs, and it's primed to rip higher as the global economy reopens. And if you want a more futuristic bank, an up-and-coming bank.
Why are you talking so loudly and fast?
It's a cryptocurrency bank, and as blockchain and crypto continues to become more integrated in society, this bank is ready to deliver exponential gains.
Okay.
I can always count on you to give us a nice crypto play. So yesterday, we had 6 antitrust bills in the House come out of committee, all designed either to slow down or break up these big mega cap growth names. Those stocks stumbled a little bit. Rob, you buying any of them?
Yeah, I'm buying all of them, Charles. You know, I've been in this game since the 90s when they were talking about breaking up everyone from Microsoft. This is a narrative that resurfaces itself every 2 to 3 years, especially with a new administration here. You're going to hear this, buy the pullback. And a lot of times, look, if they start to break up these companies, look at Facebook, for example, Instagram, WhatsApp, those are actually hidden gems, multi-billion-dollar businesses by themselves. We saw PayPal spin out of eBay. That was the best thing that could happen to it. I think it's a win-win solution. I'd be buying the pullback on all these names, to be honest with you.
Pullback.
Luke, breaking up is hard to do, but if they pull it off, would you be still a buyer of these?
Yeah, I think most of the antitrust cases are just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. You know, these things take years to figure out. They never usually go anywhere. Bank and Microsoft are the biggest companies in the United States and the world. Why would we want to put these companies at a disadvantage to compete around the world by breaking them up? I don't think these antitrust cases are going to heavily impact any of the stock prices. I think the bigger issue that Congress should be focusing on right now is that censorship. You know, that's more harmful to society and consumers in the long run.
Yeah, when it comes to breaking them up, I got 2 words for you. Cray. All right, but if you can squeeze it in, the biggest influence going forward for this market. Let me start with you, Luke.
Yeah, I truly think the Federal Reserve is underestimating the impact of inflation. I think the Fed will have no choice but to become more hawkish into year end, which is going to cause volatility for stocks. I think an interest rate hike in 2022 is very likely. I don't think a 15 or 20% correction is in the books, but I do think a 5 or 6% correction is on.
It's 2:35 a.m.
Correction this
p.m.
Rob, the new administration's tax policy
It means it's time for Trey.
gains by far the biggest risk to this market. As soon as we get some clarity around that, we're going to be making some decisions. So are other money managers. That's what we need to look at.
Yeah, I mean, they're really going to have to raise taxes big time to pull off what they're trying to pull off. Rob, Luke, thank you both very much. Always appreciate it. You know, before there were zombie movies, there were Wall Street shorts. Their goal, take a stock to zero or bust. Here's the thing, though. They never run out of money or gimmicks. Trey Trades is here, and he's got his eye on what's happening.
Oh,
He's going
shoot.
to break it all down for the Ape movement and whether or not there's still room to beat back these shorts. We'll be right back.
Oh my God, Charles. You said 11. You said 235. Oh man. Okay, making money with Charles Payne. Be prepared for FUD because the ticker crawler thing underneath already said the demise of the Reddit meme stocks. So what kind of FUD are we going to be able to play around with? Let's find out in just a second. I guess Trey is going to come back after like a 2-minute commercial. So go ahead and grab your popcorn, your butter, your heavy doors. Go grab anything you need. Go grab your children. Grab them right now. Grab them right now because Trey's going to be here in about a minute or 2 minutes. Let's see it. The fast talking guy was a little cringe. I guess that's the fine balance, right? Because the advice that I was given by the Mulligan brothers was that when you go on Charles Payne's show, there's really not a lot of time. Although those 2 guys seem like they had plenty of time, especially the guy that was slower talking. I guess he didn't have as much either to say, or he didn't have he was just like slow going. He's like, yeah, there's some stuff happening here. Caveman Hungry says, Charles won't FUD. Charles is Ape. Charles is good man. Ape love Charles. I love Charles too, right? Ape love Charles. Here is the thing. The last few times that Adam Aaron had gone on, especially CNBC, right? The crawler underneath is constantly changing the narrative, and the people that have the news turned on silent or on the background are just going to be like, huh, yeah, that's what it is, the demise of the Reddit community. And that's why we are going to be able to at least provide a voice box for the people that can't speak for themselves, right? Trey is not going to be able to look at the live chat right now and speak on the behalf of the apes if there's a crawler underneath them that he can't see. Valeria says, don't trust mainstream media. She will trust Charles until she can't. Dilute your beer with milk. It's milk time. Let's go. It's time for the movies. Okay, let's cross our fingers. So in about less than 60 seconds, likely, we're gonna see Trey jump on that show. But first of all, let's give him a warm ape welcome. Throw some apes, gorillas, whatever you got in the chat. Let's get this chat nice and warmed up. And I won't be speaking much except for commentating on what the FUD in the room is. I'll let the Silverback himself speak. If you guys had not yet slammed that like or helped our way up to 111,000, that is the Wish subscriber milestone. So we're on our way to make a wish, and we're going to have major giveaways on the way up there. So you make sure that your bell button has already been thoroughly smashed, so that you don't miss out on another chance for financial freedom education, as well as learning how to live in this heavily manipulated market while having the best community on the planet, right? YouTube, Moon Platoon, you guys are that. And I'm just gonna have to see how long this, what is this, telecom commercial is gonna last. That's 5G build, right? Ooh, ah, ah. Let's get some ooh, ah, ahs in the chat as well. Oh, man. Wow, they're really milking these last few commercials. Come on, buddy. You want this? I'm gonna do you one solid. I'm gonna have Meatball I'm gonna stand for the last of the commercials before Trey comes on. Come on, let's go. Good boy. Hey there. Oh yeah. There we go. Looks like it's time. Meatball, 3, 2, 1, break. Good job. Let's do it.
Well, it's another quiet session for many of the so-called Reddit investor favorite stocks, which is not always a great thing for those names. They thrive on a lot of excitement. Now, against this backdrop, we've seen AMC's share price and volume just sort of slowly go down, right? In the meantime, though, as this was happening, the shorts have climbed higher. Now we're talking about almost 19% of the float from less than 14%. The shorts are definitely reloading. Joining me now to discuss, host of Trey's Trades on YouTube, Trey Collins. Trey, what's going on with AMC this week? I mean, are you concerned the volume is drying up a little bit? It's pulling back a little bit. What do you think?
Well, Charles, first off, it's great to be back. I got to say, I respect you more than you probably know. AMC, right? What I'd call this period right now is volume exhaustion and consolidation, right? So the amount of liquidity and volume that was going to AMC in that short period of time, those couple of weeks, you essentially have to cool off from that. I mean, you receive between $2 and $4 billion of inflow on any given day. So this kind of fluff in the middle between what I would, consider the next rip to be is that base foundation. It's the consolidation that allows the next big move to happen. This is the technical trade. This is still very technical. I mean, it's given back about 38% from this $14 rip up to 77, which is healthy. So I'm absolutely fine with this consolidation period. It's boring, but it doesn't scare me in the least bit.
Is there a support point? I love charts. I love technical analysis. Is this a support point, though, that you wanted to hold and then turn around from?
Yes, Charles. So the whole, technical trade behind this is the higher-low stair-stepping effect, right? We're kind of in a pennant formation right now. And in that sort of pennant formation, you could argue that currently, that $50 to $52 zone, I always give a zone because you can't, time it down to a penny. I mean, it's an art, not a science, right? That zone, to me, is going to be critical because that's where you've seen, that next low just based on this overall trend of higher lows overall. Right. As long as it continues to stair-step those higher lows, it's in very bullish territory.
Trey, what do you make of the shorts reloading? The short, you point this out on your Twitter feed. Looks like they're ready to go for another round here.
Charles, it's very interesting. I think the hardest thing to master in the stock market is emotions, right? And emotions are hard because even the top level guys, the suits, they have emotions too. So high frequency trading, algorithmic trading, computer trading is built off of a model of reading human psychology on the charts and making decisions, buys and sells based on that. Well, AMC and other heavily shorted stocks that the apes have gravitated towards, GameStop, AMC, these are not, bull and bear stocks. These are ape stocks. These are stocks that people are buying and holding because they're not satisfied with what the market is offering for this stock right now. And you can't read that with a computer. So these big firms and suits, I would imagine, are confused and are playing a little bit of a pride ego play right now, thinking that they can beat the apes, and I don't think that's the case.
All right, so and there's one big suit out there, Jeremy Grantham, huge billionaire, market historian. He's saying that this movement is, quote, the biggest U.S. fantasy trip of all time. We obviously know there's nothing like this has ever happened before, but what do you say to someone who says that? Like, right now it's detached from reality. You can't argue the fundamentals at this particular point. And the big suits that you're talking about, Trey, say at some point it's all going to slip away, even if it's just from attrition.
Charles, I think you put it very well. It's a little bit out of touch. They're not quite grasping what the concept is here. So true, technically speaking, there are pieces of this that are going to slow down. Volume exhaustion, you get consolidation periods. Stocks don't just go up forever, right? But the entire thing with AMC is not purely about the price. It's about what it stands for, right?
Yes.
People are making this trade to make money, yes, but also to speak up against naked short selling, failure to deliver, dark pool and off-exchange transactions, right? That's not going away. So unless the problems get solved, the apes are not going to be quiet. That's just as simple as it gets.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I salute the apes, because you know what? You're taking a bold stand. They say you can't fight City Hall. Try fighting Wall Street hedge funds. It's 1,000,000 times harder, and you guys are trying. Trey, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Charles. Always a pleasure.
So, socialism, it's rapidly creeping into...
Socialism. Well, that's Trey's 2-3 minutes that he gets on the air. So what we just broke down was Trey's trades on the show of making money with Charles Payne. Essentially not talking about much of the fundamentals, not talking about the technicals even. He mentioned the pennant formation. Obviously he couldn't just screen share and show what he could probably have surmised as the same pennant that I drew on my chart. But he did say that around the $52 range would be the bottom of this price action. Maybe his pennant is different than mine, but $52 would be far out of this pennant. One of the first things that it comes back down to is whether or not the narrative can be low consolidation. Low volume is exactly what AMC and GME needs. Both of these patterns are about to play out. GME is playing out a cup and handle over 3 months, and AMC on the other hand is currently playing out a bullish pennant that had just made its confirmation at the bottom of this pennant down here. So if that was what Trey was referring to, then excellent. The other side of it is we need more eyes on this, right? Being able to go out on Friday and say, with all of the fear, uncertainty, and doubt out there, including maybe in the crawler of the Fox News broadcast itself, we saw the demise of the Reddit stocks. Guess they didn't talk anything about that. Maybe that was just a filler or a sting to be able to get people in their seats, and they definitely got our attention, right? People are currently looking at AMC and thinking, well, 5% down seems like this stock, which has currently risen over 2,500% on the year. Maybe it's just gonna fizzle out. Well, unlikely for the next few days. And Meatball did bark right as Charles Payne says rip, or either Trey or Charles Payne said rip. So that is great signs for our price action. That's just how the world works when it comes back to cleaning up the signals on the charts for the day. One of the things that I have to imagine is when we create the bottom and confirm the bottom of this pennant from 2-3 days of trading ago, we had the potential of this pennant breaking below, and we readjusted it. One of the things about the pennant that we had earlier, this one that in gold, was a potential pennant that broke below its price action. So some people are looking at the white lines that I've drawn here and said it looks like that the price action had already broken below. That's when I point them to this and say, look, you can break below. This golden pennant uses the exact same highs and lows of the June gamma squeeze, and it broke below its pennant the day before it was supposed to break out. And the fact that it went back into the right formation and then had a immense from 42 to 65, that is close to 50% up within 2-3 days of trading. That is exactly the pattern that we're hoping will play out, but in a much larger scale, right? So use that gold line and think about this is what a 15-day or so not even 10-day pennant does for the price action. Imagine what a 30-day pennant does for the price action, currently still set to break out on the 29th. All right, so that was your report from the mainstream media on Fox News with Charles Payne, and a quick breakdown from yours truly, ANDREWMOMONEY. Charles, we like. So it looks like that Charles did the apes right again, and just in time for that power hour in about 11 minutes. Let's make sure that we actually do pay attention to the fact that today is the S&P 500 all-time high, and what Trey mentioned, well, I guess what Charles mentioned earlier, was near 19% short interest. He mentioned that it was a rise from 14%. An important distinction to notice that it didn't rise. It is just a correction. But originally, the shorts were underreported. And now from 14%, the true short interest now is at 95 million. You can tell that this is a data correction, not an actual short interest change, because Ortex is not reporting a change. It is just reporting newer and fresher data. Okay, now I'm going to go off and read some of your messages here. That was our Braveheart speech. Hope everyone is energized and reinvigorated. All they can do now is to buy time and hope the impatience exit. The heavy doors, the socialism. I wonder why socialism is now the new story. Like, is that just what we are? Is that like directly after AMC? Is the story of socialism directly after? Looks like lunch is here too, so you guys have 10 minutes to recuperate your energy, come on back, and be stronger than ever for the after hours. Oh, sorry, power hour for 1 hour, and then for the after hours where the Russell 1000 will be rebalancing. And GME is jumping in there. Let's do this. The Great Reset. Let's see. Let's bring this back down so you guys can see the price action a little closer. Matt Candela is asking about the Russell 1000. Let's take a look at what Mr. Dave Lauer has to say about Russell rebalancing day. He says that it is the day, the stock market's most crazy day. So here's Dave Lauer. Talking about the Russell rebalancing day, which is today, as the craziest day in the stock market. Let's see. Fabian's Dungeon. Anybody who is just joining, Trey had his 4-minute long spot on Charles Payne's show, and just scroll back in the live stream to see him. Anime is going up, says BTS Sandwich. Thank you, Andrew. Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was good. Can I have that sandwich, please? No, I'll probably keep chugging. 7 minutes until power hour. Big sandwich. Right?
Yeah, just that chicken.
Next millionaire also wants lunch. Ham is gonna have spaghetti inspired by the cute meatball. Oh. The girlfriend likes this place a lot, so I got the same sandwich from yesterday. This is mukbang with ANDREWMOMONEY right now.
Andrew? Look. Oh, wait.
Oh. I like the chicken sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
I like them together.
I like us. People is giving you the dog.
Oscar says ATOS pumped up today again. I'm telling you, and I'm telling you. Currently, ATOS is nearly $9, up 12.5%.
Triple is French dressing.
And
I love this question because French dressing.
Andrew Hall, change the quality of your stream. Go into settings and click the little cog and change it to 1080, and the quality of the stream will get better. Pixel Joke Bit says, Happy Midsummer, everyone. Today's Midsummer? I thought it was inverse Christmas. Big Pooh Gorilla says, did I miss the interview? Yes, but just go back like 10 minutes in the live stream, you'll see it. Anyone seen that movie, Midsummer? Scary. Winnie Singh says, Salute, Commander Mo! Any ideas why there are millions of dollars worth of puts expiring in August on IWM Russell 2000 ETF when it's going up? Depends on what strike, but puts are often a price discovery tool that has less of a abuse capability than shorts do, but can still be abused to try and cause a downtrend when there isn't one that would naturally form. So that could be what you're seeing here, but I haven't investigated myself. Oh, the Derek Chauvin trial is getting sentencing. Meet Kevin? Meet Kevin is going to broadcast that? I thought he was a finance channel. What did I say? He says, no lunch. For me? But I am Meatball. Ah, yes. Mexicanos del Mundo. Thank you for the super. And A1 says, does StockGrid.io have the real dark pool data? It beats me. If you are the creator of StockGrid.io, please send me a tweet or an Instagram message, and I need to confirm with you whether or not the data is real. They say that it's all coming from FINRA. And the last time we checked, it seems like FINRA actually does have daily data on that level of aggregation. I thought Kevin was my governor. Not yet. Power hour is in 1 minute. Narwhal says Midsummer made my tummy hurt. Oh. Nazmi Oskan says there is no sell button, only like and subscribe. All right, it's power hour. That was almost 3. We are in the last hour of the market with GameStop currently trending right around 200 with 4 million volume flat, and AMC with 5420, and that is the latest attempt that it took the 200-day EMA, and now it needs to push past 2 more dynamic resistances before it can actually have safe travels above and beyond to 5521. Can you read the link and stuff as it sort of relates to the screenshot that's on screen? Okay. The link and links and stuff from John De Silva.
No,
it's in the mod channel.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, you were.
I was in the right channel. Links and stuff. I don't see it. All I see is John De Silva's Charles Payne link. We got a Zesty Taco says ATOS is up again. Do you see any resistance ahead? Let's see. Since I haven't been following, I don't have my own resistances. We're gonna have to rely on Lux Algo. Lux has just crossed over its bullish momentum into bearish after a strong sell signal. The signal, it was from a few minutes ago, right? It might be even 30 minutes ago, so it's not new. It's just currently trending in a bear trend. Yeah, StockGrid.io.
I like the today it's giving me Shaggy, like
Scooby-Doo Shaggy, not the it wasn't me Shaggy.
No, yeah, not him.
Kick the hedge funds out. Bye. Set off the air horn. Do it with your impersonations. Meatball is trying to pick up crumbs. Here you go, bud. Last hour of trading, and the Moon Platoon is currently present and accounted for. He gobble. He gobble gobble. There it is. The Russell 2000 #1. Okay. Boom. GameStop is running the Russell 1000, but AMC isn't. How does this affect the stocks? AMC stock has risen spectacularly since early May. Mandel, NG, blah, blah, blah. Getty, okay, well, this is like some sort of like text rip from another DD. The latest rally in meme stocks has given AMC and GameStop the biggest and third largest market cap among companies in the Russell 2000 index of small companies. The Russell Index annual reconstitution is coming up next week, which is today, from the time that this was written. So investors have been wondering if the pair might graduate into the large cap Russell 1000. That was decided long before the latest upsurge in meme stocks, although the Russell Recon will take place after the market closes on June 25th. The changes in each index's members were determined based on market caps as of May 7th. Okay, I knew that. This means that GameStop, with its 11 billion market cap on the ranking day, qualifies. However, AMC at only 4 billion on May 7th fell short. This was a month before the AMC gamma squeeze in June. The pair's diverging paths may make a difference in the stock's performances. To start with, GameStop stock is likely to face selling pressure from the index funds. Oh, look, that's what's happening today. On June 28th, all of the Russell 2000 funds will have to sell the stock as it leaves the small cap universe, while the Russell 1000 funds will be buying. Although there is 3 times as much money in passive funds tracking the Russell 1000's broad value and growth indexes as in the tracking the Russell 2000 indexes, GameStop's weight in the large cap indexes would be very small. The Russell 1000 includes mega companies such as Apple and Microsoft. That means that overall there will be just more selling than buying. Based on GameStop's current free float market cap, the stock will likely account for just a few hundredth of a percent of the Russell 1000, down from nearly 0.5% in the Russell 2000. Jefferies strategist Stephen DeSantis estimates that the net selling of GameStop stock by index funds will be about 5 million shares. Okay. Today's volume has only been 4 million. About half of the stock's average daily volume of the past 30 days. On the other hand, AMC will play a far bigger role on the Russell 2000. If its market cap remains at the current level, around 28 billion, the stock will likely be the largest member of the 2000 after rebalancing. The next largest name in the recon was OVV, has a market cap of just 8 billion. So it outranks it by 4 times. That's crazy. Everton Lacerda wants to see the short interest. It's not going to be changed that much. 18.65 and 13.64. Remember that now that AMC short interest had been underreported, the AMC crowd is feeling very bullish. At the same time, the GME crowd has come out with the deep in the money call cycling of FTDs, means that the GME short interest is actually 200+%. And there's merit in there. Hold on, what is this? Data or data? Can you show the Lauer tweet? Which one? Did Dave Lauer just tweet? Or the one that I've been showing for a while? New movie, Jackie Chan versus against the hedge of fans. Okay. We're gonna have to do an Adam Aaron video. We're gonna do Pennant video and then Russell video. I've lost my pen. Any pen? Any pen? This pen. Russell. This is a very good pen. Everton Lacerda says, thank you. Sasams is back. Does that mean that GME will rise after hours? Will that affect AMC too? So AMC becoming the largest player inside the Russell 2000 is going to be a big stack bully for the rest of the ETFs. In terms of rebalancing, AMC is going to be quadruple the next place of the within the ETF itself. It's kind of like having a growth spurt, but you've already been selected for a specific weight class. Now you are much larger than you were supposed to be within the specific cutoff. The movies. I assume a name like John is something you're used to hearing all the time. Russell is not common, and when I only hear it when I'm in trouble. Russell. 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 What if I did subscribe for all the mouth noises though? Pretty little kitty gaming. Oh, you're the one that drew that nice drawing, right? Hold on, let me see it. Pretty little kitty. Remember that art?
Yeah.
So close. There it is. The art competition is still going. Moon Platoon with a Meatball submarine. Oh, that's so nice. That's such a good design. Moon Platoon with a Meatball submarine. So cool. Thanks so much for submitting that as part of the art competition. If you guys want to win the chance to be able to have this on some cool merch, right? This is the opportunity for you to submit a couple of your art pieces. And we're only taking submissions until the wish milestone, 111,111 subscribers. And then we'll make a wish. Make a wish. People call them PLK. PLK? Pretty little kitty? AMC currently at 66 million volume. Benzinga's already thinking about why AMC is trading lower today. That's a little early, don't you think, to be asking? Can't just ask people why they're trending lower on the day. Benzinga. Jeez. PLK says I can vector it if needed. That would be awesome. I'm not sure if it's needed, but I'm honestly I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Like add vectors. Ooh, 3D. Oh, that's cool. Okay. To the moon. To the moon. Definition of a SPAC. A special acquisitions is a way that a company that already exists or has IPO'd can reverse IPO. Well, actually, I think you can't IPO. You can't have already been public, so you can go public again through like a reverse IPO. That is what I understand about the SPACs that are coming out so far. In fact, let's let CNBC and the talking heads fight over the actual trends from SPAC, crazy SPAC land. Yes, vector, great quality for teas. Okay, yes, please vector. What are we doing? We are doing SPACs. Oh, I thought there was a SPAC video earlier today. The SPACs are speculative groupings. Oh, Blazer Dave, you're absolutely right. We'll do that raffle at the end of the trading day and after hours. Okay, June sees record levels of SPAC mergers. So if you guys want to stay until after hours, we're going to be doing a raffle giveaway for 2,000 likes.
We talk, of course, about straight IPOs like Mr. Car Wash, but many of the SPAC deals that we have watched occur when we brought the sponsor on with the CEO of the company that they're merging with, they're now de-SPACing. They are now becoming fully public companies under a ticker symbol representative of the actual company, no longer the SPAC. And we had about, I think, so far in June, this week was not that big for filings. We had 6 filings. We had 4 IPOs. So 6 SPACs filed their paperwork to go public. 4 went public. And you had new deals, 8 new deals announced. But what we're seeing now is 34 companies so far in June have de-SPACed. So how could they all find companies to buy? That's 34.
That's like a surprise Jim Cramer.
We're going to enter the market, but there's
it's like if Gilbert Gottfried was in your kitchen.
34. The IPOs are enormous when you throw in the companies that have gone public via SPAC.
That we have to remember, these companies then take all the money and they hire people. create jobs. It's very positive. At the same time, David, it's not like they became better investments since May 12th when we had that CPI number that was red hot.
They did.
And then what happened is that people realized the Fed's going to slam on the brakes, and these stocks came alive.
It's no longer a SPAC out. The SEC is letting them through. There is more scrutiny now. We don't necessarily have a lot of new rules, but there is sort of a new accounting for the warrants. There's more focus on the pipes. Some of them, many of them coming without pipes, the new deals that are being announced. But to your point, a lot of risk capital is going towards really risky endeavors.
Really risky.
And we point that out many times. Where
But it is great that our country has risk
It is.
capital.
Listen, I mean, automated truck company Embark.
Okay, Lightning Arrow is looking for if a price increase in GME will affect AMC's price. The Russell rebalancing will affect AMC's price because AMC will be the biggest member of that ETF, right? It's way too large compared to the rest of them. Second place is 8 billion, and AMC is going to be a 28 billion market cap. So that is going to affect AMC's price, yes. Misty says, glued art stuff together, it's in DMs. Heck yeah.
Continuing to build the business despite what obviously is a lot of risk inherent in some of these businesses.
I think a young person, someone after they put up money in an index fund, one of these young people that surrounds us right now, I pick 5 SPACs and just put them away. These SPACs back. Because some of these, I think there's going to be some that are incredible home runs and the others are going to go to zero. But they're going to net out to be positive. I really believe that.
Shep
Smith here.
Thank you, Shep. Oh man, we still have that fake Andrew M0 money. So annoying. If you see that M0 money, that is not a way to make more money.
And
Nice.
you know they're fake.
That's how you know they're fake.
One of my friends followed them. What they're doing is they're following they're following your followers. They're
Makes
reaching
sense.
out to followers and then they're messaging them. And I'm like, oh, you can look at this. They try to like talk to
Not sure what we need to do to like actually call Instagram. Vortex would like to look at ATOS's Ortex. ATOS is on the NASDAQ. $11.6%. That's substantial. ATOS has 11.6% open interest. Ja Rule says Kramer. The only guy hated more than Ja. Aw, you don't have to be like that. You don't have to say that to yourself. Ja, we don't hate you. We hate the guy who organized Fire Festival under your endorsement. Remember that guy? What's his name? I'm gonna say his name is like Buddy. He seems like a buddy to me. Oh yeah. So when can we AMC to reach $100? Serious question. Well, the serious answer is if someone knew, they would be rich right now. What we are waiting for is technical patterns that, as of right now, I'm going to be honest, if hedge funds have a good understanding of what they need to do to break this bullish pennant, they are doing everything they can to stop it from happening. Such as having the price action driven downward during this after hours and during this power hour right now, so that people think that the pennant's not forming for tomorrow. So hedge funds know, and they are trying their best, but even so, watch AMC's price action reflect its true value rather than the hedge fund's manipulated value. Billy McFarland, there we go. I was like, it must be Buddy. So Wesley wants to know why there are no dates. It's because dates creates FOMO in the wrong time, misperceptions at the wrong time, and creates this sense that people are going to try YOLO their entire life savings and gets burned on the other side. All right, Moon Platoon, we're not here to tell you to do anything with your money, especially not invest more than you're willing to lose. Do you think Tesla will move back up? Where is Tesla right now? Let's see. Carnival. Carnival had a strong buy signal earlier. Now it's going up. Tesla's having a sell signal right now. It's unlikely that it can retake 700 given this lack of volume. But you can hope. Ted is like, I got so confused. I thought we gained a day this week. Yeah, Saturday. I'll see you guys bright and early. No, I won't. I like popcorn, says Azarius. That's what I like to see. People just tell me how much they love popcorn. I don't speak Korean, but Ant's in the chat. What's going on? Sitting Bull says, think of the lost jobs, the lost innovation, the broken men and women, the suicides, the violence of what they have done needs to be paid with their money, right? We're not violent here. With their, you know. Can you show what Lauer said about Russell again? Yeah, I got you. Okay. Which one is that one? That one is over here. Take a look, eat your heart out. Dave Lauer, ex-Citadel whistleblower, man who is currently. I really hope that Austin Tobit doesn't do me like the Fox Booker, because he's been telling me that David Lauer is going to come on my show, like last week and this week. So he better. I'm watching you, Austin. Just kidding. I know people are busy. Let's see. AMC, ignore Meatball moving right now. We heard you guys talk about him.
Of the temperature and like the coolness of the book. So he this
Meatball is your show now. Go ahead and tell the people your very first thoughts about the world of AMC and GME. Sitting Bull says, in the past 20 years, what have we seen? Stock buybacks, right sizing, offshoring. The pandemic is put upon us and they suffer and they get even richer. The game stops. Victoria Armstrong saying, do you think next week will be better since there's so much red? Yes, I'm waiting for the bullish pennant to play off, so I would like that to happen. I have some Tesla and AMC options expiring end of July, and curious if they are worth holding on longer. Oh, well, I guess we'll have to wait until the end of this pennant. I mean, don't hold out for me for any sakes. I'm just a person with a bunch of crayons here. Andrew, isn't a low volume a good sign? Yes, it is. That is what we've been talking about. That's what I'm talking about. The Meatball show. He's Meatball. Oh. What if the restaurant that we open up is called Meatball? Yeah. It'll be like a steakhouse or like a hamburger place.
Stockhouse.
It'll be a stock house. It'll be a steak stock house. A stock steakhouse. It'll be called Meatball. And yep, it's gonna be great. Meatball is bored because we are holding effortlessly.
He just went.
I agree. Bull meat. And Miguel Lopez is asking me why, but why is, well, what question are you asking? Why what? Victoria Armstrong says, thanks for always being so positive on streaming. Of course. Brian says, not a paper hander, not a bot, not trying to spread any negativity or bad juju, but I feel like nothing is gonna happen. It's been doing nothing for past 3 weeks. What are we waiting for? Brian, did you know that this channel has hundreds of videos back from February where we have been waiting for this squeeze that has just paid off, and the fact that we have been waiting 3 more weeks is absolutely nothing compared to how long we had to wait at $10, how long we had to wait at 160. Right now is the most exciting part of the waiting journey, is watching these bullish patterns play out. But just to answer your question, in case you didn't see it, we are waiting. Whoa, hold on. We were waiting originally for this confirmation of this pattern here, and then if we can get one more confirmation either here during Monday's trading or here during Tuesday's trading, then we are going to be set. So the way that could happen here is a potential like that, then a wedge downward, or if Monday is easy for AMC to continue trending downward, then we're going to see the confirmation there instead. That's what we're waiting for. Once this bullish pennant is finished, then we're waiting for the payoff. Did Miguel ever ask why? Low volume is a sign of, it's kind of like when you're about to change direction, like midair, right? You usually have to change your direction and slow to a complete stop. So that's why we see these patterns play off with low volume, and that is a good sign. I'm also going to look up Investopedia for you. Well, started his weekend early. Aww. Utati says, seems like the stream is kind of instant. Oh yeah, I agree. Why is Andrew out of frame? Right now it's the Meatball show. And in about 5 minutes we'll come back to the Andrew show. All right, what is a pennant? It's important to look at the volume of a pennant. The period of consolidation should have lower volume and the breakouts should occur on higher volume. So that's basically it. That explains it all. Yeah, it is like this. This. Let's take a look at historical pennants on AMC. So this pennant here played off from a low of 40 bucks all the way back up to 60. And so now this macro pennant is currently this right around here. Breakout level could occur earlier, but right now we're waiting for a potential slowing of volume so that AMC goes skyward. So this was the original pennant here. It broke out of the pennant on the very day that it was supposed to break up, and then it broke up. And from there, it started building a second pennant, which we identified a few days ago. Now, that's what we're expecting. The stockyard. Are people coming up with ideas for this steakhouse where Meatball is the host? Can we break out of the pennant sooner? Yes, we can, as long as it's within this breakout level. Corey Tall says, been here forever. Got AMC 524 at 13, up 40 grand from 8 G's. Just thought I'd send you some positive energy to my apes and wish you all love, wisdom, knowledge, peace, success, and love. Tell Ja Rule and Irv and to get a mil AMCs. Ja Rule, you heard that? Thank you, Corey. We're standing tall. There's Miguel Lopez's question. I'm new to charting, so here's a good question. Should after hours also be taken into consideration when patterns appear? Sure. They're just going to be a different subpopulation of investors. There's going to be completely different demographics of people who are investing when the markets are open and when the extended hours are open. Meatball is asleep. I heard him. He's like, I sleep. And he says, dude, I thought that this morning, Meatball, my idea for Meatball is to make it vegan, so it's like meat, but it isn't. It's Meatball. All right. Vegan steakhouse coming near a Citadel, a shell of a Citadel office near you. AMC should buy UFC. Ooh. And then what? What's the next step after that acquisition? Meatball is meditating on those tendies. Ja is 500 strong, Brewski, and holding. Corey Tall really up 40 grand. Nice job. AMC comes down to 53.83. Meatball shifts his position. Just but a scratch. Meatball consolidated his position. Exactly. Now you guys are starting to understand stocks. If AMC acquires UFC and then they showcase the fights at the theater, just like as if you're watching a movie, except you're paying to watch the fight. So it's like pay-per-view, literally. The hedges have a strategy to beat that pennant. They're sure that having people working 24 hours a day to counteract every green candle we get. Floor, you are thinking like a hedge fund now. Exactly. Exactamundo. If it's a strategy that we can see as smooth-brained retail investors, it's a strategy that they can see. So be prepared, be forewarned, but just know that some patterns are so strong that even a hedgie cannot break them. Caveman Hungry says, can I? One sec. It seems like people in the chat have a pretty good business ideas for AMC. Acquire UFC, serve beer, what else? What is Professor Meatball gonna do with those with all his 10 tendies? Meatball, do you know? What are you gonna do with your tendies, bud? Okay. He'll let us know when he's awake. Concert streaming events. But now real concerts can replace Adam Aaron with Charles Payne. But now real concerts are coming back. Daz80 is enjoying this consolidation period. He is so cute. I'll make him a little bigger. That's perfect. That's what I wish I looked like on camera. Look at him. So pretty. Little angel. AMC dips down to 53.63. Not like we haven't seen it yet. Like we said, what can they do to try and break this pattern? Let's go out to the 30-minute and see if this breaks far below our pattern here. It dips out a little bit. It's like trying to keep it all in your pants. Or trying to keep it all in your... trying to keep all the ears of corn in your arms. A little spillage right below this pennant that we've drawn. Fast and Furious 9. No, no spoilers. I haven't caught up. Another bounce off of 53.60. So it seems like this is the third touch point that AMC needed today. Hold on, 53.60 earlier here. Just there, I guess. Only 2 touch points at 53.60. Mr. Net Custom Nike says, what are you doing on this beautiful Friday, Andrew? A drink or two, possibly because hashtag ape strong? Well, okay then. Well, okay then. Cheers to those of you who have already liked this button. As when I down this shot, you guys are going to slam that like, because we might get up to 3,000 or up to 110,000 subscribers. Either way, we're going to do another raffle for the 2,000 like counter after hours, coming up in 25 minutes. Yes, go ahead. Cheers. It's Friday somewhere. It's Friday here. POK says, my oldest daughter said that they should offer a service like Fred Meyer for watching kids on movie night so that parents can have a date night. Now, if you go back to my very earliest live streams, I was talking about that for GME, right? They should have GME be like a after school event where you come and do like competitive esports, and then you'll learn how to be part of a team, but it's for kids who like can't do sports, which was all kids when the pandemic was still going on. I can't believe I have to talk about certain things in the that we should all be aware of, but in the past tense, like the pandemic was like a distant memory. It's not. But as a reminder, like GME and AMC could have positioned themselves as like after school stuff or like club stuff, esports stuff, virtual reality stuff. What are we drinking? This is the Glen. Put that back in the box. Whoa. There we go. If they had the power, they would have already driven down AMC to $5 or lower, but obviously they don't have that power anymore. You have no power here. Let's see. AMC shorts at an all-time high. S&P 500 at an all-time high. Getting closer and closer to XXX GME Holdler, says Blazer Dave. Are we following the bullish pennant exactly? Well, we're starting to peak underneath the pennant here. But this bounce off of 53.62 is putting us back in the right place. We need to get over 53.84 as the next resistance. Margin calls. Okay. Let's see. Benzinga, Market Watch, and mainstream media are all shills. I only watch them so I can do the opposite, says Keith. Oh. Kramer's wife boyfriend. Yes, the GME after school stuff could be awesome. There were a lot more arcades and all around game center would be cool. Yeah, I think that that's a really cool idea. Scott Cunningham says the bulk of my AMC shares are with Morgan Stanley, which doesn't have after hours trading. If the squeeze happens after hours, am I effed? The squeeze is supposed to last somewhere between a few days to a week. And that's as far as people who can predict this kind of stuff can say. I need to get that spaceship back in here. Yeah, spaceship. Payne trying to convince SEC for interview? Is that already something that's happening, or is that something that we would like to happen? Only reason AMC is lower right now is because ADHD and lies. Oh, ADHD. Why do we have to blame ADHD? Jens Gemmel says, can you pull up Cricket Ortex? Seems like it's finally getting a face. The mouth is almost complete. Oisriken, here we come. Okay. You're talking about AMC and the cricket shape. So this is the cricket head, and this is the butt. This is the on loan was so last time I exchange reported SI was on here too. And that doesn't look like a cricket. Right now it's 18.65%. Oh, Charles Payne tweeted. He wants to get the SEC on here. That's how you make connections. You just gotta tweet. Paydays are end of the month. Are we expecting more disposable income in markets then? There's a lot of negative pressure. When are we expecting high volume next month? High volume on this breakout of the end of this pennant. Charles, get him. I'm just a bartender, says, question, would some SSR trigger action help? It would help, but it wouldn't be as important as you think it is. SSR has been kind of like a bear's trap when you jump into a day thinking it's going to be positive because the SSR has been triggered, or the rest of the day the SSR has been triggered. They're just going to switch to a different trick. They don't have to short on downticks in order to keep the price level down. Mike says, this is not a real dip. Exactly. Nobody has really thinking that this dip is real. 5.5% on its way down right now. Rector Knight says, I think the problem that people are having is that they're holding now and not buying, which in turn, the hedgies don't have to spend much to keep it down. That's a different question entirely, is that if they keep it down, right, then we're just going to buy the dip. So they have like a perverse incentive to like keep it down, but not too much. And that's when these periods of consolidation come from. So they don't have the ability to keep it down for long, because every time it goes down a certain extent, the apes come back and buy that dip. Good boy, Meatball. Woof. Russell says final 15. The final 15 minutes until the Russell rebalancing begins after hours, and AMC and GME are going to part ways on that Russell 2000. They were college friends. They grew up together. They had a great run. Okay, but now it's time to say goodbye. Survey says French onion deep. Teach Meatball to growl whenever he hears the name Ken Griffin. You hear that, Ken Griffin? Grr. Ken Griffin? Grr. He doesn't speak English, that's right. Oh, I forgot about that. So I'm gonna talk about the SEC too. Indie Tech Consultant says, oh no, I'm poor again. Octodad, we have 4 months of history together. Hope you realize that. First of all, Octodad's a fantastic game. Second of all, we're all in this together. We've been trying to give you guys the most up-to-date news, and those amazing rips are in part because and more people search for AMC. They show up to these streams and they get the down and dirty due diligence that they're looking for. Did Andrew ring the bell? Not for the quarter hour. This is the last 13 minutes before power hour is over. Why has the squeeze not happened? You mean the short squeeze? It's pretty obvious. The short squeeze comes directly off of the margin call squeeze. And the big boys have not been margin called yet. Pure and simple. It's actually very beautiful to think about when it comes down to just how much money do they have and how much money do they have to lose, right? Is it up to that amount of money yet? If not, then the equation is clear. We need the price to go higher, or we need them to run out of money. Have we learned anything in the 4 months? Oh yeah, when we've educated legions of Moon Platoon Mo monkeys to start their own financial journey. Troy Hurt says, just another manic Friday. As a fellow data scientist, I have no choice but to point out your severe lack of on-screen toes and tendies with your host, ANDREWMOMONEY. I don't know what this is referring to, but I don't dislike it. All right, so here's some toe. And Meatball has toes on screen all the time. Those are his toes. We see Meatball's toes constantly. Any estimate on AMC price after being part of Russell? Well, it is... Okay, let's be clear. AMC is not going anywhere. It's just going to be the largest member of the Russell 2000, whereas GME is leaving the Russell 2000 to join the 1000. Will GME proceed price action today because of Russell? Yes, during the after hours, most likely. If not, it's going to be on Monday. Dirk Bergner says, first of all, fantastic name. Dirk Bergner says, thanks for keeping things calm, we could just sit and watch, but I bet the hedgies had a stressful week. That's right, time is on our side. Cyberbully says, this channel is the reason I feel okay with the stock market. It always seems so evil and I avoided it. Thanks for helping by educating. Cyberbully, we're on your side. 2 beans. Look at his beans. He's licking his beans right now. His little foots. All right, we'll stand up the last 5 minutes. If you want a great reward, says Dr. Dazzle, you got to put a great effort in. Andrew always falls for the sofa king. Sofa king? Oh, whoa. Oh my god. GME just ran from 198, supported at the $200 mental barrier, as well as the 2 consolidating simple moving average and 50-day exponential moving average, just rocketed all the way up to its VWAP, now up to 205. This is the Russell rebalancing on its way. The last 10 minutes, we'll stand. Let's stand, Meatball. Come on, we'll stand for our stocks here. Both AMC and GME have the potential right now. AMC still in the Russell 2000, running up tandem with it, has just crossed over the EMA on its own charts, and both of these stocks are running. Shining Foxes, I was thinking about how long we were knocking on the GME $80 door. For anyone feeling discouraged, zoom out. We are knocking at the $60 door with AMC. All good. Have a good weekend. Here it is. It's because we stood. Let's see a support at the VWAP. Come on, I'm calling a support right there. Good boy. Good boy. All right, 2 of us are standing. LFG. Throwing those balloons in the chat. Pop, pop. I think Tesla is running as well. If I have this in. Where is Tesla? Tesla is not. Tesla is at 670. Cody Sensney says, I don't think dogs have toes if they have paws like ducks' feet that are the same or boom. Paul's not impressed. We did get support at 203, and now are we continuing on the way up? It's the whiskey hitting the stomach. Better take another. Meatball, come on. This price action up. AMC has just pushed past 53.70s, and now, after the small hesitation, has pushed back under. Good, Meatball. This is the last 8 minutes of the trading day. Green candle. See if we can finish positive for the day. GME has covered much of the price action that it fell from today. AMC is still down 5%. Both of these stocks seem to have had one solid green candle and have stopped. Okay, if we finish the day green for either of these stocks, I'm giving this huge green candle over to Meatball. It's alive. GameStop continues to push 205.10 right now. Ja Rule is throwing ducks in the chat. Meatball is like, now I sit. Well, that was exciting for 2 minutes. We still got 7 minutes left to go. Maybe Jamie does need another shot. It was the whiskey hitting the stomach. 206, okay. Jamie is listening. $206.78, Meatball. Do you see this? Bottoms up. 207.14 is the brand new high. Not the high of the day, but the brand new high of the power hour. GameStop getting ready for that Russell rebalancing is having a lot of bulls join in on the price action right now. All right, we're standing. Last 5 minutes. Meatball, come on, let's stand. Come here, stand here. No, stand here. Perfect. All right, we're standing with Meatball. 207.35. 207.35 is the brand new high of the day of this power hour. Sorry, I keep saying the day. 207.89. AMC also feeling that same tandem gain right here, getting knocked down each time. Seems like the bears are a little more skittish of AMC price action. They don't want it to go much higher because GME is the one that is getting rebalanced over to Russell 1000. 211. GameStop is about to push green for the day, just as I said. It must be because the gods are good. They want Meatball to have this big old treat. James F. Rami called it. Love the show. Love Meatball. 210.18. It is less than 1% away from breaking even for the day. 211 flat. 211.88. 211.88 is just 50 cents away from breaking even. Oh. Green candles unite. I have to hold the green candle by the power of Grayskull. Here it is. You don't know which hand it's gonna be in. Okay. GameStop. Feeling stuck right at the 210 level of support. It broke up nice and clean. Fresh, clean break above 210, and now it's feeling the pressure. Ascot Clark is saying, watch out in on a whole dollar number. Noah says, more scotch! Drum roll! Flex on him. Come on, Meatball. Meatball flex. The power of this very smelly treat that I've been holding in my hand all day. Oh, a Meatball got tired. Okay, Meatball. We got pretty close. 3 minutes left. The day is not over. I'm gonna give Meatball the treat early. He's like, okay. 2,400 of you in here watching the final 3 minutes of this price action. With ultra low latency, so there is no delay. They're saying drop the bell this time. Okay, I'm dropping this bell.
Oh god, please.
Here it comes. Ready? 3, 2, 1. I dropped it on my thumb. That's entirely my fault. Oh. I was holding the pillow, but I dropped it on my own thumb. Push, push, push. Richard in Tennessee says, more fun than watching the ball go down on New Year's Eve. It is all of the Moon Platoon coming together, the synergy, the energy of us in one room. Imagine 2,400 of you currently sitting next to shoulder watching the markets right here. Jess Hodel says, what are the in-the-money calls for AMC? Let's take a look. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Meatball's done with his treat already. AMC currently has 50,000 calls expiring in the money at $54. If it's the battle of 54.01 on AMC side, on GME, it's trying to stay above 210. It might even break even. It is less than 2 minutes away and less than 1% away from breaking even. James McDonald says, selling AMC shares to generate funding to buy more shares. Okay. All right. It's I'm not going to denounce what you say because I can't give financial advice. Let's see. 211.88. Yeah. Now, 53.80 and coming back down on this level of support. 1 minute left. If it can push past 10 cents, that would be great. 10 more cents on AMC, 50 cents on GME. James says, is this the FTD or is this the Russell? Well, we won't be able to prove whether this is FTD. So I'm assuming this is going to be Russell for now, because Russell is a guarantee. Russell rebalancing as of right now. We have less than 30 seconds left on the day. AMC is just 5 cents away. Of course, that didn't really... this battle is only over 3,000 calls, but god dang it, it's 3,000 calls. 5401? 5401, did we do it? GameStop closed at 209.55. AMC has just seen the battle of 5401. The day is over. Let freedom ring. AMC is currently down 4.74% at the very cusp of this bullish pennant. It had multiple attempts to try to break below it today, but the bulls had it. The bulls did not give a single inch. I gotta keep on making this smaller. 5401 is the closing price on Webull, and that's the number I'm gonna stick with. GameStop is at 209.55, and with less than 6 million of volume on the day, you can say that this has been a pretty slow day with a lot of price action. In fact, take a look on the hourly chart, right? After a red candle that lost almost all of the price action for the day, we made it almost all up with, at the very buzzer, only less than 1% away to break even on the day. Let's take a look at GME's cup and handle here, so we can see both of these bullish patterns. For AMC, 46,000 calls. Well, actually, it should be somewhere close to 5,000. This will update eventually. Somewhere close to 50,000 calls expired in the money today. GME side, we have 3,492 calls that expired in the money, right? This is because of this. The day has been leading up to the craziest, according to Dave Lauer, ex-Citadel data scientist and whistleblower, the craziest day in the stock market. Volatility and volume is usually the highest on today, and stocks are added and removed from the Russell indices, and weightings are changed. This final green bar on GME's price action was likely due to that, and now that the rebalancing is actually going to start, that was just anticipation up to the actual effects of the after hours rebalancing. So we're going to spend a little bit of time to watch the charts now to make sure that we don't miss that. Volatility and volume is usually the highest on the day as stocks are added and removed from the Russell indices and need to rebalance their portfolios to reflect the new index composition in order to minimize tracking error. So getting added is a big deal and leads to a lot of buying pressure from those ETFs and from people trading ahead of that addition and trying to get the alpha between the announcement and the rebalancing days. Great bullish patterns overall. Now we're tracking whether or not that after hours rebalancing is going to be strongly affecting GME's price action, especially since it made up most of its price action from below $200, and a last $10 push was in anticipation for exactly that. GME after hours Russell 1000. People are asking to talk about Russell 1000 again. Sure, let's do it. We have an article from our mods right here. Where did that go? And also we're going to do our Adam Aaron part of the video right now and talk about what Adam Aaron had did. Here it is. Wait, no, PSA, GME is not joining the Russell 1000 until after market close, which is right now. So GME is currently joining the Russell 1000 and all of the ETFs are being thrown around. Math in the background. Just Hodl says, does buying after hours make any difference since we didn't hit 5401? We did hit 5401 according to me, according to Webull. Let me see what AMC stock says on Google. $54.06 is where AMC is. Seems like we've defeated 5401. Let's see. My grandfather, Octodad, wants to listen to the part about Adam Aaron just in a second. So, the Russell 2000 and the Russell 1000. GameStop is joining the Russell 1000, but AMC isn't. How it affects the stocks. AMC stock has risen spectacular since May. In meme stocks, AMC, Entertainment, and GameStop are the biggest and third largest market caps among the companies in the Russell 2000 index of small companies. The Russell Indices annual reconstitution is coming up right now. It is currently happening after hours of the June 25th trading day. Just Hodl says, oh, nice, sick, LOL, bought the ask and kept getting 54. 54 is good. Yeah, 54 has been reached. That means that GameStop, with its 11.2 billion market cap on the ranking day, hold on. Okay. This means that GameStop, with its 11.2 billion market cap on ranking day, qualifies to join the large cap universe. AMC, at only 4.3 billion on May 7th, fell short. The pair's diverging paths may take a difference to the stock's performances. To start, GameStop stock is likely to face sell pressure from index funds from today. On June 28th, all of the Russell 2000 funds will have to sell the stock as it leaves the small cap universe, while the Russell 1000 funds will be buying. Although there is 3 times as much money in passive funds tracking the Russell 1000's broad value and growth indexes as in those tracking the Russell 2000, GameStop's weight in the large cap indexes will be very small. The Russell 1000 includes mega companies like Apple and Microsoft. James McDonald wasn't asking for financial advice on selling the calls, just wanted to know if that could have hurt the squeeze in any way. Well, I can't remember your original question, so remind me again what the original question was. That means that overall there would be more selling than buying. Based on GameStop's current free float market cap, the stock will likely account for just a few hundredth of a percent of the Russell 1000, down from nearly 0.5% to the Russell 2000. Which means that Jeffries, strategist, blah, 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 estimates the net selling of GameStop stock by index funds will be about 5 million shares, about half of the stock's average daily volume over the past 30 days. Man, I've been speaking all day. My brain is about to clock out. Okay, here. As GameStop becomes a small fish in a big pond, its influence on active managers will also diminish. Large cap managers don't need to own the smaller names. While in Russell 2000, because it's a bigger name, small cap managers have to pay attention to the stock. Historically, stocks that have moved from the Russell 2000 to 1000 have tended to lag behind the small cap index over the next year. On the other hand, AMC will play a far bigger role in the Russell 2000. If its market cap remains at the current level around 28 billion, the stock will likely be the largest member of the Russell 2000 after rebalancing. Currently at 28 bill. The next largest name is Ovintiv, which has only a market cap of 8 billion, right? Compare 8 billion second place to AMC currently in first place with 28 billion, all right? So AMC and GME are both in a better place. It's kind of like when your big brother goes to college, right? He becomes not the smartest person in the room anymore, but you get to have his room. you get to play with his toys, and that is the most important piece, is that AMC has some brand new toys. Phoenix Performance's coaching is coming in. My boy! Oh, I gotta do leg day today. My boy. All right, so Mr. Adam Aron. This article has now been taken down because from 30 days ago, they had been demolished by some counter arguments from a Joe89E. So this is a Reddit user called DD Shark Ape, and he wants, or she wants, to tell you about Adam Aron doing some backdoor dealings with Citadel and Ken Griffin directly, and how these have already been knocked down, or perhaps both sides need more substantial evidence of whether or not Adam Aron is doing backdoor dealings. And so that's why I said I wouldn't cover it until a little later in the day, and now it's later in the day. Baxter says what happened at GME at close today. A lot of expectation for the Russell 1000. Let's talk about close. Yeah, the expectation for the Russell 1000 rebalancing is where GME had a last-minute $10 rip. Just Hodl says, can't help to notice coincidence on Webull selling covered calls. Selling pressure was pushing hard. Cash secured puts for the win. Just Hodl knows how to make money. You know, send me an email on ANDREWMOBusiness@gmail.com and let's talk about your trading strategy, because I'm interested in creating some educational materials around cash secured puts and everything else of the options chain variety. Very cool. Thank you for the super Moon Platoon. I see you. Okay. I can't find part 1 of his rebuttal, so I'm going to scroll down a little bit more. Nope, it's just part 2. Show parent comments. There we go. Oh, he deleted his first part of his comment. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay, so once again, this story is already deleted. There's nothing to see, but we have an archive about exactly what Mr. Adam Aron did. Educate us on cash secured puts does a big confuse. Do us an educate. Do a barrel roll. Okay, since we're watching GME, let's actually take a look at that cup and handle. Understand that that's big, right? Nice. And then, oh, this is the wrong one. There. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Come on down to the minute chart. T Selfer says that's a good duck wearing sandals. Uh-oh. TRCH, TRCH. Torchlight, torchlight. Okay. We've seen GME move in tandem with the movie's theater stock previously, and for those reasons, we felt it was important to reveal this information at this time. Okay. So they've already, remember, they deleted this post already. They want to be very clear it's not investment advice in any capacity, and it's not insinuating that the movie theater stock is neither good or bad. It's very probable that the squeeze takes place for them. Retail Over the Fence owns 80% of shares there and has controlling ownership of the company. Sharkbait, ooh-ah. So let's get your shovels and start digging. It's time to get our apes and arms out of the dirt and on the rocket. So it talks about Citadel SPACs, talks about Adam Aron, current state of this very certain movie theater, premiere near you, and then what's next. So Super Stonk seems like it's on edge with some estranged family members. As a reminder, right, apes don't fight apes. This is just the DD that a couple of people had created about Adam Aron's potential conflicts of interest, and then we're going to directly go to the rebuttal in this comment section that caused them to delete the post in question. So this post that we're reading right now has been deleted. And of course, we're watching whether or not GME, right above this post, has a potential to rip after hours. Let's clear the slate right here. Let's push this back. Perfect. Perfection. Cecil says, I'm here for the GameStop. Well, this is a post by GameStop investors about the AMC potential conflict of interest. Ja Rule says, if you believe that AMC is a pump and dump, your brain doesn't work. Remember, if Ja Rule says it. Let's see. They had my initially started around you. Hey, Maddie wrote a DD that was put to my attention. So Citadel, 13G filing Citadel put forward on May 24th. Right, this was the same 13G that showed that Citadel had a that had tripled their position in AMC. Centricus Acquisition Core, this is the one that we'll be focused on for this post, and we'll get back shortly. What do these three have in common? They're all SPAC companies, as many of them pointed out in the DD. It turns out Citadel is cranking out a lot of them. What the heck is a SPAC anyway? A special purpose acquisition company is a company with no commercial operations that is formed strictly to raise capital through an IPO. So this is also known as a blank check company. They've been around for decades. It's like a normal thing for very rich people to help companies that would like to make more money on a public offering. So what is a Centricus Acquisition Corp and who are they? They confirmed that they're a SPAC in their About Us, but they also mentioned that they officially launched on February 8th, 2021 with an initial IPO of $345 million. Okay? But as you see that correctly, at first they thought that there might be the same name perhaps, but Adam Aron, he is the bio right here. He's on the board of directors, and he is that same Adam Aron, the CEO of AMC. Digging into a little deeper, we can confirm Adam Aron's involvement in Centricus Acquisition Corp through an SEC filing. It appears this filing went through just on May 7th. Hello, Just Hold'll. Thank you again for another very generous super. Cash secured puts is a bullish strategy that gives consistent premium if out of the money, meaning your strike is under stock market price, and if it goes in the money, then you will be assigned and buy stock at the strike. But you keep full premium, aka discount. Boom, boom, candles. Essentially, it is safe as long as you remain premium neutral all the way up until the premium plus the strike price. So in that sense, pretty easy way to make some money. Even my mom was talking about this way back in the day. So if you have these two stocks, right, and you don't, for some reason, don't have a cash account, you can start playing around with cash secured puts, and we'll create a whole video about them in the near future. Wow. It's in the store. Brand new Meatball Naked Shorts notebook. So we are going to talk more about that Russell rebalancing. In fact, GME is about to retake its 210 level of resistance that it was playing around with during the final portions of after hours. As a reminder, the ANDREWMOMONEY.com does say stop by every week, and we do have brand new merch. This is the Professor Meatball Naked Shorts notebook, right? And as a reminder, we do have our art competition going on. A bunch of you have already sent your beautiful art, and we appreciate that. Okay, one more time, back to the DD. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Bonus round, Cayman Island edition. So it should be no surprise that Centricus is in Cayman Islands. Okay, I'm not surprised, I suppose. JD181, I think that's pretty unfair, and I would like you to rethink the words that are coming out of your wonderful opinion. You can have your opinion, but I think that's pretty unfair. Did I mention that Citadel has entities registered and managed by Maples, the same office that manages Centricus Acquisition Corp? Question becomes, why is Adam director of this company? So we're specifically covering Adam Aaron, written by GME Superstonk researchers, as having a conflict of interest, and we're going to cover both sides. Just Total says, well, cash secured puts would require cash. AMC is not marginable, so there's no point having a margin account if trading AMC and GME. They'll be transferring to Fidelity or something else that's not working with Citadel. Now, Just Hodl, do you play with, which account do you do cash secured puts with? And have you ever considered doing that with Webull? Alan Paz says, this is a good stream now. What happened? Why wasn't it a good stream before? Okay. Let's see. If you're JD, I think if you give this channel a little bit more of a chance, obviously you've been here for a couple months, right? You will find that not much has changed. Lamborghini Huracan. Let's dive a bit into Adam's work history to get a better idea of his background and where his expertise comes from. Perhaps there's more clues we can find here that we can explain what already happened. Here's Adam Aaron working with Apollo Management. Oh no, they connected with Jeffrey Epstein. Every time there's like 6 degrees of Jeffrey Epstein. Let's see. Turns out Adam Aaron was there for almost a decade. Oh, okay, so this is just him working with Centricus, but like in the past? So people who have the wrong story about whether or not Adam Aaron has worked with Centricus before. Okay, so he worked with Apollo from 2006 to 2015. Funny enough, if you Google around for this information, you'll find that this particular point about Adam worked for almost 10 years is mostly missing, including the wiki page about him. Hard to erase 10 years of your life, so that must mean that there's something on the other side of this story, which is what we're going to cover, of this rebuttal in a second. Researchers go both ways. Let's see where AMC is right now. AMC has barely moved, currently still right underneath $54. And yes, Webull's price has changed to reflect 54.06. Andrew, did you do the DD around the Robinhood class action lawsuit? Yes, I have. That was the main DD we covered earlier today, and we'll do a little bit more later. Let's see. Selfer, I appreciate that. Shortly after this, we heard about a new player in the mix, an investor by the name of Dalian Wanda Group. They bought out the movie theater chain outright from Apollo, and finally did what the trio kept putting off. They IPO'd them. So they IPO'd AMC. Shortly after this, Adam became CEO. Just Hodl is again back. He has Webull and Schwab. Webull, great platform, just not confident with them having our best interest. Schwab has 24/7 customer service with licensed brokers, but they also have Citadel for order flow. Oh no. And there's another market maker bigger than Citadel. Just Hodl. So in that case, if there's someone who is like brand new, would you recommend like using secured puts on Webull or take the risk with Fidelity, especially if they order flow over to Citadel? These are the questions that, like, honestly, we can make a whole YouTube video about. Wanda's AMC Entertainment says cash could run dry this year, and Wanda has now taken out of their investment in AMC. Speaking of dilution, turns out Adam has nowhere near done diluting yet. Right, he does want to continue diluting. This is true. He does want to continue dilution. And since this was 30 days ago, okay, now I get it. There's a clause in case the LIBOR to SOFR transition comes out to cost more than anticipated. They have an out. Remember, the last LIBOR-based business loan will be written end of June. If continued revenue does not increase, what is being implied above is that they have the ability to seek out restructuring of their liabilities. All right, and then there's an AMC lawsuit. So now we're almost at the point where it's like, okay, then how does this come back around? Let's take a look at the current rebuttal. Our boy Just Hodl dropping racks and spitting facts. Can we get some rockets in the chat for Just Hodl, please? Thank you, man. Jay Critch is smoking a big backwood of Joe Exotic with Andrew Mo, Matthew Perry, and Trey on the bucket list. Let's see. We try to convince apes to be excellent to each other. That doesn't have to involve timeouts. Everyone's behaving themselves. Just Hodl says, not financial advisor. It's simply put, if you are happy to buy the stock, cash secured puts basically allows you to wait for the price to dip while collecting premium. And if assigned well, you would have bought it anyway. Love to hear that. Thank you kindly. Okay. Maples is the largest Cayman Island law firm, and I have worked across from them on multiple SPAC transactions. They are highly regarded and one of the best when it comes to corporate work involving Cayman entities. Okay. They're a necessity in most cases because very large U.S. law firms cannot practice in the Caymans. Okay, and I'm not sure if this defends Maples. Lambo, part of the discussion is misleading. Okay, we haven't gotten to the Lambo. Oh, yes, we did. We did see the Lambo. The lead-in claims that the article saying that the Centricus SPAC is looking to buy Lambo. Read the article and you see the offer is from Centricus Asset Management. They are distinct things. Okay, that's very boring. It's a very boring distinction, but I suppose that's another piece. So this is currently the rebuttal against Adam Aron is currently in like a secret society of trying to hurt AMC and GME together. Calling Apollo a hedge fund isn't a full picture and not really accurate at characterization. JD, I'm glad you're coming around. Yes, they invest through some hedge funds, but they would be much better characterized as a private equity firm. One of, if not the best. They're very different from Citadel in both focus and size, and they are not the same. They are not in the market making game at all. They're much more of a pure play than an aggressive wannabe investment bank like Citadel. Aw, got a chance to call out Citadel anyway. Okay, so none of that makes me feel like there is like excellent support. Adam Aron interests and Ape's interests are not the same. That I can agree with. But the fact is, all of your interests together are for the betterment of the stock, right? You both love the stock. Maybe Adam Aron doesn't care about the mother of all short squeezes, but he certainly does care about the stock. Aron starting his career at Apollo is not surprising nor concerning on its face. Look at the bios of most public company C-suite execs, and I would bet a strong majority have a background at a major investment banking or private equity firm, Big 3 consulting or Big 4 accounting. Aron also serves as the director for a number of public companies. A few of them are ones where he is appointed by the board by Apollo. So it looks like this is the crux of it, right? It's talking about his career at Apollo and its eventual connection with AMC. The sweater's coming off. The sweater is off. I was expecting to make this a whole video, but I think this is already pretty self-explanatory. And the main point of this after hours live stream is to make sure that GME isn't going to run away from us. Currently still underneath 210. Is it confirmed that GME is moving to Russell 1000? It's all but confirmed, which is an English way of saying yes, it's confirmed. Very close. It made the cutoff for May, and now during the after hours, it is currently rebalancing as we speak. And apes don't fight apes, guys. Part 4. Aron being installed at AMC prior to going public is to be expected. Just Hodl says, I just don't want any apes losing bread, especially buying out of the money calls and hoping it'll go in the money. They're 10 moves ahead. As sell CSP, buy in the money leaps. Vanilla Cold says he's justifying past connections, saying that's normal for the industry. I guess that is the current argument against each other, is that Aaron is involved in this company, and the counter argument is that that's normal, right? So what is the actual answer? I don't know. I don't work in this industry, so I don't know if that's a valid argument for whether or not he has a conflict of interest. Nice Gene Simmons base. Hey, Patrick, it's enough to subscribe for, don't you think? Well, speaking of which, right, we are still going to have a giveaway for the 2,000 likes that we got earlier, but we're not going to do it right now. We're going to do it at the very end of this live stream because we do want it. It's sometimes distracting, and people care about the Adam Aaron news right now. So we're trying to finish off of the Adam Aaron investigation. Maybe I'll still make an Adam Aaron video because I'm also just diving into it myself. Pedro Toxas says, trust me, because I read the Everything short. He discusses the Cayman's rabbit and hole, and it's disgusting. Then they found that guy, Peter Huber from Maples. He creates offshore businesses. Pedro, if you like the Everything short, you're going to love me talking to the author of the Everything short. Austin Tobit was supposed to be here today. Then he had to cancel. He says something came up at work, and we're going to have to have him come on over the weekend, maybe. That'd be cool. What do you guys think? Throw some rockets in the chat if you want Adam Aaron to come on this weekend to talk about all the crazy DD, especially from Creand, that is bombshell DD, as well as what we expect for later this week. Hamza says, I have a report due tonight. Give Andy advice. You have a report. Who's Andy? Oh, give some advice. Andy advice. If you have trouble with your sleep schedule, consider sleeping early and drinking a lot of water, and then you will wake up earlier and feel better. Unless that creates like weirder sleep schedules, but no matter what, try to have a consistent sleep schedule. Camera 2, do you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Camera 2. Have I heard of the Piggy Wiggy squeeze? No. What is that? What is that Piggy Wiggy squeeze? Seems like people want to see Austin Tobit on this weekend. I'll tell them. Aaron being installed at AMC prior to going public is to be expected. AMC was a portfolio company of Apollo at that point. Sponsors like Apollo in that situation always appoint some of their employees as executives or directors of the portfolio company to run it. Now this is even more suspicious to me because that means that he wasn't always in the company. Just Holdel says this is like the Tesla squeeze. Sadly, I have to speculate that the hedgies simply rob Peter, pay Paul. Is it really a win if there aren't behind bars? Phoenix Performance Coaching agrees. Create a nighttime routine. It's a grocery store squeeze. Yeah. Okay. What does that mean? We need an Adam Aaron Ask Me Anything. That might go south. Ask Me Everything's is a little bit dangerous, but yeah, I'm down for it. I'll take the risk. Between 2008 and 2012, it makes sense that they didn't have AMC IPO, since that was still recovery zone from the crisis and there was not much market appetite for IPOs. So Apollo and friends got their exit by selling to Wanda, who IPO'd them the next year. 2013 was a strong year for IPOs. It's logical that Aaron continued on with AMC during this time. Wanda obviously thought highly of him. Okay. That's still not definitive proof one way or another. It's kind of like saying, isn't it weird that X, Y, and Z, and then the other person just says no. Tutade says that you've already tweeted at this to me. I've gotten way better at catching up on my tweets recently, so thank you. By recently, I mean like maybe a week ago. Angeline says, I look tired. Why? Because I'm sitting in the same chair for 7 hours? Nah, I feel great. I got to stand earlier. Where's my YouTube plaque? It's over here. Dong dong. Behind my head. Okay, we're almost done In the defense of Adam Aaron, AMC going on a dilution spree isn't an uncommon story by any stretch. When companies have stalled out growth in their established industries and don't want you to take on any more debt, you issue equity and keep buying more of what you have. Here are movie theaters to get market share. It's unimaginative and short-sighted in most cases, but it's one of the few options if you don't have organic growth through a new product line or increasing customer base. Interesting. As Hodo says, let's have a poll with the apes. I have 30K shares valid for voting. Is that legal? Is it legal to vote? Yo, what? That's crazy. I don't think it is legal to start a poll for Just Hodl. But if I find out it is legal, then heck yeah, we'll do it. Ding Dong Hong Kong says Andrew working harder and harder than some scrubs. LOL. I love you, Andrew. Thank you, man. Love your username. Just Well says no. Oh no, as in that's the vote that you would like. But reminder, I'm not sure if it's legal. So I'm not gonna start that poll until I talk to a lawyer or something. Okay. Part 5 final. So this is basically saying that AMC is allowed to sell whatever it wants to sell, which is like only a piece of it, because even this defense of it calls it short-sighted. Bubble time bath and sushi. How does Alex Rodriguez know my schedule? How do you know? How do you know exactly how this is? Let's see if I can answer this question right now. Ramon Lujan says, thank you, bro. Ramon, thank you. Finger gun. Jason McKinney says, Andrew, it feels like every time AMC gets coverage on Fox, the price dips. After all Trey's interviews, the price have dipped. What do you think that is? It is retaliatory AMC people. Okay, so here's two possible scenarios. One, retaliatory from hedge funds fearing that this will FOMO more people to get into AMC. Or two, just talking about like why does AMC is doing poorly is enough to elicit that light bulb flash in people's brains of people who are currently holding, right? They'll be like, oh shoot, I am still invested in AMC. I totally forgot. I don't watch a YouTube show for like 7 hours a day. And then they sell, right? That is the same as constantly talking about the war on drugs. And then if you talk more and more about the more war on drugs, the more people get afraid. And so talking about AMC dipping, and even though Trey comes on and smashes all possible fear, uncertainty, and doubt, it's not enough. Just by talking about the possibility of AMC crashing, that's what people focus on. Just Holdo says, I'm not an advisor. Yes, would appreciate it. Appreciate you and everything you do for us. Just Holdo, appreciate you, man. He says, we'll be happy to pay for legal fees. I'm just super busy with work and life, but I'm not effing selling. That's the ticket. Budge Boy says, doubtful thoughts never enter my mind. Okay. So I had that email. Okay, I actually have something fun for the 2200 of you. I have my very first product sponsor that I almost forgot I have to say something about. Is a very fun sponsor, okay? Wait, give me 1 second. Okay, it's a box. Oh, it's a box. On the same day that I got the 100,000 subscriber thing, I've been sitting here for like 7.5 hours. If I can have 60 seconds to talk about this, I would really be appreciative. Just Holdo says, pure market manipulation. The media are in bed with hedgies. So the best part about this is that it is what they call like native integrations, because I have to say a script and you guys will know that this is something that I actually have started trying and I actually like it. Okay, you guys excited? Sammy says it's chewy. Is it chewy? Man, if you are Ryan Cohen right now And you have a Chewy affiliate for me? Oh man. I would be absolutely stoked. Okay, but the fact that you guys are here is all that matters. I am wrapping up for the day. Adam Aaron has another part of his rebuttal, 10 and 11, but I think that there's plenty of content here for me to create a video on that I'll release later on, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. Is it Glenn Fiddick? God, I wish it was Glenn. Budge Boy says, go for it. J Pizzle, Edwin says, go for it. Okay, here it is. Excuse me. Oh, man. Getting choked up just thinking about it. Okay, wait. I did make sure I have the right script down here. Sorry, this is so like suspenseful. Get those sponsors money. Okay. It's not even a lot of money, but the fact is, I want this to be a the start of something fun. Okay, here it is. Oh wait, have the discount code and the bio of the video are up on the screen. Okay, it's gonna be in the bio of the video first. T-Software, this is exciting. It's like very little money, but like it's still really fun.
Better than no money, yo.
Yeah, that's why it's called ANDREWMOMONEY, right? It's more than zero.
Yes.
The only requirement is 60 seconds and a call of action. Okay, here it is. I've already spent like almost 5 minutes just building up the suspense. Raid Shadow Legends. Oh, I wish it was. That'd be fun. Okay, here it is. I think it is ANDREWMOMONEY. I think that's my code, right? Okay, those of you that have that somewhere to go on your Fridays, I appreciate it. Otherwise, spend 60 seconds with me. And I appreciate you guys for hanging out, especially if you had the opportunity to do also all day. I have at least another video coming out, maybe 2 later today, about the recaps for what happened today, including maybe the Charles Payne Ape Hour with Trey. Okay, promise me you guys are not gonna judge me for this. It's a pretty funny sponsorship, right? I'm gonna look into the chat to see if you guys are gonna judge me for this. I am PJP says, Andrew, you're the best, man. Wishing you the best. You deserve all the sponsorships ever. Remember, this is the first sponsorships. The very first one. Got it in the box. There is no Magic Spoon or NordVPN or Squarespace. If it's any of those, I'm in, baby. All right, here it is. Here's the script. Support for this show is brought to you by Manscaped. And actually, I've tried this cologne, and it actually smells really good. So there you go, and you spritz it there. It smells like wood. It's really nice.
Whoa.
It smells like, you know, like old wood. So here's that product. Look at this. Look at all this stuff. Okay, here. Now, it is the best in men's below-the-waist grooming champions of the world. Manscaped offers precision engineering tools for your family jewels. And Manscaped just launched their 4th generation trimmer, the Lawnmower 4.0. You heard that right. The 4.0. Join over 2 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped trademark with the exclusive offer for you. 20% off and free worldwide shipping with the code ANDREWMOMONEY at manscaped.com. All right? Oh, that smells great. And some of you are already saying the motto in the chat. I'm not sure if I can say that, but look, you got a little tiny razor, and you can use this for, you know, whatever you need. You can have this. What is this? Performance briefs. Apes need a shave. Apes need a shave, absolutely. Meatballs will thank you. If you have a dog named Meatball, your meatballs will thank you. This is some sort of deodorant. Anyway. That's the end of the show. It's our very first sponsorship. I'm so glad you guys are supportive because we have been here for 7 hours grinding away. And put on this shirt now. Oh my god, why is this shirt so big? How am I gonna wear this shirt on a regular basis if it's like an extra large? All bananas have to ripen. So once again, thank you guys for that sponsor of the show. And once again, we will see you in the money. Have a great day, and you guys are awesome. Peace.